Looking at the cold, hard 40 million in his bank account, 30-year-old Chen Yan felt utterly adrift. Little did he know that one day, he would be reborn, back to the day before he reported to university. The year was 2013. The wave of mobile internet was surging forward with unstoppable momentum, and everyone was caught up in the current. Could Chen Yan ride the crest of that wave and become a true titan of his era? Chapter 1. Reloaded to 2013. The setting sun, like scattered flakes of gold leaf, gently spilled across the busy yet tranquil film set. Director Li Ming stood on the makeshift stage, facing the crowd below, some standing, some sitting, their eyes filled with reluctance and anticipation. A complex mix of emotions welled up in his heart. Everyone, today we stand on the wrap-up set of our web series The Ultimate Campus Belle's Personal Bodyguard. This is both an ending and a beginning. It was your brilliant performances that brought this series to life. By the time he reached the end of his speech, Li Ming had forced a glimmer of tears into his eyes. Finally, I'd like to invite Mr. Chen Yan, chairman of Liangyu Media, to come up and say a few words. As soon as his voice fell, a thunderous wave of applause erupted from the crowd. A young man in a white t-shirt lowered the leg he had propped up, then slowly made his way toward the stage. Chen Yan casually took the microphone from the host. It's a scorcher out here, so I'll skip the empty pleasantries. Bottom line, everyone's worked hard these past few months. I've booked a banquet at the Platinum Hotel. There are shuttle buses waiting at the exit. Everyone head over together. Your only job today is to eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves. Yes, Chairman Chen is such a straight shooter. Not a single wasted word. No wonder he's raking it in. The crowd below burst into cheers and laughter, making their way toward the shuttle buses with broad smiles. Chen Yan walked at the very back. Only after everyone had boarded the shuttle did he leisurely stroll over to the brand-new McLaren GT parked nearby. The butterfly doors rose elegantly. He slid into the bucket seat, lit a cigarette with practiced ease, and was just about to start the engine when an abrupt knock sounded on the passenger side window. A woman was standing bent at the waist by the car. She wore a black pencil skirt that hugged her stunning figure in all the right places. The McLaren sat extremely low to the ground, so to knock on the window, she had to bend down, giving Chen Yan, from his seated angle, a perfect view of the snow-white valley between her breasts. At least a C-cup, Chen Yan thought to himself. The window rolled down. A wave of hot, dry air mixed with a faint trace of perfume wafted in. Chairman Chen, I'm not feeling too well today. Could you do me a favor and give me a ride home? The speaker was none other than the female lead of the web series, Su Man, a top social media influencer with 5 million followers. Chen Yan had seen plenty of women like her. He didn't bother calling out her flimsy excuse. Flashing a mouthful of white teeth, he said with a grin, "Get in. Bad girls shouldn't be wasted." A glint of cunning flashed through Su Man's eyes. She gently pulled open the door and settled into the passenger seat. A heavy wave of perfume filled the cabin. Ignition. Start. With a roar, the GT pulled gracefully out of the venue. No sooner had they gotten on the road than Su Man angled her long legs slightly toward the driver's side, just within arm's reach of where Chen Yan's hand rested on the gear shift. Chairman Chen, I live at Block 2, Apartment 801, Sunshine Garden. Thank you so much for the ride. Chen Yan casually flicked some ash off the tip of his cigarette and glanced over. From his angle, he could just make out the tantalizing swell of snow-white skin, cradled in a hint of black lace peeking out from beneath her collar. Chen Yan waved a hand and said it was no trouble. But the moment his voice faded, a blinding white light suddenly shot in through the rearview mirror. A massive truck was barreling toward them at terrifying speed. His instinct was to slam the gas and swerve out of the way, but traffic was jammed up ahead. His brain simply couldn't process the situation in time. With a deafening boom, Chen Yan lost consciousness completely. "Son, wake up. Get up and come eat lunch." In a daze, Chen Yan was roused by a voice. He opened his eyes to a vast white ceiling. But this interior, it looked like his childhood home in the countryside. Am I dreaming? Chen Yan thought, pushing himself up with his hands. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried rapping sounded at the door. "I've told you 1,000 times, it's time to eat. Are you seriously making me come up here myself?" That was his mother's voice. Yet something about it felt different. Knock, knock, knock. Get up and open the door. The impatient voice came again from outside. Chen Yan walked over and opened the door. There stood a middle-aged woman around 5 feet 3 inches, with a few playful crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and a head of thick, jet black short hair. It was Chen Yan's mother, Hewan. A flicker of shock crossed Chen Yan's eyes. Why does mom look so much younger? Hurry up, wash your face, brush your teeth, and get down here for food. Hewan turned and walked off, muttering under her breath. Honestly, I don't know who he takes after. Tomorrow you report to university, and you're still sleeping in this late. Chen Yan raised a hand and slapped himself lightly. A crisp smack echoed through the room. At that moment, no matter how utterly absurd it seemed, he had no choice but to accept that he had been reborn. He had been reborn to the day before he reported to university, September 4th, 2013. Holy shit. Someone like me actually got a second chance? Oh great heavens. Why must you be so cruel to me? After graduating university, Chen Yan had first worked in sales. 2 years later, he quit to start an e-commerce business. He made his first fortune, but blind expansion led to overstocked inventory, a broken capital chain, and bankruptcy. Fortunately, Chen Yan later caught the short drama wave. He sold his apartment and went all in with every last cent he had. Heaven rewards the persistent. His very first short drama was ridiculously cheesy, yet it still dominated the top 3 spots on Douyin, raking in millions. Chen Yan became one of the first people to cash in on the short drama boom. He went on to found a film and television company, and riding the tailwind of the times, by the age of 30, he had amassed tens of millions in net assets, becoming one of Hangzhou's most eligible bachelors. What a pity, his good days had only lasted 2 years before he was right back where he started. At the dining table, Chen Yan looked at his parents, who appeared a decade and a half younger, and a flood of emotions welled up inside him. His eyes stung with the threat of tears. What's wrong? Is it because you're leaving us tomorrow? Already feeling sentimental. His father, Chen Guodong, noticed Chen Yan's strangeness and set down his wine glass to ask, Dad, it's only natural. After all, this is the first time I've ever been away from home. Chen Yan sniffled and blurted out a random excuse. Hewan placed a few slices of beef into Chen Yan's bowl, then said to her husband, Old Chen, after we eat, let's all go to the high-speed rail station and buy tomorrow's tickets to Hangzhou. In 2013, online ticketing wasn't yet a thing. At this point, apps like Fliggy and Tongcheng hadn't even launched yet. No need to trouble yourselves. I can go by myself tomorrow. Absolutely not. You're just a kid. Do you even know the way to the university town? The admission letter has very detailed directions. Don't worry. And if I really can't find it, can't I just take a cab? Hewan was about to say more, but her husband cut her off. All right. Since the kid wants to go by himself, let's respect his wishes. Besides, he has his phone. We can reach him anytime. Hearing her husband say this, Hewan finally agreed to let him go to school alone, though she repeatedly urged him to call the moment he arrived in Hangzhou to let them know he was safe. In his past life, Chen Yan had spent 12 years grinding it out in Hangzhou. He had practically crawled through every single alley. He could find his way to the campus blindfolded. Early the next morning, after saying goodbye to his parents, Chen Yan boarded the high-speed train to Hangzhou. His gaze settled on the scenery slowly flowing past the window. Those once familiar buildings seemed gently caressed by time, their outlines preserved in memory. The old locust tree still stood tall and proud, birds singing merrily among its branches. 12 years was enough to change everything beyond recognition, yet also enough to make everything brand new. Since fate sent me back, I have to achieve something real to justify this second chance from the heavens. An hour later, the high-speed train pulled into Hangzhou. After getting off, Chen Yan effortlessly navigated the subway and arrived at the university where he had spent 4 years of his life, Jiangnan University of Technology. After all these years, didn't think I'd be back, did you? To all the girls in the university town, how have you been? Chapter 2. A chance encounter at the bar. Chen Yan made his way to the dormitory building from memory. Upon entering the room, he found that 2 of his roommates had already arrived. One of them was about 5 feet 9 inches, with slightly curly hair and a heavy-set build, weighing somewhere around 170 to 180 pounds. The moment he saw Chen Yan come in, he shot up from his seat. Hey there, are you a roommate? My name is Li Wenxin. I'm from Shandong. Hello, I'm Chen Yan from Yongcheng. We're all in the same dorm, so we're brothers from now on. This here is Zhang Fifan. Li Wenxin pointed to a bespectacled guy with long bangs and a somewhat sleazy smile on his face. The 3 of them exchanged QQ numbers and started chatting. In truth, Chen Yan was already very familiar with them all. In his past life, they had kept in touch in the group chat long after graduation. and he even knew exactly how their careers and lives would turn out. But now that he had been reborn, perhaps their futures would be completely transformed by the mere flap of his butterfly wings. It wasn't until nearly noon that the last member of room 303 finally arrived. A stocky, dark-skinned guy stood in the doorway. Phew, so I'm the last one, huh? What's up, guys? I'm Wang Rixing, third floor of the Ziwei Pavilion Cafeteria at the University of Technology. The first official gathering of room 303. Li Wenxin was the only northerner in the dorm and the oldest among them. Wang Rixing was a few months younger. Chen Yan ranked third, and Zhang Fifan was the youngest. To 4 years of friendship as classmates. Cheers, everyone, Li Wenxin proposed. Cheers, they answered in unison. After the meal, the 4 guys from room 303 gathered around a small foldable table to play cards. Back then, there was no honor of kings, no PUBG. The best way for guys to bond was a good, old-fashioned game of Guangdong. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp rapping at the door interrupted room 303's intellectual card game. At some point, a girl around 5 feet 3 inches with shoulder-length hair and black-framed glasses had appeared at the door. Chen Yan certainly recognized this short-haired girl, Tang Ling, a junior from the School of Economics and Management and the class assistant for their class 4, a teaching assistant to the homeroom teacher. Hello, everyone. I'm your class assistant. There will be a class meeting in the lecture hall at exactly 4 p.m. No one is allowed to be late. After saying this with a completely flat expression, Tang Ling walked off to notify the next dorm. The moment she left, room 303 erupted into chaos. So that's our class assistant? She's kinda cute. And those little canine teeth, she's totally my type. Zhang Fifan slicked back his bangs, striking what he clearly thought was a suave pose. Not bad, I guess. But she's no match for my girlfriend. Wang Rixing was the only one in room 303 with a girlfriend, though he was still a virgin at this point. Chen Yan vaguely remembered that in his past life, after Wang Rixing became the first man in room 303, he had spent an entire semester bragging about it in the dorm. She's alright, I guess. But I heard there's a campus belle-level girl among the freshmen this year, and she's in our School of Economics and Management, Li Wenxin said. The moment they heard the gossip about the so-called campus belle, the 3 other young men, bursting with restless energy, immediately perked up. Boldly spill it. Who is she? Which class is she in? Hee, I don't have the details either. I saw it on the campus freshman forum. I'm sure we'll get a chance to see her sooner or later. Hee, Chen Yan thought. Listening to these goofballs chat is pretty entertaining. He stood up, stretched, and said, All right, guys, time to head to the class meeting. The homeroom teacher for Class 4 of Economics and Management, Lu Chang, was a balding man with a receding hairline. At this moment, he was standing on the podium in the lecture hall, leaning forward slightly, surveying the students below with a stern expression. Since it was the first class meeting, the adolescent boys and girls, though secretly curious and excited about the unfamiliar faces around them, put on an act of nonchalance. Yet every now and then, they would sneak a peek at the looks and figures of their new classmates. Once everyone had arrived, Lu Chang began his speech. Students, I am your homeroom teacher, Lu Chang. First of all, I would like to offer my sincere congratulations and a warm welcome to all of you for making it through fierce competition to join the University of Technology. As your homeroom teacher, I am truly delighted to have crossed paths with you in this vast sea of people. However, university is different from high school. Although I am your homeroom teacher, we may not meet more than a few times a semester. So if you have any questions, you can go to your counselor, Ms. Jiang. However, Ms. Jiang is on leave for the next few days. Also, the moment Chen Yan heard the name Ms. Jiang, his thoughts began to drift. In his memory, she was a woman he had only met once. On the first day after military training ended, when Ms. Jiang walked into the classroom, she took everyone's breath away. The entire Class 4 of Economics and Management was stunned. Chen Yan had never imagined that a person could be that beautiful. The moment she appeared, it was as if all the beautiful scenery in the world had become nothing more than a backdrop to set off her radiance. In the north, there is a fair lady, peerless and unparalleled. One glance topples a city, the next topples a kingdom. What a pity. Not long after the semester began, this counselor, hailed as the most beautiful goddess in the university's century-long history, resigned. Rumors circulated that someone had come to the school to cause a scene, accusing Ms. Jiang of seducing her husband and corrupting the morals of the teaching profession. Unable to withstand the pressure of public opinion, she was forced to resign. Chen Yan definitely didn't believe it for a second. He'd sooner believe that Kunkin could play basketball than believe such a ridiculous excuse. After the class meeting, Li Wenxin suggested they all go out for a big meal. You guys go ahead. I've got something to take care of later. Chen Yan waved them off and declined. He needed to get out and look around for money-making opportunities. Since he had been reborn, he naturally couldn't waste the incredible entrepreneurial opportunities that the next 4 years of university had to offer. As a reborn man, he knew exactly which industries were about to take off. Although he couldn't remember the lottery numbers or the World Cup scores, it was only 2013. WeChat had only just launched. Live streaming platforms like Douyu wouldn't start popping up until next year. Kuaishou still had almost no users, and Douyin wouldn't even launch until 2016. Even if he did absolutely nothing and just bought some Bitcoin to hold, he'd achieve financial freedom in 10 years. But that was far too risky. If one person hoarded a massive amount of Bitcoin, the market makers might not let it become that valuable. Chen Yan wandered aimlessly through the commercial street near the campus. Over a decade later, some of these buildings would no longer exist. The shops along the street had changed hands countless times. Seeing them again now felt surreal. With my current resources and social standing, it's absolutely impossible for me to build a nation-level application from scratch. So I'll have to start with the smallest things possible. Chen Yan looked at the advertisement posted on the door of a fruit shop. Hiring part-time help, 100 yuan/day. He silently mulled over a feasible plan in his mind. Before he realized it, he had arrived at the entrance of a quiet bar. The name of the bar was Dark Night Enchantment. I'm feeling a bit tired. Might as well go in for a drink. With that thought, Chen Yan stepped into the slightly upscale, artsy-fartsy quiet bar. The bar wasn't very crowded. A few scattered patrons sat here and there. Chen Yan walked up to the bar counter, just about to order a Long Island iced tea, when his gaze was instantly and firmly captured by a woman not far away. The woman wore a black lace dress, paired with a pair of silver high heels. A jade bangle on her fair, slender arm added a touch of elegant grace to her demeanor. P.S. This description is for outfit reference only. Please do not correlate it with physical appearance. Even as the boss of a media company who had seen countless female influencers with tens of millions of followers in his past life, Chen Yan knew that none of them could hold a candle to the woman before him. Even after 12 years, he instantly recognized her. She was the counselor who had guided them for a single day, Jiang Zhixin. Perhaps it was because Jiang Zhixin's aura was too powerful, or perhaps it was simply because it was only 8 p.m. and the bar was still sparsely populated. The result was that this breathtakingly beautiful woman sat alone at a table, drinking by herself, with not a single person daring to approach her. Fuck it. She's only going to be our counselor for one day before she leaves anyway. What's there to be afraid of? With that thought, Chen Yan mustered up his courage and walked in Jiang Zhixin's direction. Chapter 3. Not going home tonight. Excuse me, miss. Do you mind if I sit here? Jiang Zhixin's beautiful eyes lifted slightly. A tall, handsome figure was walking toward her. The young man was around 6 feet tall with a neat, short haircut. His face looked every bit like an innocent, fresh-faced student, complete with a faint layer of peach fuzz on his upper lip. Yet his eyes seemed to hold a sky full of brilliant stars, possessing a depth far beyond his years. She was just about to wave him off and refuse when Chen Yan brazenly sat down right next to her. Let me guess, did your boyfriend cheat on you? Jiang Zhixin froze for a second. What the hell? It always goes like this in TV dramas. The heroine's boyfriend of many years cheats with her best friend, so she storms off to a bar to drown her sorrows in alcohol, where she ends up meeting the male lead. Chen Yan said, curling his lip. So you're saying you're that male lead? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Zhixin's mouth, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Who's to say? Maybe I'm your one true love, big sister. Chen Yan thought for a moment, then replied with utter seriousness. Haha, you really are something else, kid. Jiang Zhixin let out a soft laugh. The smile lingered at the corners of her lips like a flower bud about to bloom, shy yet alluring, enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Chen Yan looked up and met her gaze, momentarily lost in a daze. This is what a real goddess looks like, he thought. Those female influencers from my past life who relied on skin-smoothing filters, leg lengthening, and waist-trimming effects don't even deserve to tie Teacher Zhang's shoes. But Chen Yan, after all, had started 2 businesses and seen his fair share of the world. He snapped back to reality instantly and said with a grin, Big sister, I'm not that young. Oh, then how old are you? Jiang Zixin looked at him with keen interest. 18. 18, and you're not young. All right, you cheeky little brother. Care to have a drink with me? Jiang Zixin picked up a bottle and poured Chen Yan a glass of Budweiser. Perhaps it was Chen Yan's innocent, harmless, 18-year-old face that lowered her guard. She actually took the initiative to invite him for a drink. Chen Yan accepted the glass, took a sip, and said, I heard that if you talk about your troubles, your heart feels a lot lighter. To thank you for the drink, I'd be happy to be your emotional trash can. Ugh, it's really nothing much. I just somehow got labeled as the other woman. The moment Jiang Zixin finished speaking, her expression shifted slightly. She pulled out her phone, tapped on the profile picture of that scumbag, and pouted at Chen Yan. See this guy? He's my senior. He pursued me all through my graduate studies. 3 months ago at the graduation ceremony, he confessed to me again. I couldn't bear to reject him in public again, so I told him we could try getting to know each other first. After the ceremony, I messaged him on WeChat to make it clear that we weren't a good match. I only didn't reject him on the spot because there were so many people around. After she finished, a flicker of disgust and contempt flashed through her eyes. Chen Yan stole a glance at the profile picture. The guy did look fairly decent. Hee, this guy looks like a pretty boy. So, big sister, what's this whole being labeled the other woman's situation about? The moment you mention it, I see red. This morning, I got a call from some woman. The first thing she asked was what my relationship was with Zhang Jiahao, and whether I was seducing her boyfriend. I was completely stunned. After listening for a while, I finally pieced it together. Zhang Jiahao. That's the scumbag who confessed to me. Turns out he's had a long-distance girlfriend this whole time. When that girl found out he liked me, she pinned the blame on me, saying I was the one seducing him. No matter how much I tried to explain, she wouldn't believe me. She even threatened to show up at my workplace and teach me a lesson. Chen Yan's expression froze. He immediately thought back to the rumors in his past life about teacher Jiang seducing someone's husband and someone causing a scene at the school. Could it be that teacher Jiang had resigned because of this very incident? How utterly ridiculous. Jiang Zixin downed the rest of her drink in one gulp and raised an eyebrow. Forget it. I'll just consider myself unlucky. It's all in the past anyway. Out of sight, out of mind. With that, Jiang Zixin was just about to open WeChat and delete that scumbag when Chen Yan swiftly snatched her phone away. Wait, you can't delete him. Jiang Zixin froze, a look of confusion flashing across her face as she turned to Chen Yan. Chen Yan first handed the phone back to her, then said, Big sister, what if that vicious woman really does show up at your workplace to cause trouble? You need solid evidence to prove that you have absolutely nothing going on with that scumbag. Otherwise, even if she can't prove you did anything wrong, it'll just be a case of he said, she said. The police wouldn't even be able to do much. If things really blow up, you're the one whose reputation will take the hit. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Zixin's eyes. I didn't expect someone your age to think things through so thoroughly. Exactly. So, I'd suggest you save those chat logs first. If that woman really comes to bother you, just pull up those messages and shove them in her face. Let her know that the man she's so hung up on is nothing but a one-sided simp. Jiang Zixin nodded in agreement. All right, thanks for the advice. Now come on, have another drink with me. Drinking beer is so boring. In a situation like yours, you need a few bright, colorful cocktails to wash away the bad luck. As if possessed, Chen Yan blurted out something he used to say all the time in bars back in his past life. Jiang Zixin hesitated for a brief moment, then said generously, Really? Then go ahead and order something. Let's have a proper drink. I'm paying. The moment Chen Yan heard this, he sprinted to the bar and ordered 2 heartbeats, 2 ambiguous, 2 encounters, and 2 not going home tonight. After achieving success in business in his past life, Chen Yan had been surrounded by beautiful women more times than he could count. When it came to chatting up women, he definitely knew a trick or two. As the night deepened, more and more people began trickling into the bar. The later arrivals watched as some guy at a table rambled on nonstop, while the woman in purple sitting across from him was doubled over with laughter every few minutes, her whole body shaking with amusement. Jiang Zixin, you're so smooth with words. You must have a lot of girls who like you, huh? Chen Yan, I'm very devoted. Jiang Zixin blinked. Devoted in the sense that you're devoted to every girl. Chen Yan, I just mean I only like girls. Jiang Zixin burst out laughing again with a loud pft. Even under the dim lighting of the bar, the breathtaking beauty in the woman's eyes and brows was impossible to miss, like an immortal fairy who had descended to the mortal realm. Every man in the vicinity was grinding their teeth in envy. Tui, that kid is such a smooth talker. God knows how many innocent girls he's fooled. Disgusting. In the end, both of them were a little drunk. Chen Yan slapped his cheeks a few times to sober himself up. He stood up, paid the bill at the bar first, then helped Jiang Jixin to her feet. Jiang Jixin's body swayed slightly, her steps unsteady. She practically leaned half her weight against Chen Yan. As they walked, her full chest inevitably brushed against his arm. Even someone like Chen Yan, who had seen his fair share of flowers in every garden, almost lost control. He had to bend forward slightly to avoid giving himself away. The moment they stepped out of the bar, Chen Yan could distinctly feel countless pairs of eyes boring into his back. If looks could kill, he'd probably be Swiss cheese by now. Chen Yan hailed a taxi by the roadside and helped Jiang Jixin inside. Jiang Jixin slumped into the back seat. Her long hair was scattered messily across her shoulders, and her cherry-red lips were slightly parted, exhaling breaths laced with the faint scent of alcohol. Driver, Shengtai times Hill, Block 2. With that, she collapsed and passed out completely. Thankfully, her place wasn't far, and the taxi arrived quickly. When Chen Yan carried her out of the car, he caught the driver shooting him a knowing look, as if to say, "Not bad, kid. You actually managed to score such a gorgeous girl." Chen Yan could only smile awkwardly. "Big sister, which floor do you live on? Let me help you up." Chen Yan shook Jiang Jixin's shoulders and asked. But Jiang Jixin was completely out cold. She didn't respond at all. In the end, Chen Yan rummaged through her bag and found an elevator card with the number 1801 written on it. He carried her to the door of 1801 and used the key from her bag to unlock it. Click. The door opened. Chen Yan let out a deep breath. Thank God I got it right. Otherwise, tonight would have been a real mess. Stepping inside, it was a standard one-bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, one bathroom layout. The place was tidy and clean, with a faint, refreshing fragrance hanging in the air. Chen Yan carried Jiang Jixin into the bedroom and gently laid her down on the large bed with its pink bedsheets. He even thoughtfully helped her slip off those silver high heels, revealing a pair of delicate, jade-like feet. Her toenails were painted a bright, vivid red, exuding an irresistible, seductive charm. Chen Yan's gaze slowly traveled upward from her toes, coming to rest on her long, fair, beautiful legs. He couldn't help but swallow hard. P.S. Reference purposes only. Two tiny figures were locked in a fierce battle inside his mind. In the end, the good guy figure won by a narrow margin. Sigh, I really am a gentleman through and through. Teacher Jiang, see you at school. Chen Yan draped a thin blanket over Jiang Jixin, set the air conditioner to a comfortable temperature, and walked out of the bedroom. But the moment he reached the front door, he stopped in his tracks. No, if I just leave like this, what if she wakes up and suspects I did something to her? Wouldn't I be even more wrong than Doi? After thinking it over, Chen Yan turned back to the living room, turned on the AC, and lay down on the sofa, planning to make do with sleeping there for the night. That way, the moment she woke up, she'd see the gentleman that he was. Chapter 4, Military Training. When the morning sunlight spilled across his face, Chen Yan groggily opened his eyes. He pulled his hand out from his pants and thought to himself in embarrassment, I really need to break this habit, or else all the girls will think I'm some kind of creep. Good thing I woke up early. Jiang Jixin is probably still asleep. He was just about to head downstairs to buy some breakfast when Jiang Jixin walked out of the kitchen wearing a purple camisole and carrying a tray. P.S. Outfit description for reference only. I made you 2 fried eggs and a bowl of congee. Eat up and then get home. Although, I do still want to thank you for bringing me back last night. The moment those words left her mouth, she added, Actually, never mind. You don't deserve any thanks. If it weren't for you, I never would have drunk such high-proof alcohol. Chen Yan had been about to say no need to thank me, but the words got stuck in his throat and he swallowed them back down. Forget it. Getting to eat a home-cooked breakfast made by teacher Jiang herself? This trip was well worth it. Jiang Jixin sat across from Chen Yan with one leg crossed over the other, propping her chin up with one hand. She watched him dig in with gusto and asked, Hey, how did you know my apartment number? It's written on your elevator card, Chen Yan answered between bites. Oh, I see. I have to say, your character isn't half bad. I have surveillance cameras at home, and I checked the footage from last night. Good thing you didn't do anything out of line, or else you'd be eating breakfast at the police station right now. A flicker of amusement danced in Jiang Jixin's eyes. The moment Chen Yan heard that, 2 drops of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Thank God I kept my hands to myself last night. If I hadn't been able to resist and accidentally groped somewhere I shouldn't have, my first day of school would have been spent in a police interrogation room. Halfway through the meal, it suddenly occurred to him that he didn't have Jiang Zhixin's contact information. By the way, big sister, my name is Chen Yan. What's yours? Jiang Zhixin. Oh, Ms. Jiang. Mind if we add each other on WeChat? Nope. I'm not interested in little boys. No sooner had he finished breakfast than Chen Yan was unceremoniously kicked out of the apartment. He pulled out his phone and saw that the room 303 group chat, the temptation of returning to the dorm, had 99 plus unread messages. Holy shit, what's up with third brother? He didn't come home on the very first night of the semester? Yeah, and he's not answering his phone. Did something happen to him? Well, in a situation like this, either he got kidnapped or he's having a lucky encounter with a beauty. Really? A lucky encounter? I'm this handsome and I haven't had one. How could he possibly be that lucky? Chen Yan, don't worry guys. I was out on a date with a beauty last night. I'm fine. Li Wenxin, third brother, you're finally online. Who's this beauty you're talking about? Zhang Fifan, pics or it didn't happen. Wang Rixing, pics or it didn't happen +1. Chen Yan, our counselor, teacher Jiang. Wang Rixing, I haven't read many books, so don't lie to me. Is teacher Jiang a man or a woman? Chen Yan, just kidding. Haha. I went to a reunion with some high school friends last night. Chen Yan had originally planned to show off a little, but then it hit him. At this point in time, very few people on campus even knew who Jiang Zhixin was. This was her first year right after graduating from her master's program, and his class was the very first batch of students she was assigned to. Once the semester officially started, the title of Most Beautiful Goddess Counselor would soon sweep across the entire University of Technology. I hope she doesn't resign this time. By the time Chen Yan made it back to the dorm, all three of his roommates were already up. One was admiring his hairstyle in the mirror, another was slathering on sunscreen, and the third was washing his hair. Today was the first day of military training. They all wanted to look their best to leave a good impression on the girls. Chen Yan washed up quickly, changed into his military training uniform, and sat in his chair waiting for the three peacocks to finish. 20 minutes later, after much urging from Chen Yan, the four members of room 303 finally headed out the door. The four of them walked side by side down the main road of the campus. Under the late summer, early autumn sun, they caught glimpses of fair, long legs passing by every few steps. The Hangzhou University town was home to 14 universities in total. Aside from the neighboring Communication University, the ones with the highest concentration of beautiful girls were probably the University of Technology and Yuan College. The University of Technology had a fashion school where the average girl stood at least 5 feet 7 inches, and the tuition was steep, making it a hotspot for rich, fair-skinned beauties. Yueying, on the other hand, was a cradle for training flight attendants, so the quality of the girls there went without saying. The internet was always buzzing about how the area around Communication University was packed with luxury cars, or how people would place Red Bull cans on the roofs of sports cars to wait for girls to come out. But most of that was pure rumor. At the very least, during his 4 years studying here, Chen Yan had never once seen any idiot put water bottles on top of their car. Those viral videos online, 99% of them were staged scripts designed by social media influencers to farm views. Third brother, do you think there'll be any beauties in our class? Yesterday's class meeting didn't even have a self-introduction session. I couldn't even get a clear look at the girls' faces. Since Chen Yan was the third oldest in room 303, Zhang Fifan had taken to calling him third brother. You'll see soon enough, won't you? Chen Yan replied, completely unfazed. In reality, from what Chen Yan remembered of his past life, there really weren't any stunningly beautiful girls in their class, just a few girls who were above average in looks. But with his current standards, they certainly wouldn't stir even a ripple in his heart. The four of them walked all the way to the sports field, only to find it already packed with people. Everyone was gathered together by class. Chen Yan spotted Tang Ling standing at the front, holding up a small flag that read Economics and Management Class 4. Quite a few people from their class had already arrived, but as usual, everyone was still chatting in their respective dorm groups. Before long, the instructors arrived. They directed everyone to line up by height and stand at attention. Then the school leaders took the stage to deliver their speeches. The September sun was still brutal. The students had no interest in listening to the principal read from his script. They silently cursed him in their heads, wondering why he had so much useless nonsense to say. It was nearly 10 a.m. by the time the school leaders finished their speeches and the military training opening ceremony finally came to an end. Next, the instructors for each class stepped forward one by one to lead their students away and begin the official training. Everyone was familiar with the contents of military training. It was basically the same as high school. However, sometimes the instructors would split the boys and girls into two separate lines, facing each other in two rows. Because they were all standing at attention, everyone had to keep their heads high and chests out, staring straight ahead. This actually made it much easier for the hormone-fueled young men and women to get a good look at each other. The three peacocks from room 303 no longer had to sneak glances at the girls. They could now stare openly, and no one would find it strange. The first day of military training finally came to an end. Li Wenxin suggested going out for barbecue to treat themselves, and he'd foot the bill. No one had any objections. They planned to head back to the dorm to change clothes, then go out for a meal. It wasn't until after graduation in his past life that Chen Yan found out Li Wenxin was actually a low-key rich kid. His family owned a massive food processing plant. During their senior year, while everyone else was busy sending out resumes and hunting for jobs, Li Wenxin spent all day gaming in the dorm. After graduating, he went straight back to Shandong to inherit the family business. You really can't compare yourself to others, or you'll just piss yourself off. On the way back to the dorm, the boys' conversations inevitably revolved around girls. Even though there weren't any particularly stunning beauties in their class, the four of them still managed to chat about it the entire way back. I think Qin Wenwen is the prettiest. She's just a bit short. I'd say around 5 feet 3 inches. But her facial features are absolutely delicate. Hehe, I like Bai Sini. She's totally my type. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Lu Tingting has a great figure. I'd say at least a C cup, right? Yeah, 9 times out of 10. There's a really pretty girl in the neighboring class. Did you guys see her? Which one? The one with the ponytail and the dimples when she smiles. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the horizon a brilliant red. Groups of boys and girls walked side by side across every corner of the campus. The first stirrings of young love sprouted quietly like fresh buds in spring. Perhaps this was what youth was all about. Chapter 5. Hello, Teacher Jiang. September in Hangzhou was still scorching hot. Even with sunscreen applied, the grueling 2-week military training had left everyone at least 2 shades darker. Today marked the end of military training, and an indescribable sense of relief washed over every student in economics and management class 4. The girls, in particular, were overjoyed at the thought of returning to their comfortable daily routines and finally being able to wear their favorite pretty outfits again. At 11 a.m., when the whistle blew, signaling the end of training, everyone began saying their goodbyes to the instructors. Many emotional students had tears welling up in their eyes. They exchanged WeChat contacts with their instructors, promising to keep in touch often. These naive college students were always full of hope for the future. In reality, forget staying in touch. Being nothing more than like-for-like friends on social media would already count as a remarkably close relationship. After lunch, the 4 peacocks of room 303 unanimously flopped onto their beds for an afternoon nap. After all, they had been standing at attention for half a month. Now that they were finally free, surely they needed a full day and night of sleep to recharge. But the moment they hit the mattress, the restless young men tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Perhaps it was the thought of Jingshi starting classes tomorrow that kept them awake. Aside from Chen Yan, the old hand who had been through it all before, the other 3 were feeling more or less uneasy. Holy shit, you guys need to check the campus forum right now. Li Wenxin suddenly bolted upright from his bed. His 170 pounds of flesh sent the dorm's metal bunk bed creaking and groaning. Keep it down. Old Li, act your age. Why are you always so jumpy? Wang Rixing had just been about to video call his girlfriend when Li Wenxin's shout interrupted him mid-dial. Look at the top post on the forum. Someone spotted Jiang Muyun eating at our Zone 3 cafeteria. Jiangnan University of Technology had 3 cafeterias in total. The Osmanthus Garden in Zone 1, the Rose Garden in Zone 2, and the Ziwei Pavilion in Zone 3. Room 303 was located in Zone 3, so Chen Yan and his roommates usually ate at the Ziwei Pavilion. Who's Jiang Muyun? Zhang Fifan poked his head out from under the blanket, a pair of earbuds still dangling from his ears. Chen Yan didn't even need to guess. He knew the kid was definitely watching adult films under the covers. The girl who's been trending all over the freshman forum. She's also from the School of Economics and Management. So what do you guys say? Want to head to Ziwei Pavilion and see if the real person lives up to her photos? Li Wenxin's face was flushed with excitement, his chubby cheeks jiggling as he spoke. Sure, why not? We've got nothing else to do. What if she falls for me? Zhang Fifan had already yanked out his earbuds and was getting out of bed. Chen Yan, what about you? Wang Rixing asked, looking over at Chen Yan in the neighboring bunk. At that moment, Chen Yan was lying in bed with his hands clasped behind his head, one leg crossed over the other, searching his memory for any recollections of Jiang Miyun. From what he remembered, she really was an exceptionally beautiful girl, and a top student at that, the kind who won scholarships. A girl like her would have suitors lining up all the way to the Qiantang River. Before he succeeded in business in his past life, Chen Yan had just been an ordinary college student from an average family with mediocre grades. Sure, he was somewhat good-looking, but he was quiet and awkward, completely invisible among the thousands of other students. Naturally, he never had any real interaction with a goddess like Jiang Miyun. Chen Yan had only caught a few distant glimpses of her during large lectures and had never even exchanged a single word with her. TCH, look at you guys, so desperate. We're all in the same major. There'll be plenty of chances to see her during those big lectures. What's the rush? A real man knows that playing hard to get is what makes the girls fall for you. Chen Yan flicked a booger he had just picked onto the floor and said casually. Ah! Wang Rixing let out a blood-curdling scream. Chen Yan, you son of a bitch. You flicked your booger onto my bed. After Chen Yan poured cold water on their plans, none of the room 303 guys ended up going to catch a glimpse of the campus bell. However, the thought of napping was long gone, because their class assistant, Tang Ling, had just tagged everyone in the class group chat. Class meeting at 3:30 p.m. sharp. Counselor Teacher Jiang will be there too. Don't be late. Immediately after, the next message in the class 4 group chat read, Tang Ling invited Jiang Yuezhao Jixin to join the group chat. Jiang Yuezhao Jixin. Hello everyone. I'm your counselor. There will be a class meeting this afternoon at 3:30 in classroom N101. Please arrive on time. Grinning emoji. Jiang Jixin's profile picture was a pink cartoon piglet. Chen Yan couldn't help but find it a little funny. It clashed completely with her seductive appearance. What was the term from his future life for this again? Ah, right, Gapmo, contrast cuteness. You guys think Teacher Jiang might be a total knockout, he. Zhang Fifan snickered sleazily from the side. Yeah, right. She's probably a guy for all we know. These days, some greasy middle-aged creeps love using cartoon avatars to act innocent. Looking at that profile pic, she's probably a 150-pound fatso. What do you think, third brother? Chen Yan thought these idiots were absolutely hilarious. They had to gossip about every female creature in sight. He waved a hand dismissively and said, why bother overthinking it? It's still early. Come on, let's play a few rounds of Jia Jinhua bluff. The 4 of them played cards until 3:20 p.m., then hurriedly rushed downstairs and made their way toward the teaching building. By the time they arrived at N101, almost everyone from class 4 was already there. Tang Ling was sitting in the front row. Seeing the 4 guys from room 303 walk in right at the last minute, she waved them over and told them to quickly find a seat. The 4 of them found seats toward the back. A short while later, a click-clack sound echoed from the marble steps outside the classroom as Jiang Jixin walked in wearing a pair of black high heels. The moment she appeared in the doorway, the previously noisy classroom fell dead silent. Time itself seemed to freeze. Needless to say, aside from Chen Yan and Tang Ling, who had already met her, every single student in class 4 was utterly captivated by this devastatingly beautiful woman. Their eyes followed her as if under a spell, completely unable to look away. Jiang Jixin was dressed in a black professional pencil skirt paired with a white silk blouse. Her long, slender legs were clad in nude stockings, and on her feet were those black high heels. Her silky, smooth long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a black waterfall. She wore light makeup, which made her already exquisite features appear even more flawless, causing hearts to pound wildly in every chest. One glance from her in the crowd, and all other colors in the world fade to dust. Finally, some guy who couldn't hold it in any longer blurted out a holy shit, setting off a wave of laughter from the surrounding students. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze. Tonight, the name Jiang Jixin would probably explode all over the campus forum. Jiang Jixin walked up to the podium and said with a smile, "Looks like everyone is here. Let's begin the class meeting. I'll start with a self-introduction. My name is Jiang Jixin." As she spoke, she turned around and wrote her name on the blackboard in neat, delicate handwriting. I did my graduate studies here at Jiangda, and I just graduated this year. You are my very first batch of students. So, although you call me teacher, I'm really not that much older than you. We shouldn't have much of a generation gap when communicating. Since we're all new to this, I hope you'll all be patient with me. Yes. The moment her voice faded, someone, no one knew who, took the lead, and thunderous applause erupted from the room. Chen Yan looked at the other three guys from room 303, whose faces were flushed with excitement, their palms red from clapping so hard. The drawing power of a beautiful woman really is terrifying, he thought, especially someone of Jiang Zhixin's caliber. To these innocent 18-year-old boys, it was like using a rocket launcher to swat a mosquito. Complete and utter overkill. Thank you for the applause. Now, getting down to business. The theme of today's class meeting is the election of class officers. If anyone wants to run for class monitor or league branch secretary, please raise your hand. We'll hold the official vote next Monday. As soon as Jiang Zhixin finished speaking, the quiet classroom erupted into chatter once again. Students whispered to one another, discussing in low voices. Over in the room 303 corner, Li Wenxin took the lead. Should one of us run for office? I know being a class officer is a thankless job, but at least it means more opportunities to interact with Teacher Jiang. I'll do it. If I could be with Teacher Jiang every day, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Zhang Fifan said excitedly. Give it a rest. With a face like yours, you think you can be class monitor? Wang Rixing scoffed, then turned to Chen Yan. Third brother, what about you? Any thoughts? I'll pass. I'm planning to start a small business on the side in college. Being a class officer comes with too many trivial matters. I won't have the time. Chen Yan shook his head. Out of the 20 male and 23 female students in class 4, 10 boys and 7 girls ended up raising their hands. This was undoubtedly thanks to Jiang Zhixin's otherworldly beauty. In any other class, having 2 or 3 people raise their hands would be considered a lot. Some classes even ended up with 0 volunteers, forcing the counselor to appoint people on the spot. Inside classroom N101, most of the girls were seated in the front rows, while the boys had clustered toward the back. As a result, the few boys who hadn't raised their hands stood out like sore thumbs. Jiang Zhixin's gaze swept across the room. The moment she saw Chen Yan's grinning face, her expression froze. Her eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Thinking back to that chance encounter the other night, her heartbeat inexplicably began to race. No way. I actually ran into such a cliché situation. She quickly looked away, biting her lower lip gently. Her palms were already sweating from nervousness, but she maintained a calm, composed facade as she smiled and said, "All right, those of you who raised your hands should prepare well over the next few days. You'll come up to give your speeches next Monday. Also, if you have any issues, you can tag me in the class group chat or add me on WeChat. Just remember to include your real name in the verification message." That's all for today's class meeting. With that, Jiang Zhixin turned and hurried out of the classroom in her high heels. The moment she was a safe distance away, the students immediately broke out into excited discussions. Holy crap, our counselor is way too beautiful. I've never seen a girl this gorgeous in my entire life. I'm definitely running for class monitor. By the way, does the school have any rules against teachers and students dating? You think you're worthy? No. I just secretly took a photo of her. I'm setting it as my wallpaper. I'm going to pin a post about her on the forum. Inside N101, both boys and girls were buzzing with excitement, even feeling a strange sense of superiority. Look, this gorgeous goddess is our counselor. The 4 guys from room 303 walked toward the cafeteria together. Wow, Teacher Jiang approved my friend request. Zhang Fifan was so excited, he almost jumped. Mine too. +1. Let's check Teacher Jiang's moments. Chen Yan pulled out his Samsung phone, opened WeChat, and at the very top of his chat list was the message. Jiang Zhixin has accepted your friend request. You can now start chatting. Hello, Teacher Jiang. This is Chen Yan. Chen Yan looked at the message he had typed out, then pressed send. Chapter 6. A Spring Dream Leaves No Trace. However, even after finishing dinner, Jiang Zhixin still hadn't replied. In his past life, after achieving business success, Chen Yan had thousands of girls in his WeChat contacts. Combined with the fact that he was decent looking, all he had to do was snap a selfie in his car, pair it with a slightly melancholic and lonely caption, and post it to his moments. He could fish for attention and reel in dozens of girls offering their dudong concern. And Chen Yan almost never replied. On the surface, he looked every bit the cool, aloof heartthrob. In reality, he was deriving a perverted sense of pleasure from being worshipped by women who were goddesses in other people's eyes. Fuck. Back then, I was always the one ignoring other people's messages. Now it's my turn to be the fish. The intense psychological imbalance got the better of him, and he couldn't help but send a few more stickers to test the waters. Still, nothing but radio silence. Heh, woman, are you playing hard to get with me? Chen Yan stared at his phone screen until the low battery warning popped up at 20%, then finally put it down. He looked exactly like a simp from a future era. Forget it. Women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. After plugging in his phone to charge, Chen Yan walked out of the dorm building and headed to a nearby print shop. Boss lady, print me 100 sheets. 10 minutes later, the printing was done. Chen Yan handed over a 10 yuan bill. Back in 2013, mobile payments weren't yet a thing. Cash was still king for most transactions. My first pot of gold depends on you guys. Each crisp, white A4 sheet had only 2 simple lines printed on it. Senior about to graduate. Second-hand electric scooter on sale at a tearful 90% discount. Only 199 yuan. Interested? Add WeChat. XXXXXX. Below that were 2 photos of a scooter in nearly brand new condition. The year 2013 marked the dawn of the WeChat business era. The top performers among them even raked in hundreds of millions. In his past life, there was a Douyin influencer with tens of millions of followers who supposedly made a fortune in the 8-10 range by selling medicated plasters through WeChat business in 2015. Chen Yan had no intention of becoming a WeChat business operator himself. For a reborn man, making money that way felt like a serious loss of dignity. Besides, making big money through WeChat business in this era ultimately relied on a pyramid scheme-style recruitment model. It simply wasn't respectable. However, the underlying strategy of WeChat business was worth borrowing. In 2013, WeChat didn't have the strict review processes of later years, nor were there daily limits on how many people you could add. As long as you had the skills, you could max out your 5,000 friend limit in a single day. It was precisely this kind of environment that gave birth to many WeChat business tycoons. Electric scooters were incredibly practical on a university campus, especially at a massive school like the University of Technology, which spanned over 2,100 acres. The distance between the farthest dormitory building and the teaching buildings was a solid 3 to 4 kilometers. Walking there every day was completely unrealistic. Most students opted to buy a bicycle for commuting. After all, a decent electric scooter cost at least 3,000 yuan or more, a price tag that was hard for most people to shoulder. But a second-hand electric scooter for 199 yuan? That was an absolute steal in any university town. Chen Yan planned to start by posting these 100 flyers on the bulletin boards outside the cafeteria, the areas with the highest foot traffic. At 9 p.m., the temperature was just right. A gentle evening breeze brushed against his face like smooth silk, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Over at the University of Electronic Science and Technology, right next door to the University of Technology, under the cover of night, a man could be seen with a cigarette dangling from his lips, pants rolled up, sneakily pasting something onto the bulletin board by the cafeteria. He looked exactly like those people who slip yellow cards on a car side mirrors. Chen Yan sprinted back to the dorm building just moments before the curfew locked the doors. The dorm supervisor Andy saw Chen Yan looking dusty and exhausted, sweat dripping down his face. She couldn't help but tease him. "Young man, coming back so late. Were you out on a date with your girlfriend?" "Yes, Auntie. She insisted on taking me to a hotel for the night. How could I agree to that? I ran back as fast as I could." Chen Yan said this and then hopped on the elevator, leaving the dorm supervisor standing there utterly dumbfounded. He jogged all the way to room 303 and pushed the door open, only to find his 3 roommates in the middle of a League of Legends session. Hearing the door open, Li Wenxin turned his head. "Third brother, hurry up. We need you for ranked." None of the 4 guys in room 303 came from particularly poor families, so before starting college, their parents had all equipped them with laptops. "All right, let me take a shower first," Chen Yan replied with a nod. The 4 of them gamed until 3 a.m. before finally calling it quits. The main reason they stopped was that their very first college class started at 8 a.m. the next morning. Otherwise, they would have grinded until sunrise without question. Love even unto death. Only in utter devotion is there true release. Such deep emotion can only be expressed this way. At 7:30 a.m., Chen Yan was jolted awake by a piercing alarm tone. Zhang Fifan, you son of a bitch. Can you change that ringtone? You almost gave me a heart attack. Chen Yan cursed groggily. Hee, third brother. The more the alarm, the more effective it is. If I use something soft and gentle, you'd probably never wake up. Zhang Fifan crawled out from under his blanket and said with a sleazy grin. After being roused by the alarm, the four roommates washed up briefly, then headed to the cafeteria for breakfast before class. The first class was microeconomics. Chen Yan was completely lost, and before he knew it, he had dozed off, face down on the desk. In his dream, Jiang Zhixin was wearing a white slip dress. She sat down beside him and gently shook his shoulder. Honey, wake up. It's time to get up and eat breakfast. As she spoke, she slipped off her clothes, and with her bare, tender feet, she climbed onto him. Right at the critical moment. Suddenly, Chen Yan felt the world spinning. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling was swaying violently. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Nanny, what the hell? Wasn't I at Teacher Zhang's place? Why the hell is Wang Rixing pushing me? Fine, pushing me is one thing, but why is he making all those weird faces? What a freak. Wait, why is Wang Rixing at Teacher Zhang's place too? And then, Chen Yan's brain snapped back to reality in an instant. Shit, so I was dreaming. Student Chen Yan, is it? Sleeping through your very first college class. I will be reporting this to your counselor and homeroom teacher. Chen Yan turned his head toward the lecturer, who was standing beside him with a blank expression. The teacher pushed up his glasses, jotted Chen Yan's name down in his notebook, then turned and walked back to the podium. Once the lecturer was out of earshot, Zhang Fifan, who was sitting next to Chen Yan, gave him a big thumbs up. Third brother, you're a legend. Sleeping right in front of the teacher on the very first day of class. Damn it, why didn't you guys wake me up when the teacher came over? Chen Yan snapped. Third brother, I called your name several times. You didn't respond at all, Wang Rixing said helplessly. After that commotion, Chen Yan was wide awake. He pulled out his phone, logged into his alternate WeChat account, and saw a 99 plus red dot in his contacts. His heart leaped with joy. It looked like last night's flyers had worked. He tapped into the contact list and saw a total of over 500 friend requests. It hadn't even hit peak hours yet. Once lunchtime and dinner time rolled around, even more people would be adding him. Chen Yan changed his display name to Senior Chun Ingjun, Handsome Chun, and updated his signature to read, ultra-low-price second-hand electric scooters available weekly. Stay tuned to my moments. Then, he went through and accepted every single friend request one by one. By the time he finished, his chat list was already showing 99 plus unread messages. Senior, is that scooter still available? I want it. Hello, when can I come check out the scooter? Hello, Senior, I'm a freshman. This is a photo of me. Can you sell the scooter to me? Chen Yan couldn't possibly reply to them all, so he decided to post an update on his moments instead. Hello everyone, juniors and freshmen. I'm Senior Chen Ingjun from the University of Technology. That scooter was just sold for 199 yuan. But don't worry, in a little while, my classmates' scooters will all be going through me as well. Keep an eye on my moments for updates. It didn't take long for the comments section to fill up. Ah, what a shame. I thought I added him pretty early, but someone beat me to it. Please, Senior. Next time, give me a heads up. Haha, what a scam. Blacklisted. What a clown. By lunchtime, Chen Yan's WeChat contact list saw another explosive surge. It wasn't until after 8 p.m. that the contact list finally began to settle down. Chen Yan checked the bottom of his contact list. It showed 2,380 friends. After subtracting the people who had deleted him throughout the day, he figured he had around 2,000 solid connections left. How much commercial value did it hold to funnel 2,000 people into a private traffic pool in a single day? Others might not have known, but Chen Yan knew exactly. Back when he started his first e-commerce business in his past life, he constantly had to buy traffic. The average online customer acquisition cost had already reached 20 yuan per person, or even higher. In other words, just on this one day alone, from the perspective of advertising costs, he had saved at least 40,000 yuan. This is only the first day, and I only posted flyers at 4 schools. If I covered all 14 universities, with 200,000 college students in the university town, I could probably reach at least a tenth of them. As Chen Yan was silently crunching the numbers in his head, a sudden loud "ah" pierced the air. Zhang Fifan, bare-chested, had leaped onto his bunk bed and was now shyly wrapping himself up tightly in his blanket. The previously noisy dorm room fell silent in an instant, as if someone had hit the mute button. Chen Yan looked up and glanced toward the door, only to see Counselor Jiang Zhixin standing there, looking absolutely stunning. Her long hair fell naturally down her shoulders. She wore a fresh, youthful-style dress that cinched at her slender waist. The hem ended about 4 inches above her knees, showing off a pair of long, beautiful legs. At 5 feet 7 inches, even in flat shoes, her figure was tall and graceful. Jiang Zhixin raised her hand and knocked on the doorframe. "Student Chen Yan, come out here with me for a moment." "Okay." Chen Yan got up and followed her out. Inside room 303. Li Wenxin, "Holy shit. Teacher Jiang actually came to our dorm for a room check? That's so thrilling." Zhang Fifan, I wasn't wearing a shirt just now. Is she going to think I'm a flasher?" Wang Rixing, "Sigh. Guys, what do you think Teacher Jiang wanted with third brother?" Li Wenxin, "Probably about him getting caught sleeping in class this morning." Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Yan followed Jiang Zhixin downstairs to the ground floor of the dorm building. Despite the aura of "keep your distance" that she radiated, she still attracted the gaze of every male student passing by. Some guys had clearly already walked into the building, but deliberately pretended to have forgotten something just so they could walk back out and steal another glance at Jiang Zhixin. There was no helping it. Anyone who laid eyes on her for the first time would be stunned. To put it bluntly, in both his lives, Chen Yan had never seen anyone more beautiful than her. "Care to take a walk with me?" Jiang Zhixin said. Chen Yan nodded. "Sure." Watching the two of them walk side by side along the tree-lined path on campus, countless male hearts were filled with envy and resentment. "Do you know why I asked to see you, student Chen Yan?" Jiang Zhixin said, her expression turning serious. "I have no idea. Could it be that Teacher Jiang missed me and came here specifically to see me?" Chen Yan replied with a cheeky grin. "Student Chen Yan, stop messing around. Today, Professor Wang from the economics department told me about your glorious deed, sleeping like a log in class on the very first day of the semester." Jiang Zhixin furrowed her delicate brows and put on a look of feigned anger. "Hee, I just stayed up way too late last night." Chen Yan scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. "For the sake of you bringing me home last time, I'll let it slide this time. But don't let it happen again." Jiang Zhixin hesitated for a moment, then continued. "Actually, the real reason I came to see you today was to say thank you." "Thank me?" Chen Yan blinked. "That woman came to the office to cause trouble for me today. It wasn't until I showed her the chat logs that she realized she had misunderstood me. She apologized and left in disgrace. If you hadn't reminded me that night, today would have been a real mess." Jiang Zhixin's tone was utterly sincere. "Oh, that. It was nothing, really. If you really want to thank me, treat me to a meal. Didn't you just say it was nothing?" Jiang Zhixin shot him a sideways glance. "Fine. A meal it is. Tell me what you want to eat." "Hee, I'll take a rain check. I'll hit you up when I'm in the mood for something." Chen Yan said with a smile. "All right. Get some rest early. Study hard from now on. No more sleeping in class." With that, Jiang Zhixin turned and walked away, her long, straight, perfectly toned legs carrying her down the path. Looks like Teacher Jiang won't be resigning this time around. When Chen Yan got back to the dorm, the 3 peacocks from room 303 immediately swarmed him. "A whole half hour. Third brother, tell us, what were you and Teacher Jiang doing for that entire half hour?" Li Wenxin was the first to ask. The other two stared at Chen Yan intently. "Obviously, we went to the woods for a date." Chen Yan spread his hands. "TCH. Yeah, right. I don't believe it." "Me neither. Don't believe me? I'm exhausted. Let's hit the sack early tonight." Chapter 7. Business Layout. The morning air was exceptionally fresh, carrying a slight chill. Chen Yan happened to have no classes that morning. After waking up, he went to get a haircut, which set him back a cool 500 yuan. In reality, Chen Yan's facial features were quite handsome, even carrying a hint of roguish charm. After the haircut, his whole appearance became even more striking. After that, he went to the service center and got 4 new SIM cards, then headed to a phone shop to buy a second-hand phone, spending a total of 1,000 yuan. Next, he loaded 1,000 yuan onto his meal card. After running through this entire sequence of errands, the 8,000 yuan start-of-school red envelope he had brought from home was down to just over 5,000 yuan. He used the new SIM cards to register 4 additional WeChat accounts. Combined with the 2 accounts he already had, that gave him a maximum capacity of 30,000 friends. For the early stages, this should be more than enough. Ding ding ding. His phone notification chimed. Chen Yan pulled out his phone for a glance. People had already started sending friend requests, though the frequency was noticeably lower than yesterday. The next step was to print a few more batches of new flyers and plaster them across all 14 universities. Chen Yan picked up his phone and dialed Yang Jinchuan's number. "Old Jin, I'm coming to your campus at noon. You'd better treat me to lunch." Yang Jinquan and Chen Yan were childhood friends from the same village, and they had also been classmates all through elementary, middle, and high school, 12 years in total. You could say they were practically attached at the hip. His college entrance exam score was 10 points higher than Chen Yan's, and he was currently studying at the University of Industry and Commerce, located in the eastern part of the university town. "No problem at all. Just come on over," Yang Jinquan agreed without hesitation. After getting the new flyers printed at the print shop, Chen Yan hailed a taxi to the University of Industry and Commerce. Room 303 Group Chat. The temptation of returning to the dorm. "Chen Yan, guys, I've got something going on this afternoon, so I won't be making it to class. If the professor takes attendance, make sure to answer for me, alright?" Li Wenxin. "Come on, third brother. Accounting might be one thing, but you're also skipping Teacher Zhang's moral education class this afternoon? Are you crazy?" Chen Yan. "Then just mark me present for accounting. As for moral education, does a 3 good youth like me really need to take that?" Zhang Fifan. "Third brother, by 3 good youth, you mean good at eating, good at sleeping, and good at ogling girls, right?" By the time Chen Yan arrived at the gates of the University of Industry and Commerce, classes had just let out. Students were pouring out of the classrooms in groups, flowing continuously toward the sports field, the cafeteria, and various other directions. Chen Yan stood at the school gate, waiting for Yang Jinquan to meet up with him. "Yanzi, over here." A short, dark-skinned guy was waving at him. Chen Yan walked over to Yang Jinquan with a smile. Yang Jinquan was around 5 feet 8 inches, wearing a plaid shirt. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high-bridged nose. Looking purely at his facial features, he bore a slight resemblance to Jimmy Lin. However, this guy was a bit socially anxious. The moment he spoke to a pretty girl, he'd blush and even stammer. When Chen Yan reached Yang Jinquan, the latter noticed the bag full of A4 papers in his hand. "What's all this?" "The stepping stone to my grand enterprise," Chen Yan said, finishing his little show of arrogance. He then patted Yang Jinquan on the shoulder. "All right, let's go eat. University of Industry and Commerce cafeteria." "What? You're planning to start a business just 2 days into the semester?" Yang Jinquan asked, staring at the flyer in his hand. "No choice. Time is tight. I need to have the framework set up before the National Day holiday. I'll also need your help later to put up flyers at the cafeteria entrance." "That's no big deal. I don't have afternoon classes anyway. By the way, Yinzi, are there any beauties in your class?" "There are only 10 girls in my class, and none of them are particularly good-looking. They're not even as pretty as the girls from our high school," Yang Jinquan said between bites. "I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention," Chen Yan replied flatly. "Damn, it's only been a few days, but why do I feel like you've become a completely different person? Aren't you planning on dating anymore?" "Dating? Women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. Once I succeed in business, I'll just wait for the senior girls to throw themselves at me." "At me? Yeah, right. Keep bragging." Yang Jinquan curled his lip, clearly not buying it. Chen Yan looked at his childhood friend of over 10 years and suddenly remembered that, even up until his rebirth in his past life, Yang Jinquan had still died a virgin. In this life, if there's a suitable girl, I should probably help out old Jin's second cousin a bit and spare him some of that suffering. After lunch, the two split up the work. Yang Jinquan was in charge of the 5 universities in the eastern part of the university town, while Chen Yan took the other 5 in the western part. The sun slowly dipped below the horizon, dyeing the originally azure sky a brilliant orange red. Chen Yan finished putting up the last flyer and let out a long breath. "Done. Finally, I can take the first step." Just then, his phone, tucked away in his pocket, started vibrating. Chen Yan pulled it out and checked the screen. It was a message from Teacher Jiang. "Jiang Yuezhao Jixin. Student Chen Yan, I just told you last night to study hard. And today you skip class. Jiang Yuezhao Jixin. You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation, or I will definitely call your parents." Angry emoji. Chen Ingjun. "Teacher Jiang, please let me explain. I'm planning to start a business on campus. Today I was out handling some preliminary work and didn't have time to ask you for leave." Jiang Yuezhao Jixin. Start a business? Are you trying to apply for a stall at the Student Activity Center? Even so, you can't skip class. Jiang Jixin thought his so-called starting a business was just the usual small-scale college student side hustle. At best, Maybe opening a bubble tea shop off campus. Chen Jun. No. Relying on a stall? Even if I ran it for 100 years, I still wouldn't be able to save up enough for the bride price to marry teacher Jiang. Jiang Yuezhao Jixin. University of Technology Faculty Office. Jiang Jixin gently bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushing a faint pink. Bastard. Skipping my class and still daring to flirt with me. Come on, Jixin. It's time to clock out. Why are you just standing there? Let's go get dinner together. By the way, the counselor for Economics and Management Class 3, who sat at the desk next to Jiang Jixin, called out to her. All right, let's go. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Yan had also called Yang Jingquan to check on his progress. He found out that Yang had already finished his part, so Chen Yan offered to go over and help. By the time he got back to the dorm, it was almost 9 p.m. The room was completely empty. They had probably gone to the internet cafe as a squad for a ranked session. After all, the dorm Wi-Fi was truly abysmal. He went down to the first floor to fetch some hot water, made himself a bucket of instant noodles, then opened his laptop and logged onto 58.com to search for part-time jobs in Hangzhou. Taobao order brushing, daily pay 80 yuan. No good. Too risky. Part-time evening job, 1,00010,000 yuan per day. Female college students only. Even worse. Absolutely not. Handing out flyers at the passenger transport center, 120 yuan per day. Hiring in bulk. Contact 138-8976 Now this one had potential. Chen Yan took a screenshot to save it. National Day Golden Week Travel Rush. Zaiwiguan and Green Tea Chain Restaurant hiring part-time servers. Need 100 people daily. For salary inquiries, call 135. This one worked too. Yangli Children's Education hiring several college student part-timers. Daily wage 200 yuan, paid weekly. Interested parties contact. Asterisk. When Li Wenxin and the other two returned, they saw Chen Yan slurping instant noodles with one hand, staring intently at his laptop screen, and scribbling notes in a notebook with the other. Wang Rixing walked over for a closer look. Third brother, were you busy with this part-time gig while skipping class? Third brother, if you're short on living expenses, you can always borrow from us. We're all brothers here, Li Wenxin said, thumping his chest. No, you guys misunderstood. I'm not short on cash right now. I'm planning to start a small business of my own. Chen Yan didn't go into specifics about what he was about to do. He simply told them he had a plan and that everyone shouldn't worry. Third brother, you're already a celebrity in our class. Sleeping and talking in your sleep during yesterday's class, and now skipping the counselor's class today. I sincerely salute you, Zhang Fifan said, cupping his hands in mock respect and unable to resist teasing him. Chen Yan let out a sigh. Sigh, it's all because of my damn charm and otherworldly looks. I just can't keep a low profile even if I try. Third brother, when it comes to thick skin, if you claim second place, absolutely no one would dare claim first. Since you're already this famous, you might as well run for class monitor. All the guys in our class would definitely vote for you. This wasn't hard to understand. After suffering through 3 grueling years of high school, who didn't want to take it easy once they finally made it to college? If someone like Chen Yan, who skipped class on just the second day of the semester, became class monitor, then whenever you wanted to slack off, ask for leave, or skip a class, he definitely wouldn't snitch to the teacher. In fact, he'd probably cover for you. But be class monitor? When you've been reborn, who in their right mind would want to be class monitor? My goal is the Sea of Stars. Chapter 8. Negotiations. For the next 2 days, Chen Yan didn't make any big moves. He attended classes as usual, constantly accepting new WeChat friend requests and clearing out the contacts who had already deleted him. After a few days of steady growth, he now had 15,000 friends in his network, roughly 7% of the entire university town's student population. Room 303 was buzzing with an unusually cheerful energy today, because tomorrow would mark their very first weekend of college. They only had one big lecture this morning. Once that was over, they'd be free to enjoy a 2.5-day break. Guys, remember to mark me present, all right? I need to head out for a bit today, Chen Yan said to his roommates after finishing up his grooming. Heading out again, third brother? Even I, a guy with a girlfriend, am not as busy as you, Wang Rixing said, watching Chen Yan fuss over his hair in the mirror. No choice. I've got to save up enough for teacher John's bride price as soon as possible. Chen Yan threw out a random excuse. Third brother, I'll put it on record right now. If you manage to win over teacher Jiang, I'll perform a handstand while taking a shit, Zhang Fifan chimed in. Wait, let me record this. Say it again. I'll say it 100 times. Third brother, if you can win over teacher Jiang, I'll perform a handstand while taking a shit. You're on. Chen Yan took a taxi to a tutoring center called Yangli Children's Education in Sanli Pavilion. After getting out of the car, he realized the place was still under renovation. Aside from a few large dark blue characters spelling out Yangli Education on the eaves, everything else was just bare concrete. Just then, a short, bald man in his 40s walked out. He was wearing a pink shirt tucked into his pants, revealing a gleaming Hermes belt buckle. Chen Yan walked over with a smile and offered a soft Zhonghua cigarette. You must be the owner of this place? Who are you? The bald man accepted the cigarette, sizing Chen Yan up and down as he asked. I'm the vice president of the student union at Jiangnan University of Technology. My name is Chen Yan. As he spoke, Chen Yan pulled out his student ID and campus card. When you're out in the world, your identity is something you give yourself. There's no helping it. In China, when it comes to doing business, perceived strength always comes before actual ability. In many business dealings, the two parties don't know each other well. If the other party wants to quickly assess whether you have the capability to pull off something big, but doesn't have the time to conduct a deep background check, what happens? To minimize their risk of making a mistake, they'll judge your strength based on what you're wearing and what car you drive. In situations like these, cleverly showing off your financial strength through these kinds of is absolutely necessary. A car worth over 1,000,000 yuan or a watch worth over 100,000 will, in most cases, speak louder than 1,000 words. Chen Yan couldn't quite pull off a luxury car or a fancy watch right now, so he had to gild himself through his identity. As for why he claimed to be the vice president, because the president can be looked up on Baidu, but no one really cares about who the vice president is. The moment the bald man heard that the young man standing before him was the vice president of the student union at a prestigious first-tier university, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in his eyes. What do you need from me? Well, boss, I saw online that you're hiring a lot of college student part-timers. I happen to have some influence at my school and know plenty of capable students. I'd like to propose a partnership. I'll take over all the part-time staffing for you. That way, you won't have to waste your valuable time calling and interviewing people one by one. Chen Yan spoke with composure and confidence. My new school is about to finish renovations and will be opening after National Day. I'll need a lot of part-timers for promotion, plus some long-term teaching assistants. Conservatively, I'd say I need about 50 people. The bald man paused to think, exhaling a perfect smoke ring as he spoke slowly. This was his way of signaling that he was willing to continue the conversation. If he wasn't interested, he would have already made up an excuse to turn Chen Yan down. From here on out, as long as the two sides could reach an agreement on price and details, the deal would be sealed. 50 people is no problem. I can get them for you within a day, Chen Yan replied confidently. If you can really bring 50 people here during the National Day holiday, that would save me a lot of trouble. The bald man nodded in approval. Boss, I saw that you're offering 200 yuan a day for part-timers online. Not all positions are 200. Teaching assistants get 200 a day. People who go out on the streets to collect parents' phone numbers get 150 a day. Flyer distributors get 100 a day. The bald man casually tossed his cigarette butt on the ground and said with a sleazy grin. This was pretty much in line with Chen Yan's expectations. In his future life, job postings that advertised a monthly salary of 5,000 to 15,000 yuan would turn out. Once you actually showed up, to pay you barely 5,000, if that. Chen Yan didn't say anything. He frowned slightly, looking exactly like a guy who had been catfishing online for months, only to meet his girlfriend in person and realize she looked nothing like her photos, utterly heartbroken from the deception. Watching his expression, the bald man thought to himself, Kid, I'm just giving you a small taste of how cruel the real world is. I'm actually being pretty decent here. Why are you acting like you just ate shit? After about 2 minutes of silence, Chen Yan finally spoke up. Here's the thing, boss. Add an extra 20 yuan per person per day, and I'll handle paying their wages. I'll also provide after-sales service. If anyone quits halfway through, I'll immediately arrange for a replacement so your progress isn't delayed. Ha, you little shit, you're a sharp one, aren't you? Trying to skim some off your own classmates, huh? All right, deal. The bald man laughed and extended his chubby right hand. Money isn't an issue, but you'd better make sure the quality of those part-timers is up to par. Chen Yan smiled and shook the bald man's hand. Rest assured, boss. Don't call me boss. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Wong. Do a good job for me. I need the people by October 1st. Once everyone's here, I'll transfer part of the payment to you in advance. Got it, Brother Wang. Let's keep in touch. Ha ha ha, do a good job, kid. After leaving Yangli Education, Chen Yan visited a few other places that needed part-timers. He successfully closed deals with 2 more, and these were positions that could be filled immediately. Securing 3 deals in a single day put him in a great mood, and his footsteps even had a bit of a spring to them. On his way back to campus, he passed by Jiang Zhixin's apartment building. Feeling particularly cheerful, Chen Yan ran downstairs to buy a huge bag of fruit. Teacher Jiang was probably still at school at this hour, so he simply hung the bag on the doorknob of apartment 1801. Damn it, who would have thought that after spending my past life surrounded by beautiful women, I'd end up acting like a simp in this life. While cursing himself internally, he still snapped a photo and sent it to Jiang Zhixin. Chen Yingjun. Photo, Teacher Jiang, the weather's about to get colder. I bought you some mangoes and left them at your doorstep. Jiang Yuezhao Zhixin. Thanks, but what exactly is the correlation between the weather getting colder and eating mangoes? Confused emoji. Chen Yingjun. Because in the vast Mang-ness of it all, I met you. Wordplay. Mang sounds like vast/endless, referencing a romantic line. Jiang Yuezhao Zhixin. Jiang Yuezhao Zhixin. Student Chen Yan. The teacher hopes you can spend more time on your studies or join some clubs to develop yourself. Not waste your time and energy on me. Chen Yingjun. Yes, teacher. Then I'll go spend it on some other girls instead. Jiang Yuezhao Zhixin. After flirting with Jiang Zhixin, Chen Yan went and bought some oranges and snacks to bring back to the dorm and share with his roommates. Room 303. My sons, look at what I brought you. Chen Yan pushed the door open and plopped a large bag of oranges and snacks onto the table. Whoa, third brother, not bad. You actually remembered the guys even when you went out. That's what I call loyalty. Wang Rixing flipped off his bunk bed in one swift motion and started rummaging through the bag for his favorite snacks. Third brother, you really missed out by skipping class today, Zhang Fifan said, walking over as well. Oh, did the teacher hand out money today? Talking about money is so vulgar. Today, during the big lecture, we saw the campus belle, Jiang Miyun. Zhang Fifan pointed to his thick 600-degree glasses and said excitedly, according to my titanium alloy eyes, Jiang Miyun's looks are practically on par with Teacher Zhang's. But her figure is a whole tier below. Oh, how do you figure? Zhang Fifan chuckled sleazily. Hee, based on my observations and calculations, Teacher Jiang is probably a D cup, while Jiang Miyun is at most a B to C. Legendary. Fifan, it had to be you. The 3 of them simultaneously gave Zhang Fifan a big thumbs up. Chapter 9. First earnings after rebirth. Around 7 p.m., right when everyone had finished dinner and was idling around in their dorms with nothing to do, Chen Yan posted the following update to his moments. Hey everyone. The national chain restaurant Zaiwiguan is seeing a massive surge in weekend foot traffic. They've commissioned our university's Youth League Committee to help them recruit part-time staff. 5 positions at the Xiaxia branch, 20 at the Westlake branch, and 10 at the Gongshu branch. Long-term cooperation available. Daily pay is 100 yuan. If you're free, PM me to sign up. In reality, the deal Chen Yan had negotiated paid 120 yuan per person per day. With a total of 60 part-time server positions, his daily net profit came to 1,200 yuan. Over the weekend, 2 days, he'd pocket 2,400 yuan. On the surface, it sounded simple, but in practice, this was a real challenge. 1,000 people have 1,000 faces, each with their own personality and set of problems. If you've ever held a leadership position at a company, you'll understand. Even managing a team of just 7 or 8 people as a lowly group leader is a massive headache. Some people come from wealthy families and drive brand new luxury German cars to work. They won't give a flying damn about a group leader making 10,000 yuan a month. Some have become seasoned workplace slackers. On the surface, they'll nod and say, yes, yes, group leader, you're absolutely right. Behind your back, they'll curse you out. You're just a wage slave like the rest of us. Wouldn't it be way more fun to just slack off together, you idiot? Thankfully, since these were just part-time gigs, the employers already had relatively low expectations going in. And Chen Yan had no intention of micromanaging. There were no labor contracts signed anyway. If someone didn't do their job properly, he'd just dock their pay and send them packing. If you don't want to work, there are plenty of others who will. Does he look like he's joking with his 15,000 WeChat friends? However, he still underestimated the sheer volume of early-stage inquiries. It seemed like everyone had a million questions to ask, Things like working hours, location, whether there be transportation provided, who would be handing out the wages, and so on. People asking for a business license was still somewhat normal, but some even demanded a video call to prove you're not a scammer. In short, the questions ran the gamut. And as more and more people came asking, things eventually escalated to people messaging him asking if he wanted to date. By the time Chen Yan had completely finalized the roster of 60 part-timers, it was nearly midnight. Few finally done. Chen Yan let out a long breath, stretched, and headed off to take a hot shower to unwind. After his shower, Chen Yan lay on his bed thinking through his upcoming work plans, listening to his roommates shout various Chinese national treasures, profanities, while playing League of Legends. Maybe it was the exhaustion, but before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. The next day, the first rays of morning sunlight slipped quietly through the window. The sky was a soft, pale blue, like a giant, crystal-clear sapphire. When Chen Yan woke up, he found his roommates were all still fast asleep. He climbed down from his bunk as quietly as possible, washed up, and slipped out of the dorm building. On a weekend at university, students usually slept in. So even though it was already 8:30 a.m., there was hardly a soul in sight on the roads. Chen Yan arrived at the cafeteria, ordered a bowl of soy milk and a steamer basket of pan-fried buns, then pulled out his phone to start replying to messages. There wasn't much to it, really, just pointing the lost students in the right direction and giving those who had arrived early a quick confirmation. Once the actual work began, he wouldn't need to stare at his phone constantly. The on-site shift supervisors would handle the work training. Unless something out of the ordinary happened, like a part-timer getting into a conflict with a customer, Chen Yan would need to rush to the scene to mediate or even handle compensation. Thankfully, the first day went off without a hitch. By 7:30 p.m., Chen Yan's Alipay account received a timely transfer of 7,200 yuan. Looking at the numbers in his Alipay, a sense of quiet satisfaction welled up inside him. His first earnings since being reborn. It wasn't much, but at least it was a start. The hardest part of any endeavor is the beginning. Chen Yan figured most of the part-timers would be getting off work around this time. So he started going down the list of Alipay accounts and transferring their wages one by one. By the time he finished sending out all the payments, only 1,200 yuan remained in his own account. Almost immediately, his WeChat started blowing up with thank you messages. Wages received. Thanks. Money's in. The shift supervisor was really nice to us too. Even treated us to bubble tea. See you tomorrow. Thank you, senior. Today's pay just hit my account. Chen Yan picked out a few of the positive feedback messages, took screenshots, and posted them to his moments along with a screenshot of the 6,000 yuan wage transfer. Caption: Today's wages have been distributed. The moment this post went live, it triggered an immediate and explosive reaction. Chen Yan's several WeChat accounts were all bombarded with messages simultaneously. Students who had previously been skeptical or on the fence were now itching to jump in. After all, a college student's time was worth next to nothing, and 100 yuan could cover 3 days' worth of meals or pay for a date with a girlfriend. This was exactly like the WeChat business schemes of the future. You might not have believed them at first, but they'd post to their moments every single day, slowly reeling you in. Even though most of those moments' screenshots were photoshopped, a certain percentage of people would still fall for it. And this was 2013, only the third year since WeChat had launched. If someone had a dark enough heart, making money this way would have been ridiculously fast. Even if you got reported, at worst you'd be accused of false advertising and have to pay a small fine. Case closed. It was just like that top-tier influencer from his future life. Even after scaling to tens of billions in sales, getting exposed for false advertising, making national headlines, and even getting featured on CCTV, what happened in the end? They just paid a slap-on-the-wrist fine and moved on. Give it half a year or a year, and once everyone had forgotten about it, they'd be right back out there, live streaming and raking in the big bucks again. Chen Yan couldn't possibly keep up with the explosive flood of messages, so he posted another announcement to his moments. All part-time positions for this week are now full. Please stay tuned for next week's National Day holiday, when a large number of new openings will be released. The next morning at 8 a.m., Chen Yan was already wide awake. He instinctively reached for his phone to check his messages. He found that 2 people had called in sick. One said they weren't feeling well, and the other claimed a family emergency had come up at the last minute. Fucking hell. They just can't get their asses out of bed and want to sleep in. Why don't you just say your mom's about to give birth and needs you home right now? Chen Yan cursed under his breath, but he still immediately posted to his moments to recruit replacements. 2 last-minute openings at Zaiwiguan. If you're free, hit me up ASAP. Never underestimate the power of a 15,000-person private traffic pool. Even though it was 8 a.m., it took less than 10 minutes to fill both vacancies. Other than a few isolated cases of people showing up late or leaving early, the day went smoothly. After all, the general quality of today's college students was fairly reliable. By 8 p.m., the moment Chen Yan received the payment, he immediately distributed the wages to the part-timers, then posted the exact same moment's update as the night before. The moment this post went up, Chen Yan's credibility among these college students shot up another notch. They were all starting to forget why they had even added him as a friend in the first place. And Chen Yan noticed that the friend requests had started pouring in again. The viral effect was beginning to take hold. This was likely because students in their moments were recommending Chen Yan's contact card to their roommates and classmates. After going through and accepting them one by one, Chen Yan let out a long breath. The foundation has been laid. Now it's time to build the skyscraper. Chapter 10. How about I do you a favor, little bro? Love even unto death. Only in utter devotion is there true release. Such deep emotion can only be expressed this way. The next morning at 8 a.m., the members of room 303 were jolted awake by that piercing alarm tone. Zhang Fifan, you son of a bitch. Can't you change that ringtone? That shit is way too goddamn soul-stirring. Wang Rixing cursed as he dragged himself out of bed. Today was Monday, the day of the class committee elections. However, this had little to do with the guys in room 303. They were all the completely unambitious type, and not a single one of them planned to run for a position. After the first microeconomics class ended, Counselor Jiang Zhixin walked into the classroom wearing a pair of low-heeled pumps. She was dressed in a soft yellow satin dress with a unique cinched waist design that made her already slender waist look even more delicate and fragile. At 5 feet 7 inches barefoot, the added height from her heels made her figure even more statuesque and striking. Every gaze in the room was drawn to Jiang Zhixin the moment she appeared. Sorry for interrupting your lunch break, everyone. Let's try to wrap up this class committee election within 30 minutes. Next, students who are interested, please come up to the front and give a short speech. The moment Jiang Zhixin finished speaking, a guy with a pompadour hairstyle walked up. Hello everyone, my name is Huzhani. I'm from. Mid-sentence, a loud ring 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 of a phone call disrupted his speech. The guy named Huzhani pulled a gleaming golden iPhone 5S out of his pocket, the so-called luxury gold edition, Apple's newly released model that had just hit the market this month. This particular color variant cost extra. The guy deliberately turned sideways, making sure the Apple logo on the back of the phone was facing his classmates. I'm in the middle of a class meeting right now. The car thing isn't urgent. I don't want to be too flashy at school. A BMW 3 Series is more than enough for me. After hanging up, he said, Sorry about that, everyone. My dad called, and I forgot to put it on silent. Whispers broke out among the students below. Holy shit, a rich second generation? Buying a car in college. Someone in our class already has the luxury gold? That was fast. I heard this color costs a full 1,000 yuan more than the standard version. Listening to the murmurs from the crowd, Huzhani straightened his back, a smug smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Holy shit, the king of pretentiousness. Third brother, how is this guy even more full of himself than you? Zhang Fifan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This one and you two share the spirit of the sleeping dragon and the young phoenix. Chen Yan, preoccupied with posting tomorrow's part-time job listings, delivered this deadpan commentary. Zhang Fifan. It wasn't until Jiang Zhixin waved her hands to restore order that Huzhani was finally able to continue his speech. Ahem. He cleared his throat and went on. I'm a local from Hangzhou. If you elect me as class monitor, I can be your tour guide for any future field trips. My uncle runs a guest house by Westlake. If you go there and mention my name, you'll get a discount. When he finished, quite a few students gave him enthusiastic applause. Only then did Huzhani return to his seat, brimming with pride and satisfaction. Next, the other candidates took turns coming up to speak. After that, everyone voted. The person with the most votes became the class monitor, followed by the league branch secretary, the life committee member, and other positions. A short while later, the results were in. The class monitor was by Cindy, a girl from Beijing, a little Lolita with twin tails and cute dimples when she smiled. The league branch secretary was Qin Wenwan, a local from Shaoshan district in Hangzhou. Her features were delicate and pretty, just a bit on the short side at 5 feet 3 inches. Hu Zhani, on the other hand, managed to scrape by with the most meaningless position of all, the life committee member. To put it bluntly, he was now the nanny in charge of everyone's daily needs. As soon as the class meeting ended, Chen Yan hopped in a taxi straight to the University of Industry and Commerce. Inside the University of Industry and Commerce cafeteria, "Old Jean, your major in business administration is basically useless anyway. Why not help me out with something? I honestly don't have anyone else I can trust right now. For the people you recruit, we'll split the profits 80 to 20. You get 20%. Chen Yan said between bites of a fried chicken drumstick. Come on, what's with the money talk between us? If you need something, just say the word. If my mom found out I was taking money from you, she'd beat me to death. This situation is different. If it were something small, I wouldn't be wasting your time. This can't be taken lightly, and the workload in the early stages is huge." Yang Jingquan thought for a moment, then asked, "Yinzi, is this middleman business of yours really that profitable?" Even though he knew his childhood friend would never lie to him about something like this, Yang Jingquan still found it hard to believe that simply typing away on a phone could earn over 1,000 yuan a day. That was completely beyond the realm of what a college student could comprehend. Hee, explaining it to you now would be pointless. You'll find out soon enough. Chen Yan waved his hand with a smile, offering no further explanation. In the end, Chen Yan assigned Yang Jingquan the task of posting flyers at the universities in the city proper, as well as the university town areas over in Binjiang and Xiahishan. After wrapping that up, Chen Yan took a taxi straight to a local advertising company. This was the advertising company he had locked in on previously. Their main business was promotional marketing for street front shops. Having been around for a while, they had built up a large client base. The ad company wasn't very big, about 500 to 600 square feet, and was located right on a busy street. The owner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The moment she saw Chen Yan walk in, she came swaying over, her voluptuous figure swaying with every step. Well, if it isn't little Chen. So, what about that promise you made last time? Did you find those 150 part-timers? Whatever Sister Jean asks comes first, of course. It's already taken care of. They'll report to you first thing tomorrow, right on schedule. Chen Yan's flattery made Sister Jean cover her mouth and giggle. Her body trembled with laughter, her full chest heaving up and down, drawing the eyes of passers-by. "You really do have a sweet mouth, kid. Come on in and have a seat." As she spoke, she draped an arm around Chen Yan in a familiar, intimate manner and led him into the shop. "Little Chen, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend at university?" Sister Jean poured Chen Yan a cup of tea and asked casually. "Not at all. I'm way too busy recruiting part-timers to even think about dating." "How about it, Sister Jean? Why don't you introduce your daughter to me?" Chen Yan took a sip of the hot tea and threw out a random line. "Honk, honk, honk. You wish. My daughter is only a freshman in high school." Sister Jean looked at Chen Yan's tall, sturdy frame and laughed. "A young, virile guy like you without a girlfriend? That's gotta be torture. If you're really that desperate, how about your big sister does you a favor, just this once?" Uffed. Chen Yan spat out his mouth full of tea the moment he heard that. "Honk, honk, honk. Look at you. I was just joking. Was that really such a huge reaction?" Sister Jean raised a hand to cover her mouth, laughing. Chen Yan glanced up at Sister Jean and thought to himself, what if this woman demands I trade on my looks to keep working with her? Then at her age, I really couldn't handle it. Thankfully, Sister Jean didn't dwell on that topic. Instead, she said, "All right then, I'll go ahead and settle tomorrow's wages for you. 150 people, so that's 18,000 yuan total, right?" Chen Yan was still skimming 20 yuan per person per day, which meant his single-day profit was 3,000 yuan. And since the client wanted to run a 5-day test first, this one order alone would net him a clean 15,000 yuan. "No rush. Whenever works for you," Chen Yan said with a smile. "No problem. Since we're practically family now, Big Sis trusts you." With that, Sister Jean transferred 18,000 yuan to Chen Yan. "If they do a good job tomorrow, I'll be handing all my future gigs to you." "Okay, sis. You can count on me. I'll personally come by to supervise tomorrow." The moment Chen Yan received the money, he upgraded the title Sister Jean straight to Sis. Chapter 11, Registering a Company. After leaving Sister Jin's place, Chen Yan took a taxi back to school. The company should be established after the National Day holiday. As business expands, it needs the backing of a legitimate company to grow the business and prepare for subsequent financing. Thinking this, Chen Yan went directly to Jiang Zhixin's office. It was only 4 o'clock, and she should still be at school. Arriving at the counselor's office, Chen Yan found the door open and walked straight in. Jiang Zhixin wore a simple white t-shirt with a high puff at the chest, paired with straight-leg jeans and canvas shoes, exuding youthful vitality. Seeing Chen Yan come in, he put down the Candy Crush game he was playing. "Don't you have class this afternoon? What are you doing here?" Professor Jiang, I'd like to register a company. I heard the school offers support in this area, so I'd like to inquire about it." "Start a company? You're not kidding, are you? What kind of company do you want to start?" Jiang Zhixin crossed her arms and looked at him with suspicion. "In the field of human resources, I want to create a part-time job platform for college students. On the platform, certified businesses can freely post part-time job information, and users can freely choose the part-time jobs that suit them," Chen Yan said with a serious expression. Jiang Zhixin looked at Chen Yan's serious expression, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This kid is actually quite pleasing to the eye when he's serious. Well, the school does provide considerable support for college student entrepreneurship. For one thing, as long as the project is good, office space is provided free of charge, and you can also apply for a reduction in water and electricity fees. However, you must first submit a project proposal, and only after the school's entrepreneurship guidance office approves it can you apply for office space. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "That's easy. I'll make one when I get home tonight and send it to you tomorrow. I'll write your name as the project supervisor, okay?" Student entrepreneurship project proposals don't need to be too rigorous. As long as they are passable and have room for imagination, the school will generally approve them. The premise is that you can't start by saying you want to open a bubble tea shop, coffee shop, or clothing store. These are the 3 most foolish entrepreneurial projects. Okay, keep it up. No matter what the outcome, at least you can learn something from this experience, which will be of great help when you enter society in the future. Jiang Zhixin never imagined that this freshman could achieve anything. But at least the starting point was good. Having this idea and putting it into practice already puts you ahead of the vast majority of your peers. Hee, if I succeed, will teacher Jiang give me any reward? Chen Yan's gaze lingered on the bulge in Jiang Zhixin's white t-shirt, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "If you really succeed, I'll also benefit from it, and I can promise you something within my power." In order not to dampen Chen Yan's enthusiasm, Jiang Zhixin ignored his blatant gaze and gave him another reason to work hard. Earning only a few thousand yuan a month, yet still worrying so much about the students. What a great counselor for the new century. You said it yourself, and I recorded it. You can't go back on your word later. Chen Yan took out his phone, which was recording, and said, "Who records their students' conversation before they enter the office?" After returning to his dormitory, Chen Yan first asked in the 150-person part-time job group for tomorrow if anyone needed to ask for leave or had any other questions. Only after receiving a positive response that everything was normal did I begin writing the project proposal. Writing project proposals in university was no challenge for Chen Yan. After all, he had started 2 businesses in his previous life and received funding both times, so writing them was a piece of cake for him. Before the dormitory lights went out, Chen Yan finished the 4,000-word project plan and sent it to Jiang Zhixin. The next morning, the sky was overcast as if a light rain had just fallen, with a few raindrops clinging to the treetops, barely hanging on. Chen Yan had already gotten up and finished washing up. "Today I'm going to supervise the work of 150 part-time workers and then take photos to send to Sister Jean." Actually, it wasn't Jean Jie who wanted these photos. It was mainly because Jean Jie's clients needed to see them to feel at ease. "Oh, see? My advertising expenses weren't wasted. Look how many people are handing me flyers and promoting my business." So Chen Yan skipped class again today. Fortunately, university professors don't usually take attendance. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even get a 0 for participation at the end of the semester. 150 part-time workers gathered today at various subway entrances and other high-traffic areas in Hangzhou to hand out flyers, mainly to promote a local decoration company. Chen Yan looked at the locations sent in the part-time job group and secretly went to check them out one by one. Some part-time students are quite responsible. When they see someone around 30 years old who has been working for a few years, they will politely hand them a flyer and say, "Hello, would you like to learn more about Shengdudu decoration? Where there is black, there is white. Where there is good, there is bad." Some part-time jobs involve playing on your phone or gathering in 2 or 3 groups to smoke and chat, while others simply throw a stack of flyers into the trash can. When Chen Yan sees this situation, he will go up and identify himself and deduct wages or even fire those who have an improper attitude. What? You disagree with the deduction of money and you want to file a complaint or call the police? Then I can only show the video of you throwing away the flyer to your uncle and see who is in the wrong. Chen Yan didn't intend to keep the deducted wages for himself. Instead, he gave extra bonuses to the classmates who worked diligently. They also post these messages on their WeChat moments in real time to make their public image appear more conscientious and warm. Sure enough, after receiving their prize money, those students smiled even more broadly and worked even harder. In fact, Chen Yan could have easily turned a blind eye, since he had already received the money, and whether the publicity was effective or not was none of his business. But in reality, every company is not stupid. They all calculate the return on investment. For example, if today, Chengdu Decoration Company finds that after distributing flyers all day, only 10 people have added the company's contact information to inquire about decoration services. So what is the total promotion cost per customer? Can profits cover costs? If not, then the distribution will probably have to stop tomorrow. Therefore, Chen Yan focuses on both quantity and quality, believing that only by building a good reputation can the business last. At 3 p.m., Chen Yan received a WeChat message from Jiang Zhixin, saying that the project proposal had been submitted and that he should wait patiently, and that he would receive a reply within a month if things went smoothly. 1 month. Chen Yan didn't reply. Instead, he went to a convenience store, bought 2 packs of Tianxia instant noodles, put them in a black plastic bag, and took a taxi to school. Jack Ma once said, "What is fairness in this world? How can you compare the fairness of a child who grew up in the countryside to that of Bill Gates' child? If the teacher at the Entrepreneurship Guidance Office is your relative, you might be able to submit your materials and get them stamped the moment afterward. In short, he can't take the school's grounds away, so it doesn't matter who he gives them to. Naturally, he'll give them to whoever he's on good terms with first." Chen Yan followed the signs to the Entrepreneurship Guidance Office. There was only one person sitting inside, around 35 years old, wearing an executive jacket and half-rimmed glasses. Chen Yan glanced at the nameplate on his desk, Lai Jihong. As soon as Chen Yan entered, he politely said, "Professor Lai, I am Chen Yan from Class 4 of Economics and Management. I plan to start my own business in college and would like to ask for your guidance and valuable advice. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't mind." Lai Jihong glanced at Chen Yan with surprise, took the bag, and saw that it contained 2 Tianxia teas. He then quietly opened the drawer and hid the tea inside. Chen Yan, right? Do you have a detailed project plan?" Seeing that Lai Jihong accepted it, Chen Yan knew that the matter was probably settled, and said, "Our counselor sent it to you not long ago." "Oh, I see. Let me look for it." After saying that, Lai Jihong picked up a pile of materials in the corner of the table and started flipping through them. He quickly found Chen Yan's proposal. "Your project is quite interesting, more innovative than many of your classmates' ideas, but the school can only provide you with office space and utilities. There's probably nothing else they can do to help you." While flipping through the project proposal, Lai Jihong said, "Not to mention the subsequent promotion costs, just making an app must cost a lot of money." Lai Jihong, as expected of a teacher in the Entrepreneurship Guidance Office, could tell at a glance that the project's funding requirements were considerable, exceeding the affordability of ordinary college students or ordinary families. "Teacher Lai, it's enough that you provide office space and utilities are all covered. I can handle everything else myself." Seeing Chen Yan's confident demeanor, Lai Jihong didn't say anything more. He opened the bottom drawer, took out the official seal, and stamped it on the approval section. There are still a few empty shops along the street on campus. Once you've chosen one, take it to your counselor and have her take you to the logistics department to get the keys. Originally, the school could only allocate one venue as needed, but with the added benefits of the 2 sides and the world, Lai Jihong directly let Chen Yan choose a storefront he liked. Within one's own power, doing what one can is probably what it means to be sensible in human relationships. Chen Yan accepted the project proposal stamped with the red seal and planned to treat Lai Jihong to a meal to express his gratitude. Lai Jihong waved his hand and refused, saying that it was just his duty. And just like that, the company's location was officially secured. Chapter 12, Inviting the Counselor to the Movies. The next morning, Chen Yan placed the stamped business plan on Jiang Zhixin's desk. "Come on, Teacher Jiang, come with me to pick out a good storefront." Jiang Zhixin looked at the plan from left to right, her delicate face filled with disbelief. "How is that possible? I just submitted it yesterday, and you got it first thing this morning? Listen to this. You even came with me to pick out a good storefront. Is it possible to freely choose a storefront? Do you think this is your family's business? Xiao Jiang, you're still too young. You can't judge things by appearances alone, Chen Yan said with a serious expression. Chen Yan, watch your tone, Jiang Zhixin said, feigning anger. Damn it, there are other teachers in the office. Call me Xiao Jiang. Don't I have any dignity? However, she still accompanied Chen Yan to the startup park in the end. Who can blame her for being a responsible counselor? The university's entrepreneurship park is located next to the main entrance of student dormitory area 3, with two sides inside and outside. The inner side faces the student dormitory, while the outer side consists of street-front shops, directly opposite Xuelin Street. There are approximately 15 shops in total, but currently only 5 are vacant. Chen Yan walked around the area and chose a shop on the outer side of the street that was closest to the dormitory entrance. Since it's a business, you definitely need to choose a place with relatively high foot traffic. Teacher Jiang, this is the room I want. Could you please go to the logistics department and apply for the key for me? Chen Yan pointed to a shop that was about 100 square meters and said, Okay, I'll tell you when I get the key. Oh, by the way, could you also clean the inside for me? It's covered in dust. After Chen Yan finished speaking, he waved his hand and left. What? Jiang Zhixin suddenly raised her head, looking at Chen Yan's dashing, departing figure with disbelief. Is this the guy who said he'd save up for a dowry to marry me just a few days ago? Look at this. Is this even human language? I ran around doing everything for you, and you didn't even say thank you, and now you want me to clean up for you? Asshole. Jiang Zhixin stomped her foot, staring at the drab storefront, her delicate oval face flushed red with anger. Over the next few days, Chen Yan attended classes as usual, but he never knew which page the teacher was on. He was always on his phone replying to messages and posting the latest part-time jobs. September 30th, the day before the National Day holiday, Chen Yan received a call from Jiang Zhixin. The keys to the startup base had been issued. Chen Yan hurriedly went to Jiang Zhixin's office, only to find her not there. The key was on the table, so he grabbed the key and headed straight for the startup base. The shop Chen Yan chose has the address number 102. To the right is the student supermarket 101, and to the left is a women's clothing store with a row of stockings of various colors and styles displayed at the entrance. As far as I can remember, it was opened by 3 female students from the fashion design school. Upon opening the glass door of the shop, Chen Yan found that it had been cleaned spotlessly, and even the old office chairs had been replaced with new ones. Damn, is Teacher Jiang lusting after me? I just said it casually, and she actually cleaned for me. Looking at his own handsome and dashing reflection in the glass, Chen Yan couldn't help but think to himself. With an address, registering a company becomes much simpler. Just find a middleman at an agency to handle the process, and the business license will be issued in about 2 to 3 business days. With the site and business license secured, all that's missing is the funding to launch the project. Based on Chen Yan's previous experience in fundraising, he could be looking for angel investment now. However, his current part-time business revenue is not high enough, which means he has too few bargaining chips to ask for a higher price. The National Day holiday is the peak season for part-time jobs. Chen Yan has already finalized cooperation with 5 companies, and these are all large clients with at least 50 employees. Looks like I won't be able to go home this holiday. In dormitory 303, Li Wenxin lived the farthest from home, but he was a rich second generation and had already bought a business class ticket back to Shandong. Zhang Fifan and Wang Rixing both live relatively close to each other, with their homes generally within a 2-hour high-speed rail journey. So, on the evening before the holiday, Chen Yan was all alone in dormitory 303. The usually bustling 303 was unusually quiet at this moment. Damn, Lao Jin went home too. It's really boring. Chen Yan lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, and Jiang Zhixin's alluring face inexplicably popped into his mind. So, the brain directs the hands to pick up the phone and press the dial button. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. Jiang Zhixin's pleasant voice came through the receiver. Teacher Jiang, did you go home during your holiday? No, the highway will definitely be very congested tonight. I plan to go back tomorrow. Well, I'm free anyway, and I'm all alone in the dorm. How about we go see a movie together? There was no sound from the other end of the microphone. Jiang Zhixin's heart felt as if it had been gently touched by an invisible hand, and the first thought that came to mind was panic. She never expected Chen Yan to extend such an invitation. I'm your teacher. Is it really appropriate to invite your teacher to go to the movies alone? Besides, I don't think I've ever gone to the movies alone with a guy before. Teacher Jiang, are you still listening? Yes, what are you looking at? When Jiang Zhixin said those words, she was stunned, as if they had just slipped out of her mouth uncontrollably. So Young, or Iron Man 3. I want to watch So Young. Sure, where are you? I'll come find you, Chen Yan replied. No need, no need. Just wait downstairs in the dorm. I'll get ready and come pick you up. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhixin's face instantly burned. Good heavens, I've rejected countless boys throughout my life, and I can come up with excuses for rejection without even thinking. How come this time? Is it really because he's getting old and his Dao heart is unstable? Meanwhile, Chen Yan was unaware that Jiang Zhixin was currently engaged in a fierce internal struggle alone in her apartment. He climbed out of bed on his own, picked up a hairdryer, and started styling his hair. 20 minutes later, Chen Yan received a message from Jiang Zhixin and walked out of the dormitory building humming a little tune in a flamboyant manner. A white Audi A4 was parked at the entrance. When Chen Yan came out, the car window slowly rolled down, revealing a girl wearing sunglasses. Behind the sunglasses was an extremely charming face. Get in the car, Jiang Zhixin said. Chen Yan opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, immediately greeted by a pleasant lily fragrance. A string of crystal wind chimes hangs on the rearview mirror, radiating colorful light under the refraction of the setting sun. Why aren't you going home for the holiday? Aren't you from Ningbo? It should be easy for you to go back. The counselors had all seen the students' enrollment information, so it wasn't surprising that Jiang Zhixin knew Chen Yan was from Ningbo. I was very busy during the National Day holiday and didn't have time to go back. Chen Yan adjusted to a comfortable sitting position and complained. What are you busy with all day? You're always skipping classes. Be careful you don't fail your final exams. In reality, university professors don't pay much attention to students' academic problems. Unless you cause any major trouble, they generally won't bother with you. Moreover, Jiang Zhixin was just a counselor, not even a teacher in the strict sense, so she only gave him a reminder and did not seriously stop his truancy. I'm busy with business, and sometimes I just can't find the time. What? You've already started a business? Jiang Zhixin asked in surprise. Hey, drive carefully, don't look at me. Oh, okay. Jiang Zhixin adjusted the steering wheel and asked, what kind of business are you in? As your advisor, shouldn't I have the right to know? Okay, you pay for the tickets later. I'll let you know when I get there. Jiang Zhixin rolled her eyes at him, her pink lips unconsciously pursing slightly, adding a touch of coquettishness to her charming face. Okay, so this is my first time going to the movies with a guy, and I'm supposed to pay for it? 10 minutes later, the white Audi pulled up in front of the movie theater. Jiang Zhixin unbuckled her seatbelt. Can you tell me now? The startup project I told you about last time, the business is to help companies recruit part-time workers. Students can not only earn money, but also develop their skills. Business owners can save time and effort. As for me, I earn a service fee in the middle. It sounds like a win-win-win situation. So have you made any money yet? Chen Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. I haven't calculated it exactly, but since the start of the semester, it should be close to 20,000, right? What? Jiang Zhixin initially thought Chen Yan was joking, but seeing his calm and composed demeanor as if he were talking about a trivial matter, it didn't seem like he was joking. It's only been 10 days since school officially started, right? 10 days equals 20,000? My God, my monthly salary, including housing fund, is only 5,000. Are today's freshmen all this amazing? Oh no, that's not right. He must be the only one who's special, right? Jiang Zhixin's lips parted slightly as she stared blankly at Chen Yan. His face was calm, his deep eyes serene, only occasionally flashing with a subtle, eerie light, as if he were looking under my skirt. Jiang Zhixin was wearing a very short skirt today. When she was sitting, the skirt only reached her upper thighs. Because she was turned towards Chen Yan, from his angle, he could just see her panties. Jiang Zhixin's face instantly flushed crimson. Then smack. A light slap mark remained on Chen Yan's left cheek. Chapter 13 Teacher Jiang. You don't want the whole school to know about this, do you? With a snap, the loud, clear sound instantly silenced the entire carriage. Jiang Zhixin's eyes were somewhat flustered, and she spoke haltingly. I didn't mean to. Chen Yan stared wide-eyed at Jiang Zhixin in disbelief. Having lived 2 lives, he has never been hit by any other woman except his own mother. In his past life, he was a near billionaire, and countless internet celebrities and models coveted him, eagerly offering themselves to him. You actually dared to hit me? I only glanced at it a few times. Do you even understand the value of a self-made, 30-year-old near-billionaire? That's not something a rich kid who has to be subservient to his parents and get tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money every month can compare to. Chen Yan's temper flared up instantly, and he leaned forward slightly. You dare to hit me? Jiang Zhixin was slightly taken aback. His tone was harsh and left no room for argument, as if I were the one who had just done something wrong. I'm clearly his teacher, okay? What do I have to be afraid of? Besides, he was the one who looked at it inappropriately first. Thinking this, Jiang Zhixin composed herself and said, Who told you to be so flustered? Before she could finish speaking, Chen Yan's lips pressed down unexpectedly, silencing her. Jiang Zhixin's eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. My first kiss is gone just like that. Her mind went blank, and she instantly lost the ability to think. She could feel the temperature of Chen Yan's lips, hot and domineering. Jiang Zhixin only realized what was happening and tried to push him away when Chen Yan tried to pry open her jaw further. Sudden click. The click of a camera shutter broke the tranquility inside the car. Before Jiang Zhixin could push him away, Chen Yan released his grip on the back of her head. Looking at the candid photo of their kiss, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Jiang Zhixin also saw the photo at this moment. Before she could scold him for being shameless, she quickly reached out to grab the phone and delete the evidence. Chen Yan seemed to have anticipated her actions and immediately hid his phone in his pocket. Jiang Zhixin's chest heaved with anger as she coldly said, Delete the photos. If you don't delete it, you hit me first, so we're even. Chen Yan said calmly. But, that was my first kiss. Jiang Zhixin's eyes were already glistening with tears of anger and grievance. Chen Yan was secretly delighted upon hearing this, but still maintained an innocent expression. Oh, Teacher Jiang is so beautiful, and you've never been in a relationship before? But it was my first kiss too, so you're not at a loss, I'm not at a loss either. So, it seems I'm the one who took advantage of you? Jiang Zhixin grew angrier the more she thought about it, but she was helpless against Chen Yan. She couldn't very well call the police and have him arrested, could she? After all, I was the one who slapped him first. Finally, Jiang Zhixin could only force back her tears and slowly utter a few words. Get off the bus. I want to go home. What? You haven't even seen the movie yet. No way. Stay with me until the end of the movie before you leave. This time, Jiang Zhixin completely broke down, biting her rosy lower lip tightly as she stared blankly at Chen Yan. I've already given up on the matter of you forcibly kissing me. Are you still not done with it? Are there really such shameless people in this world? Seeing Jiang Zhixin's aggrieved expression, Chen Yan couldn't help but tease her. Teacher Jiang, you wouldn't want the whole school to see us kissing, would you? Jiang Zhixin was genuinely scared. Chen Yan's behavior today was completely unlike what a freshman would do. She felt that she couldn't put on airs as a teacher in front of him at all, and instead, she was being manipulated by him the whole time. What if he suddenly loses his mind and posts the photos on the school's online forum? How am I supposed to face people after that? What do you want? Seeing Jiang Zhixin's flustered appearance, Chen Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. I told you, I would delete the photos after you watched this movie with me. Jiang Zhixin remained silent, her mind racing as she considered whether or not to grant his request. If we don't give in to his demands, who knows what even more outrageous things he might do. Let's watch it then. We were planning to come anyway. Okay, it's a deal. Jiang Zhixin pursed her lower lip and said softly. Once inside the movie theater, Chen Yan still displayed his gentlemanly manners by buying tickets at the front desk, even though the 2 tickets weren't much to Jiang Zhixin. You can tell from the car she drives that Jiang Zhixin's family must be well off. However, there is an advantage to buying the tickets yourself, which is that you can choose your own seats. Upon entering the screening room, I found that there weren't many people watching the movie. It was probably because of the holiday. The students had all gone home, and the cinemas in the university town weren't doing well. Chen Yan led Jiang Zhixin to the last row of couple seats. After Jiang Zhixin realized it was a couple seat, she didn't say anything and sat down on her own. Right now, all she wanted was to finish the movie as soon as possible and delete the photos. Chen Yan sat down next to Jiang Zhixin, and the movie started soon after. Chen Yan had seen this movie in his previous life. When 18-year-old Zheng Wei appeared on the big screen, he remembered most of the plot and immediately lost interest. In contrast, Jiang Zixin was sitting upright, engrossed in watching the movie. She wore a gray silk shirt, the cut of which was just right, clinging tightly to her body curves, making her look aloof and noble. The dim lights in the movie theater reflected off her face, revealing a bewitching and alluring profile. Below her high, straight nose were two plump, red lips that made one want to kiss her just by looking at them. Then, Chen Yan really kissed him. Since things are already like this today, a kiss once is a kiss, and a kiss twice is also a kiss. Once a girl has had her first experience, she is more psychologically accepting of the second and third times. When Jiang Zixin's lips were covered by Chen Yan's again, her mind went blank for a moment once more. This person is incredibly bold. Do you really think I have no temper? The first time was because I hit you. What's the reason this time? When Jiang Zixin came to her senses, her first reaction was to push Chen Yan away, only to find that her thigh had been invaded by an unknown object again. Chen Yan's hand was actually on his leg. That restless hand was slowly tracing its way along her smooth skin, even lifting her skirt and gradually moving deeper into her thigh. Jiang Zixin's body tensed instantly, and she shoved Chen Yan away abruptly, her eyes filled with terror. What are you doing? Chen Yan was pushed back, a rare look of embarrassment on his face. I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang. You're so beautiful. I couldn't help myself. You still remember I'm your teacher? Chen Yan, you better not catch me skipping class again, or you'll be failing your final exam. Jiang Zixin threatened him fiercely. She never expected that Chen Yan would behave like this in public again, even more outrageous than the first time. A few people in the front row seemed to notice the strange thing and cast curious glances their way. Jiang Zixin didn't want to embarrass herself any longer, so she grabbed her bag, stood up, and hurriedly walked out of the screening room in the dark. Chen Yan naturally lost interest in watching any further and followed Jiang Zixin out. Teacher Jiang. As they approached the movie theater entrance, Chen Yan called out to Jiang Zixin. Jiang Zixin turned around, a blush still lingering on her pretty face. What is it? Chen Yan didn't say anything, but took out his phone and deleted the photo of the kiss in the car. Seeing that he deleted the photos, Jiang Zixin's expression softened a bit. Let's pretend that today's events never happened. I don't want a third person to know, okay? Good. Chen Yan nodded in agreement. Jiang Zixin took a deep breath and secretly vowed never to meet with such a dangerous person alone again. Then, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette, she drove away on her own. After Jiang Zixin left, Chen Yan ate dinner alone outside, took a taxi back to his dormitory, checked on his part-time job arrangements for the National Day holiday, and then went to bed early. He doesn't seem to feel any guilt about what happened today. Who told you to hit me first? Chapter 14, Jiang Muyun. The next day, Chen Yan finished washing up early and left the school gate. The outside world was filled with a festive atmosphere. Bright red 5-star flags hung one after another on the lampposts along the road, like neatly lined up red guards, fluttering in the breeze. Throughout the National Day holiday, Chen Yan was very busy, either inspecting part-time staff or discussing cooperation with new clients. Almost every day I leave early and return late, so busy that I don't even have time to eat. I often just grab a few bites of bread in a taxi and rush to the next destination. Of course, the results were also very obvious. During the 7-day holiday, Chen Yan arranged for more than 200 college students to participate in various part-time jobs every day on average, and also negotiated with 10 new companies that needed part-time jobs and prepared to start posting job openings after the holiday. In just one holiday, Chen Yan earned 30,000 yuan. Keep in mind that in 2013, the price of housing in Hangzhou was only 15,000 yuan per square meter. A down payment of only 450,000 yuan was enough to buy a 100 square meter apartment for first-time homebuyers. However, as the number of part-time staff increased, Chen Yan clearly felt that he was already overwhelmed because there were just too many messages to reply to every day. For example, if you arrange 200 part-time jobs a day, you actually have to deal with at least 500 people that day. Chen Yan now has to carry 6 power banks with him when he goes out to ensure that his 3 mobile phones don't run out of power. Yes, he bought another iPhone 5S so that he could log into his WeChat accounts on 3 different phones and reply to messages promptly. Looks like I need to find a customer service representative first, otherwise I won't have time to go out and discuss new business. I don't know why, but time always seems to pass very slowly when I'm working or studying. But holidays always seem to fly by. On the evening of the 7th, Chen Yan returned to his dormitory and found that his other 3 roommates had already returned. Third brother, These are apples from my hometown. Have a taste. Li Wenxin brought over a bag of apples and placed it on Chen Yan's table. All right. Holy crap. Third brother, you bought a gold one? Zhang Fifan immediately noticed the gleaming gold phone in Chen Yan's hand. Right. You have a sharp eye, but what's with your hairstyle? Chen Yan then noticed that Zhang Fifan had gotten a perm, making him look like a rapper. Hee, Jiang Muyun will be in the big class tomorrow too. I plan to sit behind her so she'll notice my good looks first, and then I'll ask for her WeChat. Hee, Lao Zhang, if you can get his WeChat, I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. Wang Rixing couldn't help but pour cold water on the idea. Okay, brother Wang, you wait here. I want to eat Japanese food. No problem. You'll treat us if we don't get it. Okay, you'll have to treat me to a meal. The first class the following morning. The students from dormitory 303 set off together and arrived at the classroom, where many students were already seated. Most students chose seats towards the back, making it easier to dabble in their phones during class, leaving many seats in the front row empty. Zhang Fifan looked around but didn't see Jiang Muyun. The 4 students in class 303 also found a seat in the back row, and just then, the noisy classroom suddenly became quiet for a few seconds. Zhang Fifan subconsciously looked up, then laughed. What a coincidence. I just walked in, and Yinyan walked in right after. It seems like I'm blessed by the heavens. Jiang Muyun and her roommate walked in together, which is why the entire classroom was silent for a few seconds. Chen Yan looked up and saw that Jiang Muyun had tied her hair in a neat high ponytail today. She had a standard oval face, beautiful features, a smooth and full forehead, and her fair cheeks had a healthy rosy glow. Even though she wore no makeup and was only dressed in a loose sweatshirt and canvas shoes, she still became the most eye-catching person in the entire lecture hall. No wonder she was the most beautiful girl in the 2013 cohort of the university. After Jiang Muyun and the others sat down in the first row, Zhang Fifan said to the other members of dormitory 303, "Brothers, come sit with me in the second row. Success or failure depends on today." Chen Yan looked indifferent, while Li Wenxin and Wang Rixing also wanted to sit behind Jiang Muyun so they could get a closer look at her. So, under the envious gazes of all the other boys, the 4 boys from room 303 sat in the second row, directly behind Jiang Muyun. Holy crap, these guys are awesome. How shameless. He was just sitting in the back, but as soon as he saw a pretty girl, he ran to the front like a little puppy. Why don't we sit in the front too? Let's go. Skipping one class on our phones is no big deal. Seeing our goddess is the priority. And so, following the lead of room 303, quite a few more boys moved to the front row. Fortunately, the bell rang and the teacher entered the classroom. Otherwise, the front row would probably have been packed with boys today. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Zhang Fifan flicked his bangs, mustered his courage, and whispered to Jiang Muyun in the row in front of him. "Jiang, I'm Zhang Fifan from class 4 of Economics and Management. Can I add you on WeChat? We can discuss study problems together." Just as Jiang Muyun was about to get up and leave, she turned around and looked at Zhang Fifan. His eyes were clear as water, and with just a glance, one could be captivated by them, hidden behind long eyelashes. "Sorry, I don't use WeChat. How about QQ? QQ will do too," Zhang Fifan persisted. "I don't even use QQ. Uffed." The girl sitting next to Jiang Muyun laughed out loud. "Classmate, your way of flirting is so unoriginal." After saying that, he took Jiang Muyun's hand and walked out of the classroom. Ha, that's hilarious. Li Wenxin and Wang Rixing slapped the table and burst into laughter. Only Chen Yan patted Zhang Fifan on the shoulder. "Fifan, don't be discouraged. The next one will be even better. It's still my third brother who cares about me," Zhang Fifan said, his face full of emotion. "Let's go, or there won't be any seats left at the Japanese restaurant." Zhang Fifan. Over the next few days, Chen Yan's part-time business continued to operate smoothly, with 200 to 300 new people joining his WeChat account every day. One reason was that his childhood friend Yang Jingquan was posting flyers in the university town of Binjiang district. On the other hand, experienced part-time workers recommend the opportunity to their classmates and friends through word of mouth. 3 days later, Chen Yan was in class when the agent called to say that the business license had been issued. Chen Yan was overjoyed. His first company after his rebirth was officially established, so he slipped out the back door of the classroom. There's a shopping mall next to the University of Science and Technology, where there's a service station for the Xinxin car rental app. After obtaining his business license, Chen Yan spent 1,000 yuan to rent a Mercedes-Benz E-Class and several thousand yuan to buy a set of designer clothes. He then drove the car to the industrial park near the university town. He had already obtained his driver's license during the summer vacation, and with more than 10 years of driving experience in his previous life, he could be described as steady as an old dog on the road. Meanwhile, as the school bell rang, Jiang Zhixin walked into the classroom. The classroom was packed. It was only a short class, yet every seat was taken. Zhang Fifan. Damn, these people are shameless. It's one thing to audit professional courses, but to audit moral education courses too. Li Wenxin. In other words, it's lucky we arrived early. Otherwise, even those of us who are officially in class wouldn't have had seats. Wang Rixing. The third brother is not here again today. I realized that he has not attended any of Teacher Zhang's classes. But luckily, she usually doesn't take attendance. Yes, university courses generally allow students from different majors to audit classes. As Jiang Zhixin's photos went viral on Baidu Tieba, her classes were always packed with people. Not only male students, but also many female students from other colleges came to visit. After all, beautiful women aren't only loved by men, especially a goddess like Jiang Zhixin. If it weren't for her position as a counselor, she would probably be confessed to by people every day at school. Today she was wearing a tight white top, paired with high-waisted light-colored shorts, and a combination of knee-high gray stockings and black high heels. The entire outfit was both fashionable and highlighted her feminine grace. Coupled with her already stunning looks, in later terms, it was a win-win situation. 3 years of great success and 10 years of no loss. Jiang Zhixin stood on the podium and scanned the room. Before class begins, let's take attendance. Damn, why is Teacher Jiang calling roll today? Who's going to answer for third brother today? I'll do it. I'll mooch a pack of cigarettes from him tonight. Hee. Bai Sini. Arrive. Qin Wenwen. Arrive. Hu Zhani. Arrive. Chen Yan. Arrive. Whoever calls out, stand up. Jiang Zhixin's expression was serious. At this moment, everyone in the classroom turned their attention to the direction from which the sound came. Holy crap. No way, this is so unlucky. Wang Rixing cursed under his breath, but in the end, he still stood up under the gaze of everyone in the classroom. Are you Chen Yan? Jiang Zhixin asked coldly. No, I am Wang Rixing. Then why did you answer for Chen Yan? Wang Rixing blushed after Jiang Zhixin's words and stammered, unable to speak. Jiang Zhixin walked back to the podium. Chen Yan was absent from class without reason, so 5 points will be deducted from his participation score. Wang Rixing answered for someone else, so 2 points will be deducted from his participation score. Alright, let's begin the lesson now. Chapter 15: 3 Express Companies and 1 Logistics Company. Chen Yan had no idea what was happening in the classroom. At that moment, he had already driven to the entrance of Yuantong Express. However, they were stopped by security guards when they tried to enter the park. Chen Yan wasn't angry. He smiled and took out a soft cigarette and handed it over. Brother, I have an appointment. Please allow me to make a call. The security guard saw that it was a Zhonghua cigarette and took it from him, saying, Okay, make a call. Otherwise, we won't be able to handle it. Chen Yan nodded in understanding. After the call connected, Chen Yan put the phone on speakerphone. Hello, Manager Huang? I'm already downstairs in your park. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. Chen Yan hung up the phone and said to the security guard, I'll wait here. Manager Huang was worried I wouldn't be able to find his office, so he said he'd come down to pick me up. Then you can park your car there first. Upon hearing Manager Huang's voice, the security guard opened the gate and let Chen Yan in. Manager Huang is the person in charge of Yuantong Express at this station. Chen Yan found his phone number online last night and made a preliminary contact with him. A short while later, a burly middle-aged man wearing a black shirt came out, with a thick gold chain around his neck. As soon as Chen Yan saw Manager Huang come out, he quickly went to the trunk, took out 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and put them in a bag. Manager Huang, nice to meet you. This is a local specialty from my hometown. It's not worth much, please don't mind. The middle-aged man with the gold chain looked at the overly young President Chen and the Mercedes behind him with a clear hint of surprise. He didn't expect that General Manager Chen, who said on the phone that he wanted to talk to him about part-time business, was so young and seemed to be a rich second generation who was just dabbling in this business. However, when Chen Yan handed him those 2 packs of cigarettes, he immediately felt relieved. Haha, you call Zhonghua cigarettes a local specialty? Not bad. Young man, you're quite savvy. Manager Huang then affectionately put his arm around Chen Yan's shoulder. "Brother, let's talk in my office." As soon as the door was opened, a smell mixed with the smell of smoke, sweat, and old paper hit the door. The office was small, with several dents on the walls, some from impacts and others from years of neglect. The plaster had peeled off slightly, revealing the rough cement underneath. "Brother, please make yourself at home." "Good." Chen Yan sat down on the black sofa next to his desk. The sofa was quite old, the leather was cracked, and the yellowed foam inside was showing. Chen Yan lit a cigarette for himself and got straight to the point. "Manager Huang, I'm here today mainly to discuss your company's part-time business with you. Next month is Singles Day, and this year's number of express delivery orders will definitely be much higher than last year's. Young people in university towns are the main force of online shopping. If we want to process tens of thousands of packages quickly, we'll definitely need a lot of part-time workers, right?" Upon hearing Chen Yan's remarks, Manager Huang's opinion of the young man rose even higher. "Yes, brother, the company's expectations for the number of packages for Singles Day have indeed increased significantly this year." He stubbed out a cigarette and continued. "To tell you the truth, bro, last year our site was already overwhelmed with 200 part-time workers. This year we plan to hire 500, which will last about a week." Chen Yan pondered for a few seconds, then said, "Brother Huang, to tell you the truth, my parents both work in provincial government agencies and are usually too busy to take care of me. I'm actually a freshman in college this year, and I want to start my own business and find something to do. I don't care about how much I earn. I mainly want to prove my abilities to my parents. If you can give me this year's part-time jobs, I will never forget your kindness." Chen Yan's statement was actually pure fabrication. His parents were just insignificant workshop foremen in the factory. But as the saying goes, when you're out in the world, you give yourself your own identity. Life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. Manager Huang looked at Chen Yan's expensive attire and the aura of authority he exuded, plus the added boost from the Mercedes parked downstairs, and had no doubt about what he said. As the saying goes, the common people cannot fight against the officials, and this is especially true for business people. This kid is clearly the son of an official, and he seems to have quite a powerful background. If I don't give him this business, what if this kid holds a grudge and complains when he gets home? The next day, the fire department and the tax bureau will come to investigate one after another, and then I'll definitely lose my job as manager. These days, which company can withstand an investigation? Since I'm going to do the part-time work anyway, I might as well give it to him, build a good relationship, and maybe he can help me out in the future." Manager Huang quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, you're being too polite. We get along so well. Isn't the business of this site under your control?" "Hara, Brother Huang, I know we get along well. Here's what I'm going to do. I have a 10,000 yuan membership card at the Yushui Lansing Club that I haven't used yet. My girlfriend is too strict to go there, so I'll give it to you, Brother Huang." After saying that, Chen Yan took out a gleaming gold membership card from his pocket and placed it on Manager Huang's desk. Yes, Chen Yan specially arranged this last night, and it came in handy today. The excuse that his girlfriend was too strict and he had no chance to go there was obviously obvious to Manager Huang. "Hey, brother, there's no need to be so polite between us. You should take this back. As your older brother, how can I accept something so valuable from you?" Although he was really tempted, Manager Huang still pretended to decline. It is naturally possible to distinguish between genuine and feigned refusals. So he went straight behind the desk, opened the drawer, and stuffed the membership card inside. "Brother, it's nothing. Don't worry about it." "All right then." Manager Huang reluctantly accepted. Without further ado, Manager Huang signed a part-time cooperation agreement with Chen Yan. With the newly issued company seal in his car, Chen Yan finished signing the contract in less than 15 minutes. The contract states that from November 8th to November 14th, a total of 7 days, the Yuantong University Town Station will entrust Yan Human Resources Company to recruit 500 part-time workers, with each person receiving a daily wage of 180 renminbi. Yan Human Resources Company is the company that Chen Yangang just registered. There's no doubt that Yuantong has plenty of money. So as for how much to pay part-time staff, as long as it doesn't exceed the head office's budget, it's just a matter of Manager Huang's word. This should be the first big order Chen Yan has signed since his rebirth. If he still pays part-time staff 100 yuan a day, then the total profit of this order will be 280,000 yuan, which is roughly the price of a BMW 3 Series. Most people would be overjoyed and ecstatic to sign such a deal. However, Chen Yan remained calm and composed, and even looked a little embarrassed. He quickly spoke up. Brother, I heard that the owners of STO Express, YTO Express, ZTO Express, and Yendo Express are all from Tonglu, Jiangxi Province, and apparently they come from the same family. Yeah, what's up, bro? Manager Huang asked. Hey, brother Huang, you should know the station managers of Yunda, Zhongtong, and Shintong next door, right? I want to acquire these three as well. Chapter 16. Staying overnight at the counselor's apartment again. That evening, with Manager Huang's help, Chen Yan and 4 regional managers from STO Express, YTO Express, ZTO Express, and Yunda Express were drinking and chatting in a private room at Yushui Landing. The private room was filled with cigarette smoke and the strong smell of alcohol, and several men were sitting around singing, chatting, and bragging. The beautiful women beside her were dressed in sexy dresses, their figures graceful and alluring, every glance and every movement filled with temptation. Even more importantly, the dress was actually worn without any underwear. The 4 station managers from STO Express, YTO Express, ZTO Express, and Yendo Express were holding microphones in one hand and shouting at the top of their lungs, venting their emotions to the fullest. His other hand reached into the dress of the beautiful woman next to him, which is probably why many middle-aged men are obsessed with KTV. A woman in a red gauze dress leaned gently on Chen Yan's shoulder, picked up a wine cup from the table, filled his glass, and said coquettishly, Young Master Chen, you can't just focus on drinking and ignore him. Chen Yan casually put his arm around the woman's slender waist, a smile playing on his lips. Miss, don't worry about me. Just take care of my 4 brothers. After saying that, he took out a small wad of banknotes from his wallet and stuffed it into the woman's collar, making her giggle. It was already midnight when Chen Yan came out of Yushui Landing. Manager Huang and the other 3 managers did not come out. Chen Yan booked 4 rooms for them upstairs, and they are probably already playing duo queue games with the girls. Chen Yan got into the Mercedes and let out a soft breath. I haven't drunk this much in a long time. My head is spinning. I spent over 20,000 yuan tonight, but when I looked at the 4 contracts lying on the passenger seat, I suddenly felt that it was all worth it. The dorms are already under curfew at this time, so there's no way I can go back. How about I open a hotel nearby? Thinking this to myself, for some reason, my hand unconsciously took out my phone and sent Jiang Zhixin a WeChat message. Teacher Jiang, I've had too much to drink. Can you come pick me up? Jiang Zhixin, who was just about to go to sleep, frowned upon seeing the message and replied, Where are you? Although the 2 of them had a bit of a conflict when they watched the movie last time, he is, after all, a student in my class, isn't he? From both a moral and logical standpoint, I, as the counselor, should not sit idly by. Chen Yan quickly sent over a location. Jiang Zhixin replied, Don't move. Wait for me over there. I'm driving over now. When Jiang Zhixin arrived at Yushui Landing, Chen Yan was sitting in the car smoking. Because the Mercedes-Benz headlights were on, it was particularly conspicuous at night. Jiang Zhixin saw Chen Yan leaning lazily against the seat from afar, with the car window open and his left hand resting on the windowsill, holding a cigarette. At this moment, Chen Yan showed no signs of being a student. Instead, he exuded a mature, composed, and reserved aura. How to describe this feeling? Jiang Zhixin usually reads a lot of romance novels, and she felt that Chen Yan at this moment was very much like the male protagonist in a domineering CEO novel. Jiang Zhixin silently parked the car, walked over to Chen Yan, and pretended to be serious. What are you doing here, a college student? And drinking so much. When you drink too much alcohol, your attention will be greatly impaired, and Chen Yan only then noticed that Jiang Zhixin had walked up to him. She was wearing a pink sleeveless dress, with a V neckline trimmed with lace that subtly revealed 2 glimpses of her fair skin. She had probably just taken a shower. Her beautiful hair was draped behind her head, and she could still smell the pleasant scent of shower gel. Fueled by alcohol, Chen Yan spoke even more recklessly. Teacher Jiang, you look so beautiful today. Am I not beautiful normally? Jiang Zhixin pouted. Stop changing the subject. Tell me what you're doing here. Of course we're here to discuss business. Talking business? Seeing the obvious disbelief in her eyes, Chen Yan got out of the car, approached Jiang Zhixin, and took out 4 contracts from the car for her. Here, these are trade secrets. I'm only showing them to you. Jiang Zhixin felt a strong smell of alcohol hit her the moment Chen Yan got close, like a wild wind swirling around her. Looking at his face so close to hers and hearing his ambiguous words, her heart inexplicably began to beat faster. "You bastard, you're always flirting with me." However, she still pretended to be calm and took the contracts to read. As she read on, her eyes changed from initial doubt to surprise. It's hard to imagine that this freshman, who has been in college for less than a month, has reached a cooperation agreement with the three major domestic express delivery companies, STO Express, YTO Express, ZTO Express, and Yunda Express. Although it was only a university town station, it is clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary college student. If Jiang Zhixin hadn't seen his admission information and known that his family was just an ordinary working-class family, she would have suspected that Chen Yan's parents were some powerful and influential figures. Although I was surprised inside, I absolutely couldn't show it on my face. After all, I haven't forgiven you for what happened last time. Jiang Zhixin then said calmly. All right, I suppose you have a reason for this. So where did this car come from? Oh, rented to make a show of things, Chen Yan said truthfully. Jiang Zhixin nodded in understanding. The dorms have been closed for a long time. Where are you planning to go next? I'll drive you there. I don't know. I only have one friend in Hangzhou, Teacher Jiang. Chen Yan said earnestly, looking at Jiang Zhixin's delicate face. What? Can't you speak properly? Why do the things you say always sound so strange? Jiang Zhixin couldn't help but mutter to herself. Then you should stay at a hotel. Chen Yan, the little bear, shrugged. I'd like to too, but I didn't bring my ID card with me. Forehead. In the end, the kind counselor decided to take Chen Yan back to his apartment for the night. After all, he was a student and had drunk so much alcohol. He couldn't just stand by and watch him end up homeless, could he? What if something goes wrong? I'll say it again. Once you've done it the first time, you'll do it a second and a third time. Then, Chen Yan followed Jiang Zhixin to the Shengtai Times Mountain residential area again. However, when he got out of the car, he deliberately slowed down and walked unsteadily, as if he was about to fall down at any moment. Jiang Zhixin was surprised. Strange, wasn't he perfectly sober in the car just now? He was even telling jokes. However, she didn't think much of it and stepped forward to help Chen Yan up. Are you all right? It's nothing, just a bit dizzy. Thank you, Teacher Jiang, for your help. Chen Yan, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Jiang Zhixin, almost shamelessly pressed half of his body against her. After entering the familiar one-bedroom apartment, Jiang Zhixin helped Chen Yan walk towards the sofa. After laying Chen Yan down on the sofa, Jiang Zhixin was about to get up when she suddenly felt her hand being pulled hard, causing her to fall uncontrollably onto the sofa. After her mind came to its senses, she realized that she was already lying on top of Chen Yan. A pair of strong hands tightly embraced her waist. You let me go. Jiang Zhixin felt her body stiffen, and she even started to stammer. Chapter 17 Investment and Entrepreneurship. At this moment, Chen Yan could clearly smell Jiang Zhixin's scent, a fragrance that was a mixture of light shampoo and shower gel, clear and elegant. Feeling her soft hair and warm body, and even more importantly, being pressed against by Xuezi, Chen Yan's heart was involuntarily racing. Teacher Jiang, don't move, just hug me for a little while, okay? Chen Yan's voice was a little hoarse. Strangely, Jiang Zhixin did not refuse directly, but said softly, then it can only be for a little while. Since they've already kissed, a hug is fine too. Besides, he was drunk, so it's understandable that he did something like that. Chen Yan was unaware that Jiang Zhixin was brainwashing herself at that moment. He simply held her quietly, feeling her soft, warm body. However, as Chen Yan held her, he sensed something was wrong. He could only cough lightly twice to cover up his embarrassment. Jiang Zhixin naturally sensed something was amiss as well. However, she quickly realized what was happening, and her pretty face instantly turned bright red. Even if you've never eaten pork, haven't you at least seen a pig run? She hurriedly broke free from his embrace, her eyes filled with shyness and panic. I'll go get you a blanket. After saying that, she turned and went into the bedroom. When she came out, her face had returned to calm. You can use this blanket tonight. I'm going to take a shower. Go to bed early. Okay, good night. Neither of them mentioned what had just happened. Chen Yan had indeed drunk too much. He leaned back on the sofa, his head spinning, and fell asleep without realizing it. When Jiang Zhixin came out after taking a shower, she found that he had already fallen asleep. She walked quietly to the sofa and looked him over. She looks quite cute when she's asleep, but she seems like a completely different person as soon as she opens her eyes. That's more like a college student. Chen Yan was completely unaware that Jiang Zhixin was sitting next to him whispering to him, and had even secretly taken a picture of him sleeping with her phone. I had a good night's sleep. Chen Yan woke up at 9 a.m. Jiang Zhixin was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast when she saw Chen Yan wake up and said, "Go to the bathroom to wash up, and then come over for breakfast. I bought you soy milk and steamed buns. There are disposable toothbrushes on the sink." "Thank you, Teacher Jiang," Chen Yan replied with a smile. During breakfast, the two didn't talk much, as if they had already forgotten what happened yesterday. After breakfast, Jiang Zhixin drove Chen Yan to the Yushui Lantern Club, where the rented Mercedes-Benz was still parked. After dropping Chen Yan off, she didn't say a word and drove to school alone. Chen Yan wasn't in a hurry to go to class. Since he was already late, he decided not to go. He first returned the car to its owner, then went to the number 102 entrepreneurship base, printed out a job posting, and posted it at the entrance. Yes, as the part-time business grew, I simply couldn't handle the replies by myself, so I hired 2 full-time customer service representatives. Because the main entrance of shop 102 faces the street, people living nearby can see it whenever they pass by, which is always more convenient for those who live nearby to work overtime. Chen Yan offered a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan and 1 day off per week. In 2013, such a salary was not low for a customer service position. Around noon, the other 3 boys from 303 returned. Upon seeing Chen Yan in the dormitory, Wang Rixing immediately boasted, "Third brother, you have no idea how much I sacrificed for you yesterday." Chen Yan was completely confused and asked him what had happened. After he finished recounting how he had been caught by the counselor for helping Chen Yan answer questions in class, Chen Yan remained remarkably calm. "That's it. Don't worry, second brother. If she dares to deduct 2 points from your score, I'll definitely help you save face. Next time, I'll give her a good spanking." Wang Rixing thought Chen Yan was just bragging, so he put his arm around Chen Yan's shoulder and said, "Good brother, your words are enough." Zhang Fifan chimed in, "Third brother, if you dare to spank Teacher Jiang, I dare to lick the filth in the toilet clean." "Okay, I've written that down. Let's go. Let's go eat first. We're starving." Finally, at Li Wenxin's urging, the 4 members of Group 303 headed towards the cafeteria together. The job posting received feedback quickly. That evening, Chen Yan received a call from an applicant, a stay-at-home mom in her 30s. Chen Yan arranged an interview with her for Sunday afternoon. Chen Yan was eager for her to start work as soon as possible, but he was planning to hire 2 customer service representatives, so it would be better to wait until there were a few more candidates and then interview them all together on Sunday. Sunday afternoon arrived in the blink of an eye. Chen Yan had hardly gone to class this week, mainly because he couldn't reply to several WeChat messages. It also took him 15 minutes to walk from his dormitory to the teaching building, so he simply couldn't be bothered to go. After a few days of discussion, 4 candidates came for interviews today, all of them women. It wasn't because only women applied, but because if they were men, Chen Yan wouldn't even give them an interview opportunity. Customer service positions require meticulousness and patience, and in these qualities, women are indeed superior to men. After a brief round of interviews, Chen Yan ultimately selected 2 candidates. One is Zhu Lijuan, a 33-year-old stay-at-home mom. She used to stay at home full-time to take care of her child, but now that her child is in elementary school, she has come out to find a job. The other one is Huang Shanshan, a recent college graduate. She is petite and not highly educated, but she looks reliable and speaks wittily. Chen Yan told them to come directly to work at the number 102 entrepreneurship base tomorrow, Monday. After resolving the interview issue, Chen Yan went to the electronics market and bought 2 computers for the new employees, which cost him nearly 10,000 yuan. Thank goodness I'm in a cash flow business, with daily income. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to keep up with this rate of spending. At 8:30 a.m. on Monday, Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan arrived at 102 to report on time. Chen Yan had no choice but to skip class again. The students in the entire economics and management class 4 had gotten used to it. Occasionally, when they saw Chen Yan come to the classroom, they would jokingly say, "Oh, a rare guest. Sister Zhu, Shanshan, let me give you a general training on the key points of our business." Good. Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan showed great respect to the young boss, even sitting up straight. "I'll send you the job information as soon as I find it. You just need to copy it to your WeChat moments." However, No matter how well you write your part-time job information, you will still have many students asking you all sorts of questions. At this time, you must answer them one by one patiently. After you've settled their wages, that's when the level of trust between you and them is at its highest. At this point, you should definitely mention that you can give them a red envelope, cash gift, if they introduce their friends to do part-time work. That's about it. Feel free to ask me anything if you have any questions. You guys usually work here on the computers. Each of you should keep a key to this place. I might not come here every day. Chen Yan did not reveal that he was still a college student. Firstly, because it was unnecessary, and secondly, because he was afraid that his employees would look down on him because of it. After all, who wants their boss to be a recent college freshman? That sounds unreliable, doesn't it? Although Office 102 belongs to the school, it is essentially a street front shop. Apart from the school's faculty and students, probably no one would think that it is the school's entrepreneurial base. The main reason is that when college students start businesses these days, they often open milk tea shops, coffee shops, clothing stores, etc. Despite the extremely high failure rate, in order to encourage students' entrepreneurial enthusiasm, the school simply reserved a row of street front shops as an entrepreneurial base and did not rent them out. After training them, Chen Yan went back to his dormitory and brought his laptop to room 102 to work with them so he could solve any problems they raised. Overall, Chen Yan was satisfied with the work of the two customer service representatives after a morning of work. As long as one is diligent and meticulous, one can generally do a good job in customer service. At noon, Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan went out to eat together, but Chen Yan did not go with them. Why? Imagine, on their first day at work, the two of them would definitely have a lot to talk about, such as complaining about their salaries, bosses, job duties, and work environment. If Chen Yan were there, how stifling would he feel? Therefore, bosses should not be too far away from their employees, but they also should not be too close. They need to strike the right balance to maximize the efficiency of their employees. Chen Yan didn't go to eat. Instead, he took out a pack of tissues and opened a website in his office. Don't get the wrong idea. The website is called Tuchuangjia. Chen Yan raised his first sum of money in e-commerce in his previous life through this platform. The investors are a diverse group, ranging from top international investment banks like Red Hill and EDG to individual investors like small business owners from 18th-tier counties looking for projects. Of course, the projects within are a mixed bag, with varying quality. Chen Yan clicked on the Upload Project webpage and began writing. Project name: Daily Part-Time Job App, enabling everyone to create value with their spare time. Project Introduction: This is a platform software where businesses and shops that need part-time jobs can post their job requirements. Those looking for part-time jobs can find suitable opportunities on the platform, allowing them to make the most of their spare time. Project Progress: We have currently connected with over 20,000 high-quality part-time job resources among university students, with an average of nearly 200 part-time workers per day and a daily turnover exceeding 20,000 renminbi. Project Requirements: To rapidly expand business and brand awareness, we are preparing to build the aforementioned app and require angel investment of 2 million renminbi, offering 10% equity. Those interested may contact Manager Chen, 138XXXXXXXX. Upload complete. Chen Yan spent another 2,000 yuan to become a website member in order to make his project rank as high as possible. There's no way around it. Websites need to make a living too. After doing all this, he got up and went to the cafeteria to eat, feeling satisfied. Chapter 18: She's Fallen for Me. Another week passed, and now that he no longer needed to be a customer service representative, Chen Yan had more free time. However, he was busier than ever this week, spending every day talking to companies about part-time business. The current reality at Yin Human Resources is that there are too many wolves and not enough meat. As soon as a new part-time job comes out, it's snapped up instantly. So, finding new companies to discuss cooperation is now a pressing matter. As for the school, apart from Mr. Zhang's moral education class, his roommates in room 303 would answer questions for him in almost all other classes. Even so, Chen Yan was still added to the makeup exam list by many teachers in advance. Because many classes assign homework in class and require students to hand it in immediately, Chen Yan's absence from class became known. Later on, even the guys from 303 didn't dare to answer for Chen Yan anymore. He has now become a troublemaker in the eyes of all the teachers. Some of the teachers who are unlucky have not even known what Chen Yan looks like since the start of the semester. Chen Yan thought to himself, I'm innocent too, but I really can't get away from it. I really don't know how the male protagonists in those rebirth novels I read in my past life managed to do it. Being a class committee member, attending classes, and pursuing career goals are all part of this. What's more, you can even get a scholarship at the end of the semester. Is this even human? Fortunately, after a week of running around in the wind and sun, Chen Yan secured deals with several more high-quality factories and restaurants. So, he decided to take a day off today because he was really tired, the kind of exhaustion that leaves him physically and mentally drained. It just so happens that there is a moral education class with Jiang Zhixin today. It's funny to think about it. So much time has passed since the start of the semester, and I haven't even attended a single class taught by my own class advisor. So, the 4 members of Group 303 went to the lecture hall where they were having class. Holy crap, are there really that many people? Looking at the huge lecture hall, which was packed with people, Chen Yan couldn't help but mutter something to himself. Third brother, you'll get used to it. These people are from other colleges who came to see teacher Jiang. Zhang Fifan replied calmly. Yes, third brother, we're used to it. Teacher Jiang is even more popular on Baidu Tieba than the school beauty Jiang Muyun. If we arrive any later, we might not even have a seat. In classrooms, the back rows are usually more popular because it's convenient for students to use their phones or sleep. However, the front row is always the most sought after in teacher Jiang's class. If you don't arrive an hour early, you simply can't get a seat in the front row, because she usually only moves around in the first 2 rows during class and rarely pays attention to the students in the back rows. Chen Yan and his group didn't arrive early, so they were forced to sit in the back row. However, Chen Yan didn't care. Hee, I've already kissed and hugged Jiang Zhixin. Why would I care about sitting in the front row? A bunch of brats. They can't even see my taillights. As Chen Yan was daydreaming, the sound of high heels clicking away came from not far away. Jiang Zhixin walked into the classroom. Wow! Many of her classmates from the foreign languages department, who were meeting her for the first time, started to tease her. She was dressed in a business suit, with a close-fitting silk apricot-colored blouse on top, paired with a black pencil skirt, her long, beautiful legs encased in nude stockings, and a pair of mid-heeled black high heels. Just standing there, she is a sight to behold. Chen Yan suddenly understood those people who arrived an hour early to grab front row seats. Imagine what it would feel like to sit in the front row and see those long legs covered in stockings up close. Damn, he started to wonder if some pervert was doing something inappropriate in the classroom. What was that research finding again? Men who enjoy looking at beautiful women tend to live longer. Why? When men look at beautiful women, their brains release a neurotransmitter called dopamine, which can make them feel happy and relaxed, relieve stress and anxiety, and enhance their self-confidence and sense of well-being. At the same time, looking at beautiful women can also promote the secretion of male hormones, which is very beneficial for maintaining male sexual function and muscle strength, and preventing cardiovascular disease and Alzheimer's disease. Chen Yan was indeed quite far from the podium in the last row, and he wasn't sure if Jiang Zhixin had seen him, so he lowered his head and started playing on his phone. Chen Yan opened the back end of the official website of Tu Chuangjia. Strangeness. A week has passed, and there hasn't been a single message in the back end, nor have I received a single phone call. Did I not deposit enough money? Just as Chen Yan was considering whether to push for another 5,000 to increase the exposure of his project, Jiang Zhixin spoke up. Students, because this moral education class is not a formal subject, the school has only allocated 6 class periods for it. Today is the 4th class period. I will send the homework to your class group in a little while. You don't need to come to class next week. Remember to bring your homework with you during the last class the week after next, as it will affect your final grade. I hope you take this seriously. As soon as Jiang Zhixin finished speaking, the audience erupted in discussion. Oh no, does that mean I won't be able to attend teacher Jiang's classes anymore? The sky has fallen. I'll never see my goddess again. Be content. Teacher Jiang isn't a professor, just a counselor. It's good enough that she can come to class. Damn, I'm not ready yet. I was planning to confess to her at the end of the semester. Whoever urinates yellow urine, wake them up. As if hearing the whispers of her classmates, Jiang Zhixin chuckled and said, There's no need for everyone to act like it's a life or death separation. Although I'm no longer teaching, I'm still at the school. You can come to me anytime if you have any questions. I'll send the assignment to your class group now. There's only one subjective question and no standard answer. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a gasp from the audience. Hey, isn't that Chen Yan? Holy crap, it really is Chen Yan from our class. Why are there photos of Chen Yan sleeping in teacher Zhang's photo album? Even Chen Yan, the person involved, was taken aback. What's going on? His other 3 roommates in room 303 looked at him with strange expressions, as if he were an alien. It turned out that when Jiang Zhixin opened WeChat to send the photo of the question, she didn't notice that her computer desktop had already been projected onto the big screen. While she was looking for the photo of that subjective question in her laptop's photo album, a sharp-eyed classmate spotted a photo that looked exactly like Chen Yan sleeping. Jiang Zhixin looked back and then realized what was happening. This photo was taken by that jerk last week when he stayed at my house and fell asleep on the sofa. It's over. This is a massive social disaster. Jiang Zhixin felt her face getting hot and quickly closed the photo album. Well, actually, she herself was also confused and didn't know how to explain it. Don't misunderstand. This photo was sent to teacher Jiang privately. I asked her if I looked handsome when I was sleeping. Everyone in the classroom was drawn to a deep, powerful voice and turned to look. Chen Yan, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Chen Yan, is this the boy in the photo? This is truly eye-opening. Is this person really that narcissistic? Hee, I guess he has a crush on teacher Jiang. He even sent her a picture of himself sleeping. What a pervert. The voices in the classroom instantly became polarized. The students in Class 4 of Economics and Management naturally recognized Chen Yan and didn't say much. People from other classes or colleges generally regarded Chen Yan as a narcissist or a pervert. Yes, after Chen Yan sent me the photos, I accidentally saved them to my album. Jiang Zhixin also noticed Chen Yan at this moment, but her gaze towards Chen Yan was complicated, with a mixture of surprise, gratitude, and emotion. After Chen Yan's explanation, the little incident quickly passed. After all, no one would think that a goddess of Jiang Zhixin's caliber would have an ambiguous relationship with Chen Yan. Moreover, he was her student. Then classes resumed as normal. Third brother, you're something else. We usually don't dare to talk to teacher Jiang, but you've already sent her sleeping photos privately. Li Wenxin, sitting next to Chen Yan, joked. Yeah, third brother, that was some pretty cool moves. Haven't you heard the saying, if you're bold enough, your advisor will give you maternity leave? Chen Yan replied calmly. Awesome. In reality, Chen Yan's heart was not as calm as it appeared. The background of that photo was clearly taken when I was sleeping in Jiang Zhixin's apartment last time. Why did she take pictures of me without my permission? Are you attracted to my handsome looks? That's not right either. Although I consider myself somewhat handsome, I shouldn't be able to charm Jiang Zhixin. There are plenty of guys in school who are more handsome than me, but I haven't seen any of them talk to her much. After all, a goddess of her caliber would certainly have no shortage of handsome suitors around her. That leaves only one explanation. She's fallen for me. Chapter 19 Angel Round Funding. Having figured this out, Chen Yan felt much better. Surprised? The most beautiful counselor in the history of the university has still fallen into my hands. Chen Yan silently took out his phone, turned on the front camera, and tidied his hair. Sigh, being too handsome can sometimes be a problem. Upon hearing this, Li Wenxin, who was sitting next to him, involuntarily twitched at the corner of his mouth. In high spirits, Chen Yan listened to the entire lesson for the first time ever, and his gaze towards Jiang Zhixin held a hint of satisfaction. After all, Jiang Zhixin, it's one thing to be beautiful, but more importantly, you have such good taste that you can spot me, a dragon lurking in the abyss, among thousands of handsome men. However, Jiang Zhixin's gaze did not turn towards Chen Yan again until the end of Get Out of Class. I don't know if my good mood brought me good luck. Shortly after class ended, good news arrived. Chen Yan received a call from the investors. An investment company called Pushuan Capital wants to discuss the daily part-time job app project with Chen Yan. Chen Yan had no problem. He had been waiting for this call for a long time. But I definitely have to put on an act. I have an appointment with another investment bank tomorrow. If it's convenient for you, could you come to my company the day after tomorrow? There was a pause of a few seconds on the other end of the phone before the reply came. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll add you on WeChat first. See you the day after tomorrow. After adding each other on WeChat, the two parties first introduced themselves, then had preliminary discussions about the project's progress, and decided to formally negotiate at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today is the day of our first meeting with Pushuan Capital. Chen Yan was already sitting at the 102 startup base early in the morning, and even brought breakfast for the 2 employees of 102. After 2 days of practice, Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan have become more and more proficient in the work process, and Chen Yan basically doesn't need to worry about them anymore. At 10 a.m., a man around 35 years old, dressed in a well-fitting suit and with his hair neatly combed, walked into the number 102 entrepreneurship base. Beside him was a young woman dressed in a business suit, wearing frameless glasses and with exquisite makeup. When Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan saw this woman walk into their company, a hint of amazement flashed in their eyes. It seems that beauties of this caliber should naturally appear in the most upscale office buildings in the CBD, rather than in a small workshop on the street. To be fair, this woman is very beautiful, with an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, a slender waist, and long, thick legs. Although she doesn't have the near-perfect looks of Jiang Zhixin and Jiang Muyun, she's definitely considered top-tier in terms of appearance among ordinary people. These must be Manager Yang and Secretary Liu. I'm Chen Yan. Chen Yan guessed their identities and stood up to greet them gracefully. The man's name is Yang Wei, and he is an investment manager at Pushuan Capital. The woman's name is Lu Shishir, and she is the board secretary of Pushuan Capital. In terms of administrative rank, Lu Shishir's rank is one level higher than Yang Wei's. Yang Wei was visibly taken aback. President Chen? I didn't expect you to be so young. Haha, Manager Yang doesn't look old at all. At all. Please make yourselves at home. After inviting them to sit down, Chen Yan pointed to Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan and introduced them, saying, "These are our company's customer service ladies." "Hello." Yang Wei nodded to them, then said, "President Chen, let's get straight to the point and talk about business. I've looked at the data you sent me on WeChat. The data looks very impressive. It's hard to imagine that you could achieve this scale in just 1 month. We at Pushuan Capital have great confidence in your future development." But Chen Yan knew that the main event was just beginning. The first few polite words can be ignored. Anyone who takes them to heart is a fool. However, we'd like to know how Mr. Chen plans to promote the Daily Jobs app. Relying solely on the 20,000 college students in Mr. Chen's WeChat moments is still too small a scale. Chen Yan smiled. He had rehearsed the answer to this question in his mind countless times. However, instead of answering directly, he asked a seemingly unrelated question. How many years has Manager Yang been out of school? Yang Wei stroked his chin and thought for a moment. It's been about 10 years, I guess. What's wrong? To be honest with Manager Yang, I'm actually a freshman at a University of Science and Technology. These words surprised everyone present, including Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan. Lu Shishir's expression shifted slightly as she adjusted her frameless glasses, revealing a hint of admiration in her contact lenses. Yang Wei was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Truly a hero emerges from among the young. A freshman can build a business framework with a daily turnover of 20,000 yuan. Mr. Chen, that's impressive. However, I still don't understand how you plan to promote daily part-time jobs. Because I am a student, I know what college students are interested in nowadays. I want to use the Campus Beauty Contest as a gimmick to promote all the universities in Hangzhou first. A school beauty pageant. Yes. At this moment, Lu Shishir, who had been silent until now, spoke up. President Chen, I have come across some college student entrepreneurship projects that use Campus Beauty Pageant as a gimmick, but the results have all been unsatisfactory. Chen Yan was taken aback when he heard the mature woman speak. Wow, I thought you were just a pretty face, but I didn't expect you to have some skills. All right, looks like I need to bring out something real. Ahem. Chen Yan cleared his throat and continued. Secretary Liu, it's like this. For this competition to have a significant impact, there are 2 prerequisites. Lu Shishir blinked. What? A sufficiently large prize and a sufficiently large student base are both indispensable. Mr. Chen, could you be more specific? Yang Wei interjected. Lu Shishir suddenly realized. You mean you want to promote this competition among the 20,000 college students in your WeChat moments and attract girls to sign up with a large enough prize? Chen Yan nodded. That's right. If even one person in the dorm knows about this, then everyone in the dorm will definitely know. As long as the prize money is high enough and there's a catchy buzz, it will spread very quickly. So, how much money does Mr. Chen plan to allocate as a bonus? Chen Yan held up one finger, narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, 1 million. The atmosphere inside the 102 startup base suddenly quieted down. After a long pause, Lu Shishir finally spoke. Mr. Chen, as far as I know, your total funding requirement is only 2 million yuan. Isn't it too aggressive to spend 1 million yuan on a single promotional event? Chen Yan smiled and said, Secretary Liu, we live in the mobile internet era, where users are king. Have you forgotten how much money was burned in last year's group buying war? What is a mere million? Hee, Mr. Chen, you really have a big mouth. Yang Wei seemed to think the young man in front of him was being too pretentious, so he paused and continued. So, assuming we're willing to invest 2 million in Mr. Chen, could we ask for 20% of the shares? Impossible. I think even 10% is too much. If Manager Yang doesn't think the price is right, there's no need to continue negotiating. Chen Yan flatly refused. Yang Wei was also a little confused by Chen Yan's words. Who exactly is trying to attract investment? It feels like I'm the one begging them. Everyone online says how rebellious and unruly the post-90s generation is, and now I've truly witnessed it. But do you think you can control me like this? You're still too young. So he took a sip of water and said slowly, Hee, Mr. Chen, I saw a very interesting post online. Young people these days are all talk and no action. They can't even afford 10 or 20,000 yuan, but they think 1 million yuan is a small amount of money. Mr. Chen, how much truth do you think there is in this post? In fact, Chen Yan had already anticipated that the other party would lower the investment price or ask for more shares. So he had prepared countermeasures long in advance. Chen Yan didn't say anything. He got up, walked behind his desk, took out his key, opened the drawer, and took out several contracts. With a snap, don't get me wrong, he didn't slam the contract on the table in front of Yang Wei. These 4 contracts were quite thick, and if you tossed them lightly, they would make a thud sound when they hit the table. Look, Manager Yang, these 4 contracts are worth over 1 million. Do you think I can come up with 1 million? I'll say it again. Daily part-time job is destined to take off under my leadership. Now is the best time to get on board. There's no need to haggle over this little bit of money. Yang Wei felt as if he had been insulted by a college student. He was about to retort when Lu Shishir stopped him. Manager Yang, why don't we take a look at the contract first? Hearing Lu Shishir say that, Yang Wei could only force a wry smile. Okay, let's take a look at the contract first. It would be a lie to say the two of them weren't surprised after reading the contract. However, these two were people who had seen a lot, so they weren't intimidated by the 1 million contract. Yang Wei's expression, however, was rather grim. Lu Shishir, however, revealed undisguised admiration in her beautiful eyes behind her frameless glasses as she raised her slender wrist. Mr. Chen, we admire you and are very optimistic about your project. However, I cannot make the investment decision on my end. We need to go back to the company for a meeting to discuss it before we can make a decision. Chen Yan raised his hand and gently grasped Lu Shishir's fair and delicate hand. I understand. Lu Shishir replied with a smile. I'll get back to you by tonight at the latest. Chen Yan suddenly felt an itch in his palm. It turned out that Lu Shishir was gently rubbing his palm with her fingers. Remember to stay connected. Lu Shishir winked at Chen Yan from an angle where Yang Wei couldn't see her. Good. Chen Yan replied calmly. Let's go back to the company for a meeting first. I'll call you as soon as I have any news. Okay, then I won't see you off. Chapter 20 Why Did You Kiss Me Again? Pushuan has high capital efficiency. At 4 p.m., Chen Yan received a call from Lu Shishir. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. The company's senior management is very optimistic about your project. When will you come to sign the investment agreement? Chen Yan didn't have much of an emotional reaction to the news because he genuinely believed that daily part-time job was destined to take off. Letting you in now is just a way to show off and take you on a wild ride. Sister Shishir, please don't call me President Chen anymore. I can't accept that title. Just call me Chen Yan. Lu Shishir paused for a moment upon hearing the address, Sister Shishir, then said in a sweet, coquettish voice, President Chen is now a boss worth 20 million, and I'm just a lowly secretary with a fixed salary. How dare I call President Chen by his full name? Holy crap, if this woman lived in later generations, she would definitely be the best of the best. Lu Shishir, as a board secretary, should have an annual salary of around 7 figures. 2013. The purchasing power of 1 million should not be underestimated. But what she said wasn't wrong. According to the equity investment agreement of 2 million for 10%, Chen Yan's 90% stake was valued at 18 million, so it's not inappropriate to say that he was worth 20 million. However, such claims are all unfounded. If the daily part-time job does not achieve the expected success, then the 20 million will be as illusory as the moon reflected in water or a flower in a mirror. Chen Yan inwardly scoffed, but outwardly remained polite, saying, "Sister Sure, please don't make fun of me. Let's get down to business. How about we have dinner together tonight and finalize the investment details?" "Just the two of us?" Chen Yan asked. He. Another burst of silvery laughter came from the other end of the microphone. Lu Sure said coquettishly, "If President Chen wants just the two of us, he can ask me out anytime. But not tonight. My colleagues and managers from the investment department will be there tonight too. Can I bring someone with me? You don't intend to bring your girlfriend, do you?" "No, I'm still single. I wanted to bring my mentor from this project with me." The person on the other end of the phone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Sure, bringing a few more people won't be a problem. No need for that. One is enough. After all, she's my mentor, so she should feel involved." He see you tonight." Lu Sure smiled and hung up the phone. Chen Yan himself found it strange. Why did I subconsciously want to drag Jiang Jixin along? Am I trying to quietly show off in front of her? That should be the case. So he took out his phone and started typing. "Teacher Jiang, my startup project has secured 2 million yuan in angel investment. You're the project mentor. There's a dinner party tonight. Would you like to come with me?" Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin, really? 2 million? Is it progressing that fast? Surprised face. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. But I couldn't help at all. "Chen Jun, just come in person and come pick me up later. I'll hitch a ride with you." Jiang Jixin agreed. She also wanted to see what Chen Yan was really up to. 2 million in angel investment? It sounds almost dreamy. It's only been a month since school started. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray something like this. It was already dark at 6 p.m. A white Audi A4 was parked in front of the number 3 dormitory area of the university. Chen Yan got into the car, familiar with the place. Jiang Jixin carefully selected a light blue long dress today. The dress's cut perfectly outlined her slender waist and long legs. She curled her hair slightly, with a few strands falling around her fair neck. Her exquisite makeup made her already alluring eyes even more captivating, and the vibrant red on her lips resembled a rose blooming in the dark night. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yan's eyes. "Wow, Teacher Jiang, are you going on a blind date?" Jiang Jixin swung her little fist and punched Chen Yan on the shoulder. "Seriously, didn't you say we're signing an investment agreement tonight? We can't afford to lose in terms of momentum. Isn't that the real reason you asked me to come along?" Chen Yan was stunned for a moment. Goodness, it turns out Jiang Jixin thought she would get stage fright going to the dinner party alone, so she wanted to invite her along to give her some courage. Speechless. This isn't a beauty pageant. So what if you're as beautiful as an angel? Well, it does have some use. Otherwise, why would the receptionists of Fortune 500 companies also have to meet certain requirements regarding appearance and physique? Having a good appearance is a weapon in itself. It can not only influence how others perceive you and make it easier to gain their approval, but it can also have a positive psychological effect on you. Chen Yan shrugged helplessly. "Teacher Jiang, you're overthinking it. This time, the other party is begging me to give them the money." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jixin's expression changed from serious to puzzled. Chen Yan explained, "In less than 6 months, their investment will at least increase 5-fold or even more. So I'm giving them a chance to make money, not us lowering ourselves to beg others to invest." "Are you that confident?" Chen Yan said calmly. "If you don't even have this much confidence, who would want to start a business? By the way, Teacher Jiang, why did you secretly take pictures of me sleeping?" The Audi was driving smoothly on the road when Chen Yan suddenly blurted out this sentence. Jiang Jixin's body suddenly stiffened, and even the steering wheel wobbled slightly. She quickly straightened the steering wheel, composed herself, and said stubbornly, "I just thought you looked adorably ugly while sleeping, so I sent it to my best friend. Don't overthink it." Oh, Chen Yan clearly didn't believe it, but he didn't continue the topic. The Audi soon arrived at a Chinese restaurant by West Lake, Jiwu Beijing cuisine. In his previous life, Chen Yan often brought his younger sister to eat here and even got a membership card, so he knew the place very well. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon private room, the people from Pushuan Capital were already there. There were 7 people in total. Besides Yang Wei and Lu Sure, whom I had met during the day, there were also 4 men and 1 woman, which was also the first time I had met Chen Yan. When Lu Sure saw Chen Yan enter, she stood up and introduced him to a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. "Presently, this is Chen Yan. He is still a college student." Changing the subject, she added, "Mr. Chen, this is Mr. Li Mingjia, the CEO of Pushuan Capital." President Li, sitting in the middle of the group, nodded to Chen Yan and Lu Shishir then introduced the others in turn. However, her gaze inadvertently fell on the woman next to Chen Yan. In fact, it wasn't just Lu Shishir. All 7 people in the private room were secretly sizing up Jiang Zhixin. Jiang Zhixin was already extremely beautiful without makeup, but today, after deliberately dressing up, she was even more radiant and charming. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, radiating brilliance. After Lu Shishir finished introducing the 7 people from Pushuan capital, Li Mingjie stood up and walked up to Chen Yan. "Brother Chen, you are indeed a young hero with extraordinary bearing and a handsome appearance." He then looked at Jiang Zhixin and asked, "And who is this beautiful lady?" Chen Yan introduced herself generously. "This is my project mentor and also our class advisor. She helped me apply for the office in my company." Jiang Zhixin bowed slightly and smiled politely. "Mr. Li, hello. I've heard so much about you." Li Mingjie quickly said, "Miss Jiang, you're too kind. Please have a seat." Everyone took their seats, and one exquisite dish after another was placed on the table. Sitting to Chen Yan's left, Lu Shishir joked, "President Chen said this afternoon that he was bringing his teacher. I thought it was a man, but it turns out to be a great beauty." As soon as these words were spoken, someone nearby immediately echoed, "Yes, Miss Jiang's looks are perfect for making movies. Being a counselor is a waste of her talent." Li Mingjie chimed in, "Haha, I think Miss Jiang is much prettier than those movie stars. Come on, Brother Chen, Miss Jiang, let me toast you." "Okay, thank you," Jiang Zhixin replied gracefully. The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became lively. After several rounds of drinks, Yang Wei, who hadn't said much until now, finally spoke up. "Mr. Chen, regarding the investment, since our company is going to be a platform-based enterprise, why don't we just register a new technology company, with you holding 90% of the shares and our company holding 10%, and then change the equity of your current Yan Human Resources to become a wholly owned subsidiary of the new company?" "Great minds think alike, Manager Yang. I didn't expect you to say exactly what I was going to say." Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, Yang Wei's face clearly showed a hint of pride, as if he had been praised by his superior. Since Chen Yan had no objections, Li Mingjie made the decision on the spot. "All right, since no one has any objections, I'll have the company's finance department move forward with this tomorrow. Once the new company is registered, the 2 million will be transferred to the company account immediately. Here is an investment agreement. If Mr. Chen finds it satisfactory, he can sign it." After reviewing the contract, Chen Yan found no problems and signed his name and pressed his fingerprint on it. Li Mingjie raised his glass. "Brother Chen, it's been a pleasure doing business with you." Chen Yan didn't waste any words and downed a glass of red wine. Happy cooperation. Once the cooperation was finalized, the atmosphere at the dinner party became even more lively. From this moment on, these 2 families are in the same boat, their fates intertwined. Well, a mere 2 million isn't much for an investment bank. Chen Yan drank quite a bit, but he had a good alcohol tolerance and remained quite sober. Jiang Zhixin, who was sitting to his right, had been toasted by others, and now her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were somewhat unfocused. Suddenly, Chen Yan felt a soft little hand moving on his thigh. Looking to the left, it turned out that Lu Shishir was the one causing trouble. Most of the people at the table were a bit drunk, and no one noticed Lu Shishir's little actions under the table. Lu Shishir looked at Chen Yan with seductive eyes. "I didn't expect Mr. Chen to have such a high alcohol tolerance. When has Chen Yan ever been bullied like this before?" They retaliated on the spot. He placed his large hand directly on Lu Shishir's beautiful legs, which were covered in stockings, and pinched the flesh on her thigh through the slippery stockings with his fingers. "Ah!" Lu Shishir couldn't help but call out softly. Sitting next to her, Yang Wei asked with concern, "Secretary Lu, are you all right?" "It's nothing, just a mosquito bite." Yang Wei didn't say anything. After all, no one would have guessed that the mosquito's surname was Chen. However, Lu Shishir didn't dare to tease Chen Yan any further and could only glare at him fiercely. After the dinner, Li Mingjie suggested going to a karaoke bar for a second round. Chen Yan politely declined, citing dormitory access restrictions, and then called a designated driver to go back with Jiang Zhixin. The back seat of an Audi. Jiang Zhixin was leaning back in the car seat, her face flushed and her eyes somewhat unfocused. Her slightly tipsy appearance added a touch of naivety to her usually delicate and charming face. The car was quiet, with only soft music flowing from the car stereo, as if telling a story. Chen Yan, Sometimes I feel like you're not like a college student at all, Jiang Zhixin suddenly said, her voice tinged with a hint of languor and intoxication. Oh, then what do I look like? Chen Yan turned to look at her. Like a big bad guy. After Jiang Zhixin finished speaking, she winked mischievously. At this moment, she looked as cute as an innocent high school girl, and there was no trace of a counselor about her. After listening, Chen Yan slowly approached Jiang Zhixin and said gently, Teacher Jiang, do you know that I've never liked being taken advantage of since I was a child? Jiang Zhixin didn't immediately understand what that sentence meant. But the next moment, her eyes widened instantly, and she was completely stunned. The strong scent of male hormones mixed with the smell of alcohol left her mind blank. She was forcibly kissed again. After the previous incident of secretly taking photos of Jiang Zhixin while she was sleeping, Chen Yan felt that Jiang Zhixin had feelings for him, so he became even bolder than before. After a long while, their lips parted. Jiang Zhixin's face flushed crimson, her delicate brows furrowed, and she said fiercely, both embarrassed and annoyed, Why? Why did you kiss me again? If the first kiss was because I hit someone first, what was the reason this time? However, her voice was very soft, barely audible. Chen Yan looked at the beautiful oval face before him and said calmly, Didn't you say yourself that I'm a big bad guy? A bad guy has to do bad things to live up to that title. Good heavens. Even the driver in the front seat, who was quietly driving, was thinking to himself, I've learned something. Jiang Zhixin once again refreshed the definition of this person's shamelessness in her mind. So you mean I've shot myself in the foot again? Considering there was a designated driver ahead of her, Jiang Zhixin didn't dare to make too much of a fuss. He was so angry that he didn't say anything and turned to look out the car window. Looking at the flashing neon lights outside the window, she felt strange, unsure of what kind of feeling she had for Chen Yan. Even though this guy forcibly kissed her twice, and he even touched her bare just now, she didn't feel any aversion at all. Instead, she felt more embarrassed and annoyed. Not long after, the Audi pulled up in front of Jiang Zhixin's rented apartment building. She grabbed her bag and hurried into the residential area without saying a word to Chen Yan. Chen Yan didn't take it seriously, since it wasn't far from the school, so he took advantage of the evening breeze and walked alone back to his dormitory. When Chen Yan arrived at the dormitory, the three adopted sons of room 303 were playing a game. Only when he took out his phone did he realize that Lu Shishir had sent him a WeChat message. Mr. Chen, have we arrived at the school yet? He typed back, Sister Shishir, I've arrived. A reply came quickly from the other end of the phone. Then I'm relieved, kiss. If you're not worried, why add a kissing emoji? Are you trying to make people have all sorts of wild thoughts? Not to be outdone, Chen Yan typed back. Is Sister Shishir worried about me? Lu Shishir. Yes, I'm worried that if you drink too much, you'll be tricked into bed by another woman. Okay. An ordinary guy would probably be overwhelmed by now, but alas, you've run into me, Chen. Chen Yan cut to the chase. How could that be? My first time must be reserved for a woman like Sister Shishir. Upon seeing Chen Yan's reply, Lu Shishir couldn't suppress a smile and replied with a laugh. You've had a first time? Don't lie to your older sister. Chen Yan, if Sister Shishir doesn't believe me, come and check it yourself. Lu Shishir, you little pervert, don't try to trick your older sister. After seeing this message, Chen Yan didn't reply and went straight to the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment building on the banks of the Qiantang River, a woman wearing only a thin slip dress stood barefoot in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Seeing that Chen Yan had not replied for a long time, she couldn't help but pout. You little brat, are you playing hard to get with your sister? Hee. After a moment's thought, Lu Shishir cleverly slid the left strap of her tank top down to her left upper arm, revealing her snow-white shoulder and delicate collarbone. Under the V-neck, her full breasts were faintly visible. Then, with a click, she took a selfie and sent it to Chen Yan. I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep now. Let's see if you can hold back now. It seems like I'll be fighting with both sides tonight. Lu Shishir smiled smugly and hummed a cheerful tune as she walked into the bathroom. Chapter 21, Building a Team. After taking a shower, Chen Yan climbed into his dorm room and opened his phone to see this suggestive picture. Holy crap, what are they trying to do? Which cadre can't withstand this test? So, Chen Yan, with a critical attitude, clicked on the photo and then slowly expanded 2 fingers outwards. Finally, after the image was magnified 5 times, the meticulous Chen Yan found the flaw and then began typing. Sister Shishir, you're not wearing a bra. After taking a shower, Lu Shirshir saw this reply, muttered, "Pervert," to herself, and then replied with a hammer hitting on the head emoji. Chen Yan replied quickly this time. KKT. Lu Shirshir, what does KKT mean? In 2013, many of the internet slang terms that would later become popular were not yet in use. So Chen Yan didn't explain them in much detail. He simply said that he would explain them to Chen Yan in person when they met next time. After ending his conversation with Lu Shirshir, Chen Yan, who was about to go to sleep, received a WeChat message from a woman. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Have you arrived at the dormitory yet? Chen Ingjun, we've arrived. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. That's good. Chen Ingjun. Is teacher Jiang concerned about me? Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Can I care about my students? Chen Ingjun. To students KKNZ. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixian. Chen Ingjun. Nothing. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Oh, good night. After saying good night, Chen Yan quickly fell asleep, while Jiang Jixin tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. The scene of kissing in the car just now kept playing in her mind like a movie. Her lips seemed to still hold Chen Yan's warmth and breath, a breath like countless fine needles gently pricking her senses, causing ripples to spread across the lake of her heart. 3 more days passed, and the new company's business license was issued. Chen Yan named his new company Hangzhou Daily Technology Company, Limited. Chen Yan took out his USB key, inserted it into his computer, and opened the company account, where 2 million renminbi was deposited. With the money in hand, the next step is to assemble a technical team to write software code and strive to launch daily part-time jobs in the shortest possible time. Chen Yan does not plan to recruit from the School of Information Science and Technology. Firstly, the students themselves have classes and cannot devote themselves fully to the work. Secondly, he prioritizes efficiency and quality, so he directly hires experienced engineers, which allows the software to be launched much faster. And so it was. He opened 68.com and Ganji.com. At that time, Bossipin had not yet been developed, and recruitment websites were basically dominated by 68.com and Ganji.com. Chen Yan offered a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, which was definitely a high salary in 2013, but he was unwilling to spend money and therefore could not retain talent. That shows some insightful perspective. The daily part-time job, app version 1.0, doesn't have many complex features, so hiring 4 programmers is enough. That evening, Chen Yan received more than a dozen resumes, but only 2 met his requirements. They had experience working in large companies and had been deeply involved in development work. The first one is Kong Zhenbao. He graduated from a top engineering college in China and worked at NetEase for many years, participating in the research and development of several large-scale projects. Later, he left NetEase to start his own business, but unexpectedly, his business failed and he returned to the job search. Another person, Wan Xiaohua, is a young man with only 2 years of work experience, but he is very thoughtful and creative. He independently developed several small applications during his university years. However, even if a resume looks impressive, you can only find out if someone has solid fundamental skills through actual testing. Chen Yan himself naturally didn't understand the technology, so he planned to call for help. So he took out his phone to ask Jiang Jixin for help. It was kind of funny, but besides his 3 roommates, she was the only person he was really close to at the school. Chen Ingjun. Teacher Jiang, I have to interview 2 programmers tomorrow, but I don't know anything about programming. Could you recommend a programming teacher to help me with the selection? Jiang Jixin was probably bored in the office again, so she replied immediately, I'm not familiar with the teachers in the School of Information Science. I'll ask my colleague to ask for you. You. Chen Ingjun. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Let's sleep together another day. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Chen Ingjun. Sorry for the wrong number. Let's have dinner together another day. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. You bastard, don't think I don't know you're doing this on purpose. Nox. Women are strange creatures. They may curse, but they act very quickly. About 40 minutes later, Jiang Jixin sent a message saying that a teacher from the School of Information Science was willing to help, and then created a contact group for Chen Yan. The person willing to help was Liang Xiaowei, a young professor in the School of Information Science and Technology and a doctoral student at Fudan University. Messages began to circulate in the 3-person group chat. Jiang Jixin, Professor Liang, this is Chen Yan, a student in our class. He is starting his own business on campus and wants to hire a few programmers. He will be interviewing them tomorrow, and we hope you can help with the technical aspects. Liang Xiaowei. As long as they are teacher Jiang's students, I will do my best to help them. Jiang Zhixin. Thank you. Liang Xiaohui. You're welcome, Professor Jiang. If you have time, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. I happen to have some work-related matters I'd like to discuss with you. Damn, another simp. You're a professor from the School of Information Science and Technology and a counselor from the School of Economics and Management. You have absolutely no connection. What kind of work could you possibly have to talk about? Jiang Zhixin. Teacher Liang, I have plans with someone else tonight, sorry. Liang Xiaohui. Okay then, you can do it next time too. Chen Yan interjected at the opportune moment. Ahem, Professor Liang. They will be conducting interviews tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. They hope you can prepare a few highly specialized questions to test them. Liang Xiaohui. Chen, don't worry. As a teacher of this school, it's only right that I help you start your business while you're still a student of teacher Jiang. Hehe. Simps never end well. But since you helped me, I'll give you some face. So Chen Yan politely replied. Thank you, Professor Liang. After leaving the group chat, Chen Yan opened his private chat with Jiang Zhixin. Professor Jiang, does Professor Liang have a crush on you? Jiang Zhixin. How would I know? Besides, isn't it normal to say you like me? Okay. I'm talking to you seriously. Are you trying to show off? All right, I'll let you win this round. In another month, I will make the legend of me, Chen, spread throughout this entire university town. The following morning at 9:40, when Chen Yan arrived at the 102 entrepreneurship base, he found that everyone had already arrived. Besides Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan, who were handling customer service work inside, there were 3 strange men sitting together chatting. 2 of them were dressed casually, in Uniqlo and Jeans West, typical tech guy outfits. These 2 should be Kong Jinbang and Ruan Xiaohua. The other man was wearing a simple dark suit and looked to be in his early 30s. He also spoke in a refined, gentle, and easygoing manner. This must be Professor Liang. Arriving so early to be an interviewer? What a natural-born simp. Hello, Professor Liang. I am Chen Yan. Chen Yan greeted Liang Xiaohui politely while nodding to the 2 interviewees. Chen Yan, right? I just talked to these 2 young men, and they are both very outstanding young people. Liang Xiaohui nodded slightly. Now that everyone's here, let's get started, Chen Yan suggested. Okay, I'm fine with it. I'm ready too. Both interviewers were full of confidence. Next, Liang Xiaohui posed a series of technical challenges to test them. Fortunately, both of them remained calm and confident during the interview, not only answering Liang Xiaohui's questions smoothly, but also offering their own insights and suggestions, demonstrating their profound technical skills and rich project experience. Certainly, both of them successfully passed the interview and became the 4th and 5th employees of Daily Tech. If they don't resign, several years later, the social status represented by just these 2 employee badges will be extraordinary. Daily Tech will be hiring 2 more programmers, but Professor Liang's help will no longer be needed. Kong Jinbang and Ruan Xiaohua will be in charge of the selection. At the entrance of the 102 entrepreneurship base, Chen Yan took out a 1,000 yuan red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Professor Liang. Professor Liang, thank you for your hard work. This is the consulting fee for Daily Technology. It's not much, please don't mind. Seeing Chen Yan's actions, Liang Xiaohui's eyes showed more appreciation, but he still declined verbally. Chen, what are you doing? You're a science and engineering student. Helping you is only natural, especially since you're a student in Professor Zhang's class. Take it back right now. Chen Yan had anticipated his refusal, so he said, Professor Liang, you're not just helping me. Besides me, there are other partners at Daily Technology. This is their decision. Liang Xiaohui naturally knew that this was a polite way of putting it, intended to give himself a reasonable way of accepting the red envelope. So he didn't stand on ceremony. Since it's the partner's idea, I'll accept it for now. If Daily Technology needs my help in the future, you can come to me anytime. Yes, thank you, Professor Liang. Chen Yan replied politely. After Liang Xiaohui left, Chen Yan called Kong Jinbang and Ruan Xiaohua together for a meeting. The meeting mainly covered 2 points. First, recruit the remaining 2 programmers as soon as possible. Second, the framework and functionality of the Daily Part-Time Jobs app. In addition, a display area should be reserved at the top of the homepage of the Daily Part-Time Job app. In the early stages, this display area will be the entrance to some activities, such as the Campus Beauty Contest, and in the later stages, it will be a paid advertising space. That's about it. Do you have any other questions? After listening to Chen Yan's explanation, Kong Jinbang quickly said, Mr. Chen, it seems that the function of this app is actually very simple. It is just a software that enables merchants and part-time workers to communicate via instant messaging. We only need to find a UI designer, and the three of us can do it. Chen Yan thought for a moment. I need to speed things up. Ideally, it should be finished in half a month. Let's hire 2 more programmers, and also a graphic designer as you suggested. Kong Jinbong, you're in charge of this project, is that all right? No problem, Mr. Chen, don't worry. If we go all out to catch up, we can conduct preliminary testing in half a month. Kong Jinbong patted his chest and assured him. Chen Yan stepped forward and placed his hands on Kong Jinbong and Ruan Xiaohua's shoulders respectively. His gaze swept firmly over them, and he raised his voice slightly, his tone carrying an undeniable certainty and confidence. Work hard. As you all know, our company has already received $2 million in angel investment, and the next Series A round will be at least tens of millions. At that time, the company will expand rapidly and become a leader in the industry. Each of you will be a veteran and a contributor. Promotions and salary increases will be yours, and luxury cars and villas will be no problem. When Daily Tech goes public, let's ring the bell together on NASDAQ. After this pep talk, Kong Jinbong and Ruan Xiaohua felt as if a fire had been ignited in their hearts, and their blood began to boil. Kong Jinbong, in particular, had previously failed in his business ventures, and now he has an even stronger obsession with entrepreneurship. But the thought of ringing the bell on NASDAQ as a company veteran filled me with excitement. I clenched my fists and secretly vowed to work hard. A few more days passed, and Kong Jinbong recruited 2 more experienced programmers, Lu Hanfei and Hu Chao, and a graphic designer, Gong Xiaofan. With this, the startup technology team of Daily Tech was officially established. Chapter 22, Daily Part-Time Job, is now online. Time passed by slowly but surely. These days, Chen Yan was still out looking for clients by himself, walking 30,000 steps every day, braving wind and rain. He was so tired that he didn't even attend the welcome party. My roommate told me that at the party that evening, the school beauty, Jiang Muyun, performed a folk dance. The funny thing is, after the performance, 3 male students ran up to the stage at the same time with flowers in their hands to confess their love. The first boy had just finished his heartfelt confession when the second boy got anxious and said, Jiang Muyun, I'm the one who truly likes you. I can spend 2,500 of my 3,000 yuan monthly allowance on you. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. The second boy probably realized he had said something wrong, and his face turned red, but he still insisted on holding 99 roses and looking at Jiang Muyun. The scene was extremely awkward. The third boy couldn't take it anymore, threw down the flowers, and ran off the stage. In the end, Jiang Muyun simply replied expressionlessly, You are all very nice, but we are not a good match. A classmate filmed this video and uploaded it to a forum, where it quickly went viral. Even neighboring schools knew that there was a campus beauty named Jiang Muyun among the freshmen of the University of Science and Technology, and these people involved became the new topic of conversation throughout the university town. It's worth mentioning that Lu Shishir has been sending Chen Yan flirtatious pictures every now and then lately, ostensibly to inquire about the project's progress, but in the end it turned into an extreme tug-of-war between a playboy and a playgirl. Sometimes Chen Yan would come home so tired at night that he was drowsy, but he would still grit his teeth and keep sparring with her. Before we knew it, it was November 11th, Singles Day. It seems that overnight, the cold air suddenly dropped, and the female students who were wearing stockings and short skirts yesterday are now wearing thick leg warmers. The 102 entrepreneurship base is very busy today. The part-time staff of STO Express, YTO Express, ZTO Express, and Yunder Express were arranged 2 days ago. However, due to the large number of part-time staff, there are still countless questions to answer every day, and both full-time customer service representatives, Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan, are struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, the technical team, led by Kong Jinbong and Ruan Xiaohua, is conducting final testing of the Daily Part-Time Job app. If the test is successful, it can be launched on the App Store at any time. Chen Yan didn't go out to meet clients today. Instead, he stayed in the classroom to attend class. Today's class was advanced calculus, and for Chen Yan, who never attends class, he couldn't even understand the questions. If he couldn't understand it, he simply stopped listening and opened his phone to chat with Lu Shishir. Chen Ingjun, what is Sister Shishir doing now? Not long after, the other side sent a photo. The woman in the photo is wearing a fitted white shirt, with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing a hint of cleavage. Her lips are slightly pouting. and her eyes have a playful and charming look. Wipe. The demoness has disturbed my Taoist heart. Lu Shishir. I'm looking at investment reports in my office. Chen Yan. Did you get hot from reading the report? Did you really need to unbutton so many buttons? Lu Shishir. Ugh, I did this especially for you. Chen Yan. Let's take a look at the lower half of the outfit. Lu Shishir. I won't let you see it. They chatted casually like that until the bell rang for the end of get out of class. After the calculus teacher assigned homework, the students got up one after another and went to the cafeteria for lunch. On his way to the cafeteria, Chen Yan received a call from Kong Zhenbang. Mr. Chen, I have successfully completed the software test. As soon as the call connected, Kong Zhenbang's excited voice came through. Chen Yan immediately lost his appetite and hurriedly headed to the 102 entrepreneurship base after saying goodbye to his roommate. Chen Yan jogged into the 102 startup base, and everyone in the office beamed with uncontrollable joy and excitement. Mr. Chen, the test went very smoothly. All key indicators met the requirements perfectly. I'll send you the software installation package. Please install it and see if there's anything else that needs to be modified. Yuan Xiaohua's voice was full of pride and satisfaction. Okay. Chen Yan nodded in agreement. Let's all go eat together. It's on me. I'll watch it while we eat. Sister Zhu and Shan, you two come too. Okay. Everyone said in unison. When the boss treats you to a meal, the employees naturally have no reason to refuse. Inside a private room at a restaurant on Shualin Street, the 8 members of Daily Tech are having dinner here. Chen Yan was sitting in the main seat, testing the software on his phone. Sitting next to him were Kong Zhenbang and Yuan Xiaohua. Okay, it's mostly fine. When exactly will it be available? After testing the main functions and finding no bugs, Chen Yan nodded in approval. After I finish eating, I'll upload the installation package. The Android App Store should approve it in 2 to 3 days, while the iOS version will be slower, taking about 5 to 7 days. Kong Zhenbang replied. Okay, let's wait another week then. Prepare for battle in a week. After Chen Yan finished speaking, he picked up his wine glass and stood up. Come on, let's toast to daily part-time job. May it become a hit across the entire internet. He spoke these words with great force and infectious energy. It's like a successful entrepreneur being invited to give speeches at various universities. Even if their words sometimes don't make logical sense, people still feel that what they say must be right. Right. After hearing this, Kong Zhenbang, who was sitting next to Chen Yan, was thinking, even though my boss is 10 years younger than me, why does he always have that kind of composure and confidence that only successful men have? It's like he was born to be a leader. Of course, he soon had no time to think about this question, because the next moment, everyone hurriedly raised their glasses and stood up with smiles. Cheers. In fact, apart from Zhu Lijuan, the people in the private room were all young people under 30. Now, excitement shone in everyone's eyes. That was an infinite hope for the future. The little boat carrying everyone's dreams is about to set sail. 1 week later, all the final payments for part-time jobs from STO Express, YTO Express, ZTO Express, and Yunda Express have been received. Combined with the previous investment of 2 million yuan, Daily Technology and Yin Human Resources currently have more than 3 million yuan in cash in their accounts. Because the previous part-time business was conducted privately without a company, all the profits went into Chen Yan's own pocket. After deducting various expenses and dividends to Yang Jinquan, there would be about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan left, which is a huge sum for an ordinary college student. Now that the new shareholders have come in, the original Yin Human Resources has become a wholly owned subsidiary of Daily Technology, which means that all business operations must now be conducted through the company's accounts. To this end, Chen Yan specially hired a female accountant to do the bookkeeping and pay everyone's salaries. Interestingly, he only paid himself 1 yuan a month. This can give investors more confidence in you. It's like some listed companies that are clearly losing money in their financial reports, but the founders and executives still pay themselves tens of millions of yuan in annual salary. Anyway, it's the investors' money that's being lost, so what does it have to do with me? But if the company performs well, that's fine. But if the performance continues to decline, which investor will dare to trust you? And who will dare to buy your stock? Secondly, even if Chen Yan pays himself tens of thousands of yuan a month, Pushuan Capital has no choice but to agree, because Chen Yan controls 90% of the company, and Daily Technology can be said to be his sole authority. However, he didn't want to do it, not because he was particularly noble, but simply because he looked down on those tens of thousands of yuan. And today, November 18th, this is destined to be an extraordinary day for Daily Tech. Because it's today, the Daily Part-Time Jobs app is officially launched. Chapter 23. Sign up and get free money. First place prize is 200,000. After the app was launched, Chen Yan first used his own phone to search for Daily Part-Time Job in the Apple and Android app stores respectively. After ensuring that he could download and register normally, he posted 3 advertisements for the Campus Beauty Contest on his WeChat Moments. Afterwards, they called on the 5 members of the technical team to send a group message to all the approximately 25,000 college students they had contacted via WeChat to ensure that everyone saw the event as soon as possible. Within half an hour, nearly 1/10 of the students in Hangzhou's Xiaxia University town received the following WeChat message. Hello everyone, I am Chen Yan, the founder of Daily Tech. Thank you all for your trust and cooperation over the past month. To provide you with more and better part-time jobs, I have developed an app that allows you to choose your part-time tasks. Its name is Daily Part-Time Jobs, and it is currently available on major app stores. To increase awareness and usage of Daily Part-Time Jobs, we have decided to hold a 2-week campus beauty contest on the platform. Eligibility. Any female college student currently enrolled in university can apply, limited to Jiangxi Province. Upon successful application, you will receive a reward of 60 yuan, which can be withdrawn directly from the platform, limited to the first 10,000 applicants, instant withdrawal. Competition prize money. First place, 200,000 renminbi. Second place, 100,000 renminbi. Third place, 50,000 renminbi. Fourth place, 30,000 renminbi. Fifth place, 20,000 renminbi. Sixth to 10th place, 10,000 renminbi each. Registration method. Download the Daily Part-Time Jobs app and click Campus Beauty Contest in the top bar of the homepage to participate in the competition. P.S. Don't worry, handsome guys, a campus heartthrob contest is also in the works. After posting on his WeChat Moments, Chen Yan sat in his office chair at the 102 startup base, staring at his phone screen with an air of nonchalance. The other people in the office, some sitting and some standing, all exuded an air of tension. Actually, Chen Yan was a little nervous. It felt like he had carefully prepared a gift and a confession ceremony, and then confessed to his goddess in front of everyone. And now you're looking at her, waiting for her reply. Those who have been through this know how agonizing that waiting process can be. Finally, Chen Yan's lips twitched. There's been some activity in the Business Administration Class 4 group chat. By Cine. At all girls. Girls, take note. I just heard that a student in the next dorm signed up for a campus beauty contest on their phone and immediately received 60 yuan. I tried it too. All you have to do is download a part-time job app, sign up, and the system will record a 10 to 60-second video to upload. Once it's approved, you can withdraw 60 yuan directly from the back end. If you want to claim the 60 yuan reward, just shoot a 10-second video showing your face and upload it. If you want to participate in the competition, you can put on some makeup and dress up properly before recording. With class monitor by Cine's opening remarks, the atmosphere in the class group immediately became lively. After all, 60 yuan was enough to have a hot pot meal outside of school in 2013. Wang Zhen, is this it? Wang Zhen directly forwarded Chen Yan's message to the group chat. By Cine. Yes, that's it. Wang Fong at Qin Wenwen, I think you should give it a try. The first place prize is 200,000. Qin Wenwen. With Jiang Weiyun around, how could I possibly be number 1? Feeling wronged. Wang Fong. Don't worry, she might not even participate. Besides, the top 10 will all receive a prize. If you go, our class will all vote for you. Hu Zhani at Lu Tingting. Tingting, are you going to participate? It's a pity we can't use money to vote. Otherwise, I would tell my dad we won't buy the 3 series and save the money for you to vote. Student A. Oh my, Hu Xiao just confessed his feelings in public. Student B. Isn't it obvious? Hu Xiao often comes downstairs to our dorm to bring Tingting fruit. Chuckles. Hu Zhani. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Tingting and I are just ordinary classmates. Student C. Oh my, your relationship is really ordinary. Hu Zhani. Stop joking with Tingting. She's easily embarrassed. Hu Zhani. By the way, did you guys notice? The founder of Daily Tech is named Chen Yan. I think there's someone in our class whose online name is also Chen Yan. Chuckles. Although Chen Yan has barely attended classes in the past month, he shouldn't have been forgotten so quickly. Hu Zhani clearly seems to be trying to use Chen Yan to show off. Chen Yan himself didn't feel anything. After all, In his eyes, these 18 or 19-year-old college students were just like little kids, but his buddies in room 303 couldn't sit still when they saw it. Zhang Fifan. Who? What do you mean? What do you mean by it seems there's someone named Chen Yan? As the class's life committee member, can't you even remember the names of the boys in the class? Li Wenxin, exactly. He's been showing off all the time. He's been bragging about his crappy 3 series for a month now, but he still hasn't bought one. Hu Zhani, what do you two mean? Do you think I'm bragging? What if I buy it? By Cine. All right, stop arguing, you lot. Teacher Jiang is still in the group chat. By Cine brought up Jiang Zhixin, and the boys finally stopped arguing. However, this little incident didn't affect their mood, and they immediately started discussing the campus beauty contest, again in the group chat. Dormitory Area 1, University of Science and Technology, Building 3, Girls' Dormitory. Since the start of the semester, boys holding flowers or gifts can often be seen waiting outside the dormitory building for a long time. The dormitory supervisor has gotten used to it, supposedly because a very pretty girl lives upstairs. Inside dormitory 704, Hu Xiaolu was sitting at her desk playing on her phone, while the girl on the bed opposite her was leaning against the headboard watching a drama. This girl was Jiang Muyun. Mumu, come down here for a moment and take a look at this. Hu Xiaolu suddenly turned around and called to Jiang Muyun. What's wrong? Jiang Muyun took off her headphones, sat up, and looked at Hu Xiaolu. She spoke slowly and softly, giving people a sense of gentleness and tranquility. Her voice was also very pleasant. You'll see when you come down. The dormitories at the University of Science and Technology are mostly furnished with bunk beds and desks underneath. So Jiang Muyun climbed down the ladder. Even though it was already November, she was still dressed very lightly in her dorm room, wearing only a white tank top and a short skirt. Looking at Jiang Muyun's shapely curves, delicate collarbones, and slender, long legs, Hu Xiaolu was filled with envy. Mumu, you have such a great figure and such fair skin. You're so beautiful. Even I, let alone a boy, can't help but want to touch you. Hu Xiaolu looked at herself again, her expression somewhat dejected. Why am I not as fat as you in the places where I should be fat, but fatter than you in the places where I should be thin? After speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Muyun again. Her skin was fair and tender, as if it were glowing, and her figure was curvaceous. She was as beautiful as someone who had stepped out of a painting. It's true that without comparison, there is no harm. Compared to Jiang Muyun, she is like an ugly duckling next to a swan. Actually, Hu Xiaolu isn't bad looking. She has big eyes, a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, and a straight nose. Her figure is just a bit average, but in a top-tier university like a science and technology university, her overall score is definitely above average. Jiang Muyun came to her side, patted her shoulder, and said with a smile, I'm not in good shape either. I have a little belly too. Hu Xiaolu glanced at Jiang Muyun's fair and flat stomach and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Mumu, do you know how infuriating your words are? In modern terms, isn't this just a pure Versailles? What are you showing me? Jiang Muyun leaned down to look at Hu Xiaolu's iPhone 4S. A campus beauty pageant? She said, looking at her phone screen. Yeah, I saw it on my WeChat moments. Several of my classmates signed up and even got a 60 yuan red envelope. Do you want to join too? Only the first 10,000 people to sign up get this 60 yuan reward. Hu Xiaolu, standing to the side, smiled and encouraged her friend. 60 yuan? Forget it. I'd better not join in the fun. As she spoke, Jiang Muyun lifted one of her white feet and stepped onto the ladder, pretending to climb onto the bed. Her feet were covered with a pair of white cotton socks, which looked so tempting that one wanted to take a bite. But the first prize is 200,000 yuan, Hu Xiaolu added. Jiang Muyun had only climbed halfway when she suddenly turned her head again. 200,000? Hu Xiaolu smiled smugly. That's right. How about it? Are you tempted? Mumu, if you participate in this school beauty pageant, first place is a piece of cake, isn't it? Apart from that counselor at our school, I've never seen a girl prettier than you in my entire life. Let me see the competition rules. How can there be such an outrageous reward of 200,000? Could it be predetermined? Jiang Muyun asked curiously. Probably not. The rankings in this competition are determined by the number of votes, and each person can only cast a maximum of 2 votes, Hu Xiaolu explained. Download this app called Daily Jobs. It has detailed competition rules. The highest number of votes I've seen so far is only 38. Okay, I'll take a look at the next one. And so, Jiang Muyun downloaded and registered for daily part-time jobs, and clicked on the registration portal for the campus beauty contest. On the other side, there's the 102 startup base. After closing the class group chat, Chen Yan turned to Kong Jinbong next to him and asked, "How many people have registered now?" "There are already more than 1,600. Kong Jinbong's voice trembled with excitement. 1,600 registrations isn't a lot, but don't forget, the software has only been online for an hour. This is like a novice writer who has poured his heart and soul into writing a novel. After finally getting it published, it gets 1,600 first-hour subscriptions." At this moment, the author's feelings are extremely complicated. He is not so much overjoyed as he is flattered and afraid. "I'm afraid this data is just a flash in the pan, that I'll reach my peak right from my debut." "Okay, we expect a peak in downloads tonight, so make sure the server stays stable," Chen Yan instructed. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. The servers we're currently renting are large enough to support 200,000 people online simultaneously," Kong Jinbong assured him. Buzzing. At that moment, Chen Yan's phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Jiang Zhixin. Counting the days, this was the first time Jiang Zhixin had contacted him since they parted ways at the drinking party at Pushuan Capital. "Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin, the software is online?" "Chen Jun, yes." "Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin, why didn't you tell your classmates that you made this software?" "Chen Jun, I'm quite low-key." In reality, Chen Yan is not a person who likes to keep a low profile. On the contrary, he likes to show off. But there are different levels of showing off. Some people might buy an iPhone 5S and be eager to let the whole school know, while others might buy a car and want to park it at the village entrance every day to show it off. But Chen Yan has lived two lives, and his soul is still that of a 30-year-old multimillionaire, a self-made serial entrepreneur. In other words, showing off is no longer enough for him. If you're going to install something worth tens of millions. Jiang Zhixin replied to the message quickly. "Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin, hehe." "Chen Jun, what does hehe mean?" "Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin, hehe means the same thing." "Chen Jun, did you miss me?" Chen Yan suddenly changed the subject. "Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin." "Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you talk to a teacher like that?" "Chen Jun, what's the big deal? I've kissed you several times already." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Zhixin fell silent. At this moment, she was sitting in the counselor's office, her cheeks flushed, her pearly teeth biting her lower lip tightly, her originally pink and soft lips now slightly pale. The rapid breathing was clearly audible in the quiet office, like that of an enraged little beast trying its best to control itself from losing control. "Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin, you bastard, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Just you wait." After a full 10 minutes, Jiang Zhixin finally managed to utter this harsh remark. In modern terms, she was a typical keyboard warrior. They strike hard online, but are timid and submissive in real life. Knowing that too much of a good thing can be bad, Chen Yan stopped flirting with Jiang Zhixin. Midnight. Night fell like a giant black ribbon, completely enveloping the entire street. The shops on both sides of Shualin Street had already closed their doors, and the area was dark and lifeless. Only the lonely streetlights, like loyal guardians, stand tall on the street, casting a dim, yellowish glow that barely illuminates the road. In this dim light, one storefront shines like a pearl in the night, stubbornly radiating bright light. This is the facade of the 102 startup base. Apart from the finance lady who had already gone home, everyone at Daily Tech was still in the office, including Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan. On the contrary, these two customer service ladies were the busiest, because with the surge in downloads, countless new users saw the part-time job ads on the homepage and wanted to inquire about various matters. Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan typed furiously, patiently replying to each message. Many of the part-time jobs that Chen Yan had just secured this month were snapped up again. Yes, the number of downloads for the daily part-time job app exploded in the evening, reaching more than 13,000 registered users by midnight. The technical team at Daily Tech, including Chen Yan, were all immersed in the joy of this success. Kong Jinbong and Ruan Xiaohua were already excitedly hugging each other, patting each other on the back and laughing heartily. It would be a lie to say that Chen Yan wasn't excited, but as the company boss, he had to maintain a certain composure. In short, he had to keep his cool. So he waved his hand and calmly said to everyone, "You've all worked hard. Go home and rest early today. You can arrive an hour later tomorrow." "Good. Thank you, boss." The 102 entrepreneurship base is located in front of Shualin Street and behind student dormitory area 3. The The curfew for the dormitories at the university is 11 p.m. Chen Yan jogged to his dormitory building, knocked on the door, and the dormitory supervisor opened the window and poked her head out. When she saw it was Chen Yan, she put on her coat and jogged out to open the door for him. It wasn't that the dorm supervisor was easy to talk to, but rather that Chen Yan bought a box of Fuji apples around 9 o'clock and insisted on giving them to her, saying they were a local specialty from his hometown, and he couldn't eat them all because they would go bad, so she had to accept them. After the dormitory supervisor accepted the money, he revealed his true purpose. He would be back a little late tonight and asked the supervisor to open the door for him. When the dormitory supervisor heard about the request, she readily agreed, as it wasn't a big deal. As for why Chen Yan didn't stay in a hotel, it certainly wasn't to save money. It was mainly because the dormitory was closer to Office 102. Chapter 24. The Campus Beauty Contest goes viral. Although it was already midnight, Dormitory 303 was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. Li Wenxin and Wang Rixing were playing games together, while Zhang Fifan was lying on the bed, grinning like an idiot while holding his phone. They were used to Chen Yan's daily routine of leaving early and returning late, but they didn't know exactly what he was busy with. They just assumed that he was always working part-time off-campus to earn pocket money and doing some small business, such as selling things on WeChat. Zhang Fifan noticed Chen Yan push the door open and immediately jumped off the bed. Notice, he really jumped down. The dormitory bed was at least 1.7 meters off the ground. Chen Yan watched as he grabbed the handrail, flipped over, and landed on the ground. Wow, Fifan, it's a shame you're not a circus performer with those skills, Chen Yan joked. Ignoring Chen Yan's teasing, Zhang Fifan ran to his side and urged, Quick, quick, third brother, download daily jobs to vote for my Mu Yun. Huh, Chen Yan looked confused. Don't you know? Everyone in the class group and the school forum is talking about it. The daily part-time job app is holding a campus beauty contest. Zhang Muyun is participating too. Each person can only vote twice. Brother Wang voted for his girlfriend. Lao Li and I both voted for Zhang Muyun. And now we're just waiting for you. I see. But didn't she not even want to add you on WeChat? It's normal for a girl to be a little reserved. One day she'll realize how good I am to her, Zhang Fifan said with deep affection. All right. Chen Yan was speechless, but he couldn't resist him, so he took out his phone to vote for Zhang Muyun. It's kind of funny that I, the big boss behind the scenes, have to vote for someone else? Just kidding. If I really wanted someone to come in first place, it would be difficult for her to even get second. Of course, Chen Yan wouldn't be so bored as to engage in any shady dealings. He didn't even care about this small amount of prize money. After opening the rankings, Chen Yan discovered that Zhang Muyun was far ahead of the second place, leading by a huge margin. Currently, Zhang Muyun is in first place with 3,789 votes, while Ruan Yusong, a third-year student majoring in broadcasting at the Communication University of China, is in second place with 2,502 votes, and Zhong Shi from Yueying College is in third place with 2,199 votes. Out of curiosity, Chen Yan clicked on Zhang Muyun's profile, and a video immediately started playing on his phone screen. The girl in the video is about 168 or 169 centimeters tall, with an extremely good figure, long legs, a slim waist, and a perky butt. She was wearing a white knit sweater and tight jeans that perfectly accentuated her leg shape. She slightly raised her eyes, parted her lips, and spoke in a gentle and melodious voice. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Muyun, a freshman from the class of 2013 at the University of Science and Technology. I hope you can vote for me. After speaking, she smiled slightly at the camera, a smile like the first ray of sunshine breaking through the ice in spring, instantly dispelling the aloofness around her. Her pearly teeth were slightly visible, and her dimples were shallow. It seems capable of holding all the gentleness and beauty in this world. The video was short, only 10 seconds long. But this seemingly casual 10-second video easily left the second-place team far behind. It's worth noting that Zhang Muyun is only famous within her own school, but Chen Yan's advertisements are aimed at the entire Hangzhou University town. This means that most users of daily part-time jobs have never heard of Zhang Muyun, let alone seen her face for the first time. Alright, even Chen Yan had to admit that this girl was really beautiful, pure yet sexy. In modern terms, this is the pinnacle of the pure desire style. Third brother, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and vote. Zhang Fifan urged from the side. Alright, I'm really impressed with you. But Fifan, Take my advice, you can't handle this girl. After saying that, Chen Yan cast his 2 votes for Jiang Muyun. Her vote count jumped twice and settled at 3791. Zhang Fifan watched Chen Yan finish casting his vote before saying with dissatisfaction, "Third brother, you don't understand. Love is sometimes irrational." Looking at his fawning expression, Chen Yan was too lazy to say anything more. She took off her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After he finished showering and lay down in bed, he found that Lu Shishir had sent him a message, which was a voice message. However, since Chen Yan usually chatted quite promiscuously with this young woman, he was worried that playing the music out loud would disturb his roommates, so he quietly put on headphones. After tapping the voice message bar, a sweet, coquettish voice entered Chen Yan's ears through the earphones. "Brother Chen Yan, second tone. I heard that the data for the first day of release is very good." Chen Yan typed a reply. "Shishir is really well informed. Lu Shishir, how annoying. She's more than 10 years older than you, and you still call her little sister." 3 black lines appeared on Chen Yan's forehead. "Damn, didn't you call me brother first?" However, he still typed back. "Every woman has a unique younger sister." There was a pause on the other end of the screen, then Lu Shishir sent a message. "Do you want to see someone else's sister?" Upon seeing this sentence, Chen Yan's heart skipped a beat, and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. "Chen Yingjun, I couldn't ask for it." Lu Shishir, "Humph, you scumbag, dream on." Chen Yingjun, "How did I become a scumbag?" Lu Shishir, "You have no relation to him, yet you immediately want to see his sister, and you still say you're not a scumbag?" Chen Yingjun, Lu Shishir, "If you really want to see it, it's not impossible, but..." Chen Yingjun, "But what?" Lu Shishir, "But we'll have to wait until your series of funding is finalized," shyly. Does Pushuan Capital know how hard you, as the company's secretary, are working? You really go for it when something happens." Chen Yan wasn't sure if she was just joking, so he could only reply by typing. "Chen Yingjun, it's a deal." Chen Yingjun, "Let me first look at your current outfit." Not long after, a photo was sent from the other end of the phone. In the photo, Lu Shishir is wearing a silk slip dress. The fabric gently clings to her body, and the delicate straps of the dress fall perfectly on her rounded shoulders. The slightly slipping straps subtly suggest a touch of languor and casualness. What's even more unbearable is that she also feigns a seductive manner, her eyes half closed, her gaze seemingly filled with the gentle flow of autumn water. "Wipe, wipe, wipe." I couldn't resist anymore. My 18-year-old body just couldn't withstand the slightest temptation, and I immediately gave in. Chen Yingjun, "Hee hee. Woman, do you dare to come out and meet me now?" Lu Shishir, "I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid you'd eat me up." Hee hee. As expected, he's just another big talker. Chen Yan replied with a bye-bye emoji and exited the chat interface. He then got out of bed and took a cold shower. To be honest, taking a cold shower in November is a real pain. The cold water hitting his warm skin instantly sent shivers down his spine. At first, he couldn't help but scream, "Ah," several times. His roommates thought he had fallen and rushed in to check on him. Chen Yan has always been a vengeful person, and he silently remembered this grudge. Given time, I, Chen Yingjun, will get my revenge on you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Over the next 2 days, the number of downloads for the daily part-time job continued to skyrocket. 13,000 registrations on the first day, 29,000 registrations were made on the second day, 43,000 registrations on the third day, 51,000 registrations on the fourth day. This growth rate stunned everyone. The most talked about gossip on campus these days is, "Hey, look, so-and-so's ranking has gone up again. I think so-and-so is prettier. How come her ranking is so bad? Is there some kind of rigged situation? Hey, excuse me, could you spare a minute to vote for my crush?" Even leaders and teachers from major universities in Hangzhou have heard about it. In fact, this competition was open to the entire Jiangxi province, but it had the greatest impact in Hangzhou. Although people from other cities also participated, the number was not large. The prerequisite for the success of this kind of competition is to motivate everyone to participate. If most of your classmates participate, you will naturally want to join in the fun. Therefore, the 10,060 yuan red envelopes that Chen Yan sent out at the beginning played a crucial role. However, these red envelopes were all claimed the next day, which prevented the campus beauty contest from becoming popular in other cities. However, there's nothing we can do about it, given the limited budget. This achievement has far exceeded Chen Yan's expectations. Li Mingjie, CEO of Pushuan Capital, even called Chen Yan personally to congratulate him, saying that new investment institutions had noticed daily technology and wanted to participate in the Series A financing. Chen Yan directly rejected Li Mingjie. Although there are many people registering now, most of them are probably here for the Campus Beauty Contest event. Our original intention was to let more people know that reliable part-time jobs can be found on this platform. However, with the surge in users, the number of part-time jobs has not increased proportionally, which will definitely affect user retention. So, in the days that followed, on the one hand, the Campus Beauty Contest is still in full swing. On the other hand, Daily Tech is conducting a frenzy of interviews and recruitment, specifically for the position of Business Development Manager. This job sounds prestigious and high class, but it's actually just a field sales job, specifically responsible for negotiating business cooperation with companies and merchants who need part-time work. The date is November 25th. The Campus Beauty pageant has been going on for a week, and Zhang Muyun continues to hold the top spot with a commanding lead. However, the rankings from 2nd to 10th are extremely competitive, changing almost daily. Don't forget, even if we don't mention the 100,000 renminbi prize for 2nd place, even 10th place gets 10,000 renminbi. In 2013, 10,000 yuan was a year's living expenses for an average college student. Almost every girl in the top 50 with a chance of making it into the top 10 is campaigning for votes. Some of these players may not be as pretty as others, but they have a whole pond of fish in their WeChat contacts. If you just fawn over these fish, they'll go to great lengths to get votes for you, from roommates to college classmates, then to high school class groups, middle school class groups, elementary school class groups, and some even go to their own family groups to solicit votes. Dear relatives, this is my classmate XXX. She's participating in a competition. Could you download a daily part-time job app and vote for her twice? Wow, the little guy has found such a beautiful girlfriend since he went to college. No, she's not my girlfriend yet. Oh dear, you're getting shy now. No need to explain, we all understand. On the other side, Chen Yan has been busy recruiting business development managers these past few days. The base salary is 2,000, and there is an additional commission for each merchant he successfully negotiates with. He hired 8 people in one go, and today is the first day of work for this small ground sales team. Chen Yan called them outside, then glanced around and suddenly said, "Are you able to endure hardship?" In fact, Chen Yan personally recruited each of these 8 people. He carefully reviewed their resumes and found that each of them came from rural areas and their family conditions and education were not very good. Of course, it's not that those without a bachelor's degree or those who grew up in big cities came for the interview. It's just that Chen Yan didn't choose them. Because children from well-off families often can't endure hardship, Chen Yan's company in his previous life had hired several young people whose families had been relocated due to land expropriation. As it turns out, they talked a good game during the interview, but when it came to actually working, they would slack off whenever possible and leave early rather than work overtime. If you criticize him, he'll only listen to one ear and let it go in the other. If you fire him, he'll sue you for damages. Conversely, young people from disadvantaged families tend to be more diligent and resilient under pressure. The job of a field salesperson is destined to be tough. Abel, a young man with a buzz cut and freckles on the sides of his nose, took the lead in responding, and the others echoed that they could do it. Chen Yan smiled and continued, "This kind of hardship is not simple. Not only do you have to run around outside in the wind and rain every day, but you may also encounter some mental humiliation. Can you endure it?" Abel, it was that short-haired young man who was the first to stand up and answer. Chen Yan had seen his information. His name was Wang Tai, and he came from Bianjiuan village in Essex province. "Where are the others?" Chen Yan's gaze swept over the others. "Abel, no problem. Don't worry. I can manage." The others then stepped forward and gave affirmative answers. After all, the job content was already explained during the interview, so everyone was mentally prepared. "We've only just started the job, so we can't back out now. All right, I'll take you to a few places first, and then it'll be your turn to do whatever you want. If anyone can't keep up, just resign, and you'll still get paid for today." "Did you hear me clearly?" Chen Yan asked loudly. "Listen carefully." This time, all 8 people answered in unison. "Don't be too ambitious, and don't think about signing big deals right away. Even if it's a small family-run shop on the street, you can try going in and asking if they need part-time workers. If they need part-time work, for small shops like this, we can let them download the Daily Jobs app, fill in the information, and post job openings themselves. The most important thing in this line of work is perseverance. 9 out of 10 shops may reject you or even speak ill of you. But as long as you persevere, you might just find love around the next corner. Chen Yan led the 8 people, sharing his experience as they walked. Chapter 25 Winter of 2013. As they were talking, Chen Yan and his group of 9 arrived at the entrance of a pizza shop. Who's willing to be the first to go in and try? Chen Yan asked. Everyone looked at each other, clearly not ready yet. I'll do it. Wang Tai was the first to step forward again. He straightened his collar, took a deep breath, and pushed open the glass door of the pizzeria. Chen Yan led the remaining 7 people inside, casually found a table to sit down, and ordered a glass of juice for each of them. The store has a simple and stylish interior design, with warm yellow lighting in the space of about 100 square meters. The tables and chairs are neatly arranged, and the air is filled with the rich aroma of pizza. Wang Tai walked straight to the cashier, forced a smile, and said to the owner, "Boss, your business seems pretty good. Do you need part-time workers when you're too busy?" The boss was a slightly overweight middle-aged man. He glanced at Wang Tai with a hint of impatience in his eyes and casually asked, "What do you want? Just say it." Wang Tai quickly handed over his business card and began to explain in detail the functions of the daily part-time job app. However, before he could finish speaking, the shopkeeper waved his hand and said, "Young man, I don't need any here. Go look somewhere else." After saying that, he turned around and went to greet the other employees, ignoring Wang Tai. Wang Tai's smile froze on his face. He wanted to try again, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say anything. Left with no other choice, he could only turn around dejectedly and come to Chen Yan's side. Chen Yan handed him a glass of warm juice and patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go outside and talk first." Once outside, Chen Yan glanced at the 8 people and then looked at Wang Tai. I think Wang Tai's performance just now was excellent. It's already very good that a newcomer cannot be nervous on his first time." Chen Yan paused, then looked at the others. "Do you know where he needs to improve?" The group looked at each other, then shook their heads in bewilderment. Chen Yan continued, "First of all, you can't go straight to the point. You need to break the ice." What does breaking the ice mean? It means that when 2 strangers meet for the first time, their first reaction is to be wary of you as a scammer. You need to break through their concerns, which requires you to get closer to them first. For example, you can ask that boss where he's from. What if he's from the same hometown as you? As the saying goes, when people from the same hometown meet, their eyes well up with tears. Wouldn't that immediately increase the level of trust? For example, you can chat with him for a while, ask him how his business is doing lately, how old his children are, etc. In short, don't reveal your needs too quickly. The first step must be to build trust between the two of you. If he gets impatient and doesn't want to chat with you, you can compliment him, such as saying he's handsome, looks young, or is successful in his career. After all, you can't hit a smiling face. After Chen Yan finished giving them his lesson, he took them into 2 more stores. Although the deal still didn't go through, at least the bosses were willing to sit down and talk on both occasions, and one of them even said he would consider it. Although it was probably just polite talk, it was a huge step forward for these new employees. Alright, then you can all split up here and go talk to clients yourselves from now on. I'll stay here with you today. If you meet a boss you're interested in but feel you can't handle it, just give me a call, and I'll take a taxi over to support you. And so, under Chen Yan's instructions, the 8 BD managers began their first day of work in different directions. Over the next few days, Chen Yan accompanied these 8 BD managers on their market trips every day. Oh no, that's not right. There are only 6 people left now, and 2 of them have already resigned due to the pressure. Chen Yan didn't try to stop them or say anything. He just told them to go to the finance lady to collect their wages and leave. This position is inherently like that. It has a high turnover rate, but it is also very good for personal development. Those who can withstand the pressure and persevere will grow rapidly in a short period of time. For example, Wang Tai is a very hardworking young man. While others get off work at 6 p.m., he often stays out sweeping the streets alone until 11 p.m. Of course, the results are also remarkable. He can now talk to a new client almost every day. Chen Yan's commission for BD is based on the size of the client. If the customer base is small, the commission is 100 per order. However, if the customer base is large, there is no upper limit to the commission, and it is not impossible to earn a 5-figure commission per order. Where there are hardworking people, there will naturally be those who slack off. Some people would casually visit a few clients and then go to an internet cafe to play games. sometimes for an entire afternoon. Chen Yan didn't say much, but he silently observed everything. Time seems to be quietly turned by an invisible hand, and the calendar turns gently without anyone noticing. December arrived quietly. The lingering autumnal charm under the warm sun was instantly replaced by the biting cold of December. The moment Chen Yan stepped out in the early morning, he was startled by the biting cold air that rushed towards him. It turns out that winter of 2013 had silently descended upon every corner of life overnight. Today is December 1st, and the campus beauty pageant will end at noon tomorrow. Zhang Muyun remains in first place on the list with 40,959 votes, far ahead of the others. The second place went to Zhongxi from Yu Ing Academy, with 35,002 votes. The third place went to Ruan Yusong from the Communication University of China, with 34,288 votes. If all goes well, Zhang Muyun will win the first prize of 200,000 yuan in this competition. However, the gap between the second and third place is not large, and it is hard to say whether the rankings will change by noon tomorrow. After all, the prize money for second and third place is a full 50,000 yuan different. Chen Yan had previously watched the registration videos of Zhongxi and Ruan Yusong. Zhongxi uploaded a 60-second video of herself dancing to modern jazz. In the video, she is wearing a tight black tank top that shows her belly button. Her lower body was paired with a super short skirt, which swayed up and down with her movements, and when she turned around, you could even vaguely see half of her buttocks. Ruan Yusong uploaded a 40-second a cappella video, singing Su Song's Rain on Qingming Festival. As dawn breaks through the window, the sun shines on the west bridge, and the clouds sway gently. I remember the hem of your dress swaying gently in the breeze back then. The wood carvings are gilded, reflecting the passage of time. I stopped writing 7 years ago, because I will only wield my brush for you in this lifetime. Raindrops wet my eyes. Year after year, I lean against the well, longing for your return. With her broadcasting and hosting major, she already had a beautiful voice. Coupled with the elegant lyrics, listening to her sing this song felt like being transported into a delicate ink painting of Jiangnan. To be honest, Chen Yan felt that Ruan Yusong's looks and temperament were much better than Zhongxi's. But Zhongxi's outfit was just too suggestive. These days, there are no pretty girls on Douyin, TikTok, who flaunt their relationship. Even 4G networks aren't widespread yet. Chen Yan vaguely remembers that the government won't issue 4G licenses until the end of December. So, nowadays, most men, whether they're adults or already working, can't resist Zhongxi dressed so provocatively and swaying around in front of them. In a moment of impulsiveness, they throw away all the tickets in their hands. Chapter 26: The Counselor's Phone Call. However, Chen Yan didn't care about any of that. For him, it didn't matter who placed. He would pay money no matter who won in the end. He only cares about the download count of daily part-time jobs. Kong Jinbang reports the download situation to Chen Yan every day. Currently, the number of registered users of daily part-time job has reached as many as 210,000. It's worth noting that the entire Xiaxia University town has only 200,000 students, and the total number of university students in Hangzhou is only 650,000. This competition directly captured 1/3 of the university student market in Hangzhou, which can only be described as a great success. Of course, a small portion of these 210,000 users are from other cities, and a small portion are not college students. But these are not a big deal. In any case, daily part-time job will eventually break out of the college student market. Overall, Chen Yan is quite satisfied with the results he achieved in this competition. The board of directors of Pushuan Capital was overjoyed. The project, which they had only intended to casually throw in 2 million to test the waters, had unexpectedly shown tremendous potential, and Li Mingjia was already planning to continue investing in the Series A round. Of course, with the surge in users, daily text revenue is also surging, and some business owners have already heard about the software and have taken the initiative to approach us for cooperation. Pushuan Capital also used its network of contacts to help Daily Technology find several major clients. On the other side, due to the immense popularity of the campus beauty pageant, his childhood friend Yang Jingquan stopped his task of posting flyers to promote the event. The phrase daily part-time job is now familiar to all college students in Hangzhou. You can hear it every day in classrooms, cafeterias, and dormitories. Even the most clueless person can tell that this is a job search app, so there's no need to use the old-fashioned method of posting flyers for promotion. When Yang Jingquan learned that the software Daily Part-Time Jobs was created by Chen Yan, his first reaction was disbelief, thinking that Chen Yan was bragging. We practically grew up wearing the same pair of pants, and I was even a little better than you academically. How come I'm still asking my family for 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses after I'm in college? Well, you can already give away 1 million yuan as a bonus. An 80 square meter 2-bedroom apartment in Hangzhou would only cost 1 million yuan, right? However, when he actually arrived at the 102 startup base, he had to accept this fact. At this moment, he had mixed feelings. On one hand, he was genuinely happy for Chen Yan, but on the other hand, because they had grown up together, their parents often compared them. That's just how it is now. It seems he doesn't even have the right to compare himself to his best buddies anymore. However, Yang Jingquan quickly came to terms with it. Life is like being raped. If you can't resist, just enjoy it. If my good brother is successful, how could I possibly be doing poorly? So he put his arm around Chen Yan and walked to a corner. Yinzi, could you introduce me to one of the top 10 beauties on the school beauty list? Call him Godfather. Godfather. Hey, my good son, I'll have the top 5 come here to receive their prizes. You come too, and see if you can strike up a conversation with them. Holy crap, fatherly love knows no bounds. It was 9 p.m. that evening. Girls' dormitory room 704. The 4 students in the dormitory were playing on their phones and chatting. Several girls sat together, looking at the vote leaderboard on their phone screens, chattering away. Mumu, you're amazing. This first prize is definitely yours. Just wait to collect your prize as soon as the competition ends tomorrow. Hu Xiaolu's face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if she herself had won first place. A girl wearing an oversized hoodie and with short, ear-length hair nodded in agreement and said with a smile, "That's right, Mumu. You have to treat us tomorrow." The short-haired girl is named He Lily, and she is also a member of dormitory 704. 200,000? My God, my dad only makes 4,000 a month. How many years would he have to save up to earn 200,000 without eating or drinking? Another girl, with a ponytail, wearing a white down jacket and with slightly sallow skin, said, she was the last member of dormitory 704, Hu Yuexin. Jiang Muyun was a little embarrassed by what they said, but her bright eyes were full of joy and confidence. She took out her white Lenovo phone, glanced at the leaderboard, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Okay. If you really win the prize money, I'll cover your food expenses for a week. Yeah. Long live the emperor. Dorm 704 erupted in cheers. Although Jiang Muyun is extremely beautiful, she is not arrogant at all and gets along very well with her roommates. If you pay close attention, you can see that Jiang Muyun's family is not well off. Because her clothes are always very simple, ordinary white t-shirts, popular Taobao hoodies, and in the dormitory, she only wears a few simple tank tops. The phone I'm using is a Lenovo A880, which costs around 799 to 1099. Hu Xiaolu's family was quite well off, and she would always buy a lot of fruit and snacks, making an excuse that she couldn't finish them all and then share them with Jiang Muyun. Jiang Muyun was actually aware of this, but she did not refuse. If you don't eat fruit, your skin will become dull and lackluster. Although she is the type of person who is naturally beautiful and whose skin is already very delicate and smooth. But all girls love beauty, and she was no exception. Who wouldn't want to be more beautiful? The scene cuts to room 303 of the boys' dormitory. As soon as Chen Yan returned to his dorm room, he heard Zhang Fifin's hoarse roar coming from the bathroom. I will love you even if I die. I won't be happy if I don't love you to the fullest. Only in this way can I express the depth of my feelings. Even in death, I will love. I won't be content until I cry until I smile. Even if the universe is destroyed, my heart will still remain. Damn, what's gotten into this kid? Chen Yan asked. He's so excited. His goddess is currently far ahead of the second place in the votes, and he's thrilled. He even said that if his goddess wins the championship tomorrow, she'll treat us to dinner. Li Wenxin replied with a smile. Damn, it's someone else who won the championship, not him. Why is he so excited? Chen Yan said helplessly. Third brother, you don't understand. Men in love are all irrational, Wang Rixing said, putting down his pen and turning around. Hey, you finished your calculus homework? Remember to do one for me too. Chen Yan looked at Wang Rixing doing his advanced mathematics homework and said bluntly, no problem, same as always, 2 Zhonghua cigarettes. Chen Yan took out half a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and threw it over. It's all yours. Wang Rixing accepted the cigarette with a fawning expression. Hee hee. Thank you, boss. Third brother, if you ask me, you're definitely going to fail your advanced calculus final exam. So why are you wasting your time? Li Wenxin asked, puzzled. Chen Yan. I'm speechless at what you've said. Chen Yan had barely sat down when the phone rang. It was Jiang Zhixin calling. After the call was connected, a muffled voice came from the phone. Hey, Chen Yan, I've had a bit too much to drink. Could you come pick me up? Chapter 27, I am her boyfriend. Have you been drinking? Where are you? I'm coming right away. It was clear that Jiang Zhixin had drunk too much. Hi hotel. Jiang Zhixin's voice came through the receiver, broken and intermittent. Okay, I'm on my way now. I'll be there in about 30 minutes. I'll wait for you, Jiang Zhixin replied. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yan grabbed his coat and rushed out of the dormitory. Who is the third brother going to see? Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Rixing asked. Li Wenxin shook his head. At 9 p.m., the elevated highway resembled a flowing ribbon of light, and a taxi sped past. Master, go faster, Chen Yan urged. Any faster, and you'll be speeding, young man, the driver explained calmly, glancing at the young man in the rearview mirror. Add another 200. Okay. Finally, at Chen Yan's urging, the original 30-minute drive was shortened to 20 minutes. The taxi stopped in front of the Highway High Hotel. Master, please wait here a little longer. I need to go back later. Chen Yan was worried about getting a taxi at night, so to be on the safe side, he paid to keep the car he had. Okay. The driver readily agreed after receiving the money. After getting out of the car, Chen Yan called Jiang Zhixin to tell her that he was already at the door. Then he leaned against the back door, lit a cigarette, and patiently waited for Jiang Zhixin to appear. About 10 minutes later, a group of people walked out of the restaurant, among whom the most eye-catching was Jiang Zhixin, who was walking on the far right. She was wearing a white shirt and a pair of slim-fit jeans, with low-heeled shoes on her feet, and a camel-colored trench coat over them. Jiang Zhixin was clearly a little drunk. A girl wearing gold-rimmed glasses was supporting her, while a handsome young man on the other side kept trying to reach out and hold her arm, but was repeatedly pushed away. Chen Yan stared at the man. He was about 178 centimeters tall, with meticulously styled dark brown curly hair, voluminous and layered, clearly a freshly done hairstyle. He was wearing a dark Armani suit and looked quite presentable. Damn it, they even dared to lay a hand on me. Chen Yan cursed, threw away the half-smoked cigarette, and strode forward. Teacher Jiang. Chen Yan approached Jiang Zhixin, greeted her, and then reached out to put his arm around her waist, supporting her steadily. Everyone around was startled by what suddenly happened. Who are you? The man in the Armani suit glared at Chen Yan, stepped forward, and said rudely, Let her go. My name is Chen Yan, and I'm her boyfriend. Chen Yan met the gaze of the man in the Armani suit and confidently revealed his identity. Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned, as if time had stopped for a few seconds. Jiang Zhixin's body stiffened slightly. She looked up at Chen Yan, whose deep, dark eyes seemed to hold endless stories and secrets. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and there was always a sense of control in his smile. Jiang Zhixin opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but ultimately remained silent, tacitly accepting Chen Yan's lie. Seeing Jiang Zhixin's tacit response, the girl who had helped her out asked excitedly, Xin, when did you start dating? You kept it so well hidden. That's right. Zhixin, you're dating someone and you don't even tell us. Your college classmates? You're being too formal. The people around started to jeer again. The man in the Armani suit had a face as dark as a storm cloud, looking extremely grim. He looked Chen Yan up and down and said disdainfully, You? What can you give her? I can give her everything she wants. Sports cars, villas, designer bags. After saying that, he took out his key and beeped it, and the headlights of the Porsche Boxster parked next to him instantly lit up. Zhixin, let me drive you home. The man in the Armani suit persisted. Huh, you really know how to show off with an entry-level Boxster. Chen Yan sneered when he saw his pretentious behavior. He had overestimated this bastard's strength. At the very least, he could have used 911 and come out of the entire Boxster to show off. So what kind of car do you drive? The man in the Armani suit sounded a little weak. Back in 2013, driving a Porsche sports car made him a true high-class person, and he had never been looked down upon by anyone. But the boy's eyes were full of disdain. Could he be a super-rich second generation? Chen Yan ignored him, turned to look at Jiang Zhixin with a gentle expression. and asked softly, "Shall we go home?" Jiang Jixi nodded and let Chen Yan help her walk to the side of the road. However, when he saw Chen Yan helping Jiang Jixi into a waiting taxi, the man in the Armani suit suddenly came alive again and shouted loudly. "He dares to look down on Portia while taking a taxi. Humph. I bet someone like that will never be able to afford a Shali in his lifetime." However, Chen Yan and the others couldn't hear it anymore because the driver stepped on the gas and the taxi drove away. The backseat of a taxi, Jiang Jixin leaned her head on Chen Yan's shoulder and slowly said, "Today is our college reunion. The guy from earlier is called Tang Haochuan. His family is in the building materials business. He's been pursuing me for 4 years of college, but I don't like him at all." Her voice grew softer and softer, and when Chen Yan turned his head, he found that she had fallen asleep. Her long hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, a few strands playfully clinging to her slightly flushed cheeks. Her thick, curled eyelashes cast soft shadows beneath her eyelids, like 2 delicate little fans. Beneath her high, straight nose, her already rosy lips became even fuller and slightly pouting due to the alcohol, like ripe cherries, radiating an alluring glow. Chen Yan gently placed Jiang Jixin's head on his lap to make her more comfortable while sleeping. The taxi drove all the way to the Shengtai Times Mountain residential complex. When parking the car, Chen Yan tried several times to wake Jiang Jixin, but failed. He couldn't help her up, so he simply carried her upstairs. At the entrance of 1801, Chen Yan took out his key from his handbag, unlocked the door, and gently closed it with his heel after entering. Then he carried her to the big bed in the bedroom. "Call." Chen Yan leaned against the edge of the bed and took a deep breath. Carrying Jiang Jixin upstairs wasn't tiring at all. The key was the feeling of her breathing against his chest, which made him feel both itchy and hot. And even though it was only 7 degrees Celsius outdoors, he was sweating slightly on his forehead. In addition, Jiang Jixin was lying on the bed with her eyes closed and her face as beautiful as a peach blossom. The top button of her white shirt had been unbuttoned by Chen Yan in the taxi. With each breath, the fair, semicircular curve of her skin was faintly visible, and her long, beautiful legs were also fully exposed to Chen Yan's eyes. Although we shouldn't take advantage of someone in distress, we can't leave empty-handed either. Consider a kiss as interest. Chen Yan thought for a moment, then got up, stepped over the edge of the bed, and looked down at Jiang Jixin's chest. Chapter 28: The Clown. Just as Chen Yan was about to touch Jiang Jixin's chest, he suddenly heard her make a sound. Then she turned over and faced Chen Yan from the side. "Is she still somewhat conscious and won't let me kiss her?" Chen Yan was puzzled. She was clearly unconscious, yet her subconscious was resisting being touched. However, with her body turned to the side, her figure became even more charming and alluring. Her slender waist and full hips encased in tight jeans formed a perfect curve, firmly attracting Chen Yan's gaze. Chen Yan looked down and felt a tickling sensation, his whole body hot and itchy. He had only wanted to give her a kiss to satisfy his craving, but now he found himself thirsty and wanted to drink water. Thirsty, thirsty. At this moment, Jiang Jixin made a sound again. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a look of pain appeared on her pretty face, which was as delicate as a peach blossom. Her breathing also became a little rapid. Seeing this, Chen Yan temporarily suppressed his lustful thoughts, first helping her remove her high heels, then reaching out to unbutton one more button on her shirt to prevent her from pressing on her chest and having difficulty breathing while lying on her side. Chen Yan. As Chen Yan reached out to unbutton her shirt, he suddenly heard her softly call his name. My hand trembled slightly. I happened to run into a rabbit. This is fucking unbearable. Chen Yan took a deep breath and leaned down to press himself against her. No, that won't do. Jiang Jixin opened her eyes groggily, reached out and pushed against his chest, and sobbed. I want to drink water. Chen Yan then realized that she was still somewhat conscious. You can't hold your liquor, and you still drank so much. You're not allowed to drink next time. Chen Yan muttered to himself, feeling a little sorry for her. The drinking culture in China can be quite perverse at times. If there's a beautiful woman at the table, a group of men will always try to get her drunk. If a woman doesn't get drunk, a man has no chance. You might not get feelings from drinking, but you might get a one-night stand. Chen Yan walked out of the bedroom, poured a glass of warm water, and fed Jiang Jixin the water while holding her head. However, perhaps Chen Yan fed him too quickly. A few drops of water spilled out, sliding down his chin and flowing into the cleavage of his fair and slender neck. After finishing her drink, Jiang Zixin turned over and lay on the edge of the bed. She reached out to pull the pillow, but instead pulled Chen Yan's arm over to prop up her head. Hiss! Jiang Zixin's unintentional act made Chen Yan very angry, his breath hot, but he couldn't bear to make her feel even worse because he thought about how drunk she was. Jiang Zixin rested her head on Chen Yan's arm and quickly fell asleep. She slept comfortably, but Chen Yan was numb. He couldn't sleep well, and he couldn't sit up. In the end, he could only lie on his side, with one hand under her pillow and the other hand on her waist, carefully not daring to move. Think about it. A stunningly beautiful woman, drunk and asleep beside you, is in a daze, and she even has feelings for you, while you can only sit there dumbfounded, unable to do anything. You can only look at it, not eat it. That's infuriating. Chen Yan closed his eyes to avoid looking at her while silently chanting, Namo Amitabha Buddha. The more he chanted, the more inflated he became, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a sin. Ring, 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 ring. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Zixin's phone rang, attracting Chen Yan's attention. Chen Yan took out his phone from his bag, saw the caller ID, Tang Haochuan, on the screen, and hung up immediately. As soon as the call ended, a WeChat message popped up. Tang Haochuan. Zixin, are you home yet? Jiang Zixin's phone didn't have a lock screen password, so Chen Yan sent her a voice message. She's asleep. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. At this moment, on a certain street in Hangzhou, a bright yellow Porsche Boxster was parked on the side of the road with its hazard lights on. Tang Haochuan smoked while looking at his WeChat chat history. There were already more than a dozen cigarette butts on the ground. That's nothing. Tang Haochuan kept clicking on the voice message, and the phone speaker kept playing the sentence, she's asleep. He recognized the voice as that of the man who had come to pick up Jiang Zixin at the restaurant entrance earlier. So is what he said true? Are they really together? The goddess he had pursued like a simp for so many years without receiving the slightest response was now with that cheap-looking man who took a taxi. At this very moment, Jiang Zixin is lying in his arms. Why should I? That guy isn't even as handsome as me. Tang Haochuan forcefully stubbed out his cigarette, took a deep breath, and still couldn't believe it, or rather, he still harbored a sliver of hope. When Chen Yan said, I am her boyfriend today, Tang Haochuan, who had been looking at Jiang Zixin, clearly caught a hint of surprise in her eyes. This suggests that the kid was probably just bragging. However, she did not refute it, which shows that Jiang Zixin has feelings for this boy. But what if they're just in the ambiguous stage right now? If the rice isn't cooked yet, is there still a chance for me? So he mustered all his courage and started typing. Where is Zixin? Ask her to reply to me. I need to make sure she's home safely. Upon seeing the message, Chen Yan smiled and said, I already told you she was asleep, but you still didn't believe me. They won't give up until they reach the Yellow River, and they won't turn back until they hit a brick wall. It seems you won't give up until I deliver a decisive blow. So Chen Yan picked up Jiang Zixin's phone and replied, Give up, buddy, I'll be sleeping with her tonight. On the other side, Tang Haochuan opened the voice message that had just been sent, and the man's voice appeared again. His eyes went from anger to confusion, and finally to pain and despair, because he had already visualized the scene in his mind. A man leaned against the headboard, smoking a cigarette in one hand and chatting with himself on Jiang Zixin's phone in the other. Perhaps the two had just finished a fierce duo match, and Jiang Zixin was a little tired, so she curled up in the man's arms and slept soundly. But I was like a clown, sending WeChat messages over and over again, foolishly waiting for her reply. Hee. The person you can't let go of, he has already put into his heart. Tang Haochuan slammed his fist on the steering wheel, let out a loud, ah, as if venting his anger, and then stepped on the gas, sending the car speeding away. The car next to us honked its horns several times. Are you crazy? Driving that fast? Are you out of your mind? On the other side, in the Shengtai Times Mountain 1801 apartment, seeing that Jiang Zixin had fallen asleep, Chen Yan gently pulled his arm out, covered her with the blanket, turned the air conditioner to a comfortable temperature, and then quietly left the bedroom. In the living room, Chen Yan looked at the sofa he had already slept on twice and secretly vowed. As they say, things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. I'll make do tonight, but next time I'm definitely sleeping in the bed. Chapter 29, the competition ends. After covering himself with a blanket, Chen Yan lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Jiang Zixin was probably thirsty, so she got up in the dark to find some water. She walked out of the bedroom and found Chen Yan fast asleep on the sofa. This guy is usually a bit of a rascal, but he's actually quite reliable when it counts, Jiang Zhixin thought to herself, finishing her water before turning and going into the bathroom. A moment later, the sound of a shower head came from the bathroom. About half an hour later, Jiang Zhixin, wearing a thin nightgown and smelling sweet fragrance, came to the sofa. On the sofa, Chen Yan tilted his head back slightly, a few unruly strands of hair falling casually across his forehead, their color shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Beneath his moderately high nose bridge, his thin lips were slightly pursed, a subtle curve playing at the corners of his mouth. He looks pretty handsome from this angle. Jiang Zhixin muttered something under her breath, then slowly bent down. Her pink lips, like delicate flower petals, gently touched Chen Yan's lips, like a dragonfly skimming the water, a fleeting touch. The brief touch felt like an electric current instantly coursing through her body, and then she quickly straightened up like a startled deer. The blush on her cheeks became even more pronounced in the moonlight. Jiang Zhixin subconsciously bit her lower lip, as if savoring the thrill of that moment. The next morning, Chen Yan was woken up by his biological clock. He rubbed his eyes, got up, and stretched. At that moment, the sounds of busy activity came from the kitchen. "You got up even earlier than me?" Chen Yan was somewhat surprised. He went to the kitchen and saw Jiang Zhixin busy inside. She was wearing a pink slip dress underneath and a matching robe on top. Luckily, the living room air conditioning was on high, so she didn't feel cold wearing that. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Zhixin turned her head and smiled. "It's Saturday today, why don't you sleep in a little longer? Sleeping on the sofa is uncomfortable. My whole body aches and my back aches." After Chen Yan finished speaking, he deliberately rubbed his waist. Is this implying that I want to sleep in the bed?" Jiang Zhixin looked at Chen Yan, silently considering for a while, before stammering, "Why? Why don't you go to my bed and sleep some more?" Chen Yan was slightly taken aback, thinking that teacher Jiang seemed different today. What does it mean if a girl agrees to let you sleep in her bed? As a consummate scumbag in his past life, Chen Yan naturally knew that this meant the girl had let her guard down, and in a relationship, it meant the progress bar had reached the point where he could confess his feelings. Chen Yan naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass by. He walked into the kitchen and smelled the steaming hot casserole. I'll take a nap after I finish eating. The millet porridge I'm making will be ready soon. Go wash up first, Jiang Zhixin said. Okay. Chen Yan gave an okay sign, turned around and walked towards the bathroom, where he found that a brand new mouthwash cup and toothbrush had already been placed in front of the sink, and even the toothpaste had been squeezed out in advance. What a considerate and thoughtful counselor. Fortunately, I didn't do anything reckless last night. In relationships between men and women, details determine success or failure. I slept on the sofa last night, so I can sleep in the bed today. Next time I'll be able to sleep in a person's bed. Only by proceeding step by step can one remain invincible. Your campus beauty pageant is really popular. All the teachers in our office know about it. During breakfast, Jiang Zhixin brought up the school beauty pageant. The results are pretty good. We should have the results by noon today. I checked the list, and it seems that the #1 student is from our School of Economics and Management. That girl is indeed quite pretty. In my heart, Teacher Jiang will always be the most beautiful. Chen Yan promptly gave her a compliment. But I'm already 24 years old. I'm too old for you 18 or 19-year-old college students, Jiang Zhixin suddenly said sourly. Chen Yan smiled nonchalantly. Teacher Jiang, do you know what age a woman is most beautiful? How old are you? 30 years old. Chen Yan held up 3 fingers. The temperament and charm of a 30-year-old woman are far beyond what an 18-year-old girl can match. Besides, as long as you take good care of yourself, even if you are 40, your skin will still be in good condition. So you like 30-year-old women? Jiang Zhixin asked back. After finishing the last mouthful of porridge, Chen Yan suddenly gazed at Jiang Zhixin with deep affection. I like you at 30. Jiang Zhixin felt a little embarrassed by his gaze, so she lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly into his burning eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled gently like butterfly wings, casting a shy shadow under her eyelids. However, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, but she tried hard to purse her lips, as if trying to hide her inner joy and shyness. Seeing that this was enough, Chen Yan stopped there, got up, stretched, and said, Then I'm going to your bedroom to catch up on my sleep. Jiang Zhixin was taken aback by what he said. Strange, Shouldn't he have followed up by asking, "Would you like to be my girlfriend? Why are you going to sleep so soon? Are you that sleepy?" However, she couldn't say anything, since she was the one who suggested he sleep in the bedroom. She could only blankly say, "Oh, okay." In the bedroom, Chen Yan quickly stripped naked, leaving only his underwear, and then with a whoosh, he slipped into the warm bed. As soon as he lay down, he smelled a faint fragrance. The fragrance seemed to be the fresh, fruity scent of the shampoo that Jiang Zixin usually used, and it also seemed to be mixed with the unique body fragrance emanating from her skin, which was as white as mutton fat. The two scents intertwined and mingled like a gentle dream dance, wafting freely in his nose and in his heart. The fragrance gave him a sense of peace and comfort, and soon Chen Yan fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 11 a.m. Wow, I slept until the sun was high in the sky. It seems like this is the first time since my rebirth that I've slept so comfortably until this late. Ah, this feels so good. Chen Yan rolled around in bed for a while before reluctantly getting up and getting dressed. When he came out of the bedroom, Jiang Zixin was just bringing the prepared food out of the kitchen. Jiang Zixin had changed into a set of off-white loungewear, which made her look more gentle. Seeing Chen Yan come out, she gently tied her hair up, a few strands falling beside her cheeks, and said with a smile, "Time to eat, but my cooking skills are not good, so please don't mind." Chen Yan looked at the dining table, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried green beans with shredded pork, and a bowl of seaweed soup. 3 simple home-style dishes. During the meal, Chen Yan realized that Jiang Zixin's claim that her cooking skills were bad was not an understatement. The food really wasn't very good. However, he still ate a large bowl of it out of politeness, and even went against his conscience to praise how delicious it was. After the meal, "Teacher Jiang, I have to go now. I have things to do at the company." "Okay, be careful on the road." We're about to part ways. Isn't it too much to ask for a goodbye kiss?" Jiang Zixin rolled her eyes at him. "That's going too far." "Okay, then let's hug." Chen Yan lowered his standards. Jiang Zixin hesitated for a moment, then stood up, walked to the entrance, and gently hugged Chen Yan. This is a classic example of the saving face effect. When we make a large request to someone and are rejected, the likelihood of making a smaller request is greatly increased. Because Jiang Zixin was only wearing a loungewear outfit, Chen Yan could clearly feel Xiong Qian's amazing elasticity even through the clothes when they hugged. So he was no longer satisfied. He lowered his head and covered her lips with his. "Ugh, no." Jiang Zixin struggled a bit at first, but eventually she let him take her. This time, the kiss was deeper and longer than the previous two. At the moment their lips parted, there was even. Chen Yan extended his index finger and snapped the thread that was brimming with desire, then chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry, Teacher Jiang, I couldn't help myself." Jiang Zixin's cheeks were flushed like ripe peaches, her long eyelashes trembled incessantly, and her eyes were filled with shyness and confusion. She lowered her head slightly, a few strands of hair falling down to cover her increasingly hot face, her cherry lips slightly panting, but she remained silent for a long time. The air in the room seemed to freeze, and the world seemed to consist only of their breathing and heartbeats. She repeatedly savored the touch in her mind, unsure of what to do next. She could only try to calm the turmoil in her heart during this moment of silence. A long time, Jiang Zixin tilted her head slightly to look at Chen Yan and parted her lips slightly, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. "Chen Yan, what is our relationship now?" Chen Yan blurted out. "It's a teacher-student relationship." His tone was so relaxed, as if the kiss just now was nothing more than a joke between friends. Jiang Zixin's eyes, which had been full of expectation, widened instantly, and the confusion in her eyes was replaced by anger, like a flame that had been ignited. She bit her lower lip tightly, her already prominent breasts heaving violently. Fine, fine, get out of my house right now. If you dare to take advantage of me again, I'll call your parents and tell them you molested your teacher at school." Bang! The stainless steel door slammed shut with a loud bang, and Chen Yan was ruthlessly pushed out of apartment 1801. Outside the heavy stainless steel gate, a biting cold wind howled like a wild horse, and Chen Yan tightened his coat and took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "Phew, luckily I reacted quickly, otherwise we almost confirmed our relationship just now." Chen Yan exhaled a smoke ring, secretly congratulating himself on his cleverness and alertness. Having been reborn, how can we give up the whole forest for the sake of one tree? Even if you want to confirm the relationship, the girl has to confess first. That way, if you get hurt later, you can blame yourself for misjudging people rather than for meeting the wrong person. This is the strategy of a top-tier player. He took the initiative to flirt with you at the beginning, stirring your heartstrings. They continued to launch attacks throughout the process, accelerating the offensive. Once you've hooked them, hang them high and wait for the fish to take the bait. When Chen Yan arrived at the 102 startup base, it was already 11:40. Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan were chatting and gossiping, each holding a cup of hot milk tea. When they saw the young boss come in, they greeted him politely, and Chen Yan smiled and nodded in response. It's lunch break now, and the other members aren't in the office. They've probably gone out for lunch. Because Daily Tech operates on a part-time basis, business is busier on weekends than on weekdays. Although it's Saturday, the company is still open for business. Chen Yan is scheduled to have Mondays off, but customer service staff take turns working because there are many part-time jobs to be done on Mondays, and it wouldn't work without customer service staff. Chen Yan walked to the innermost part of the office, where there was a separate single office chair, which was his workstation. Since the 102 startup base is just a spacious area of over 100 square meters without any separate rooms, Chen Yan didn't bother to set up partitions, since he doesn't stay here often anyway. Chen Yan had just sat down in his office chair when Jiang Zhixin sent him a message. Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin. Who told you to reply to my messages randomly? Angry. It seems she realized that I used her phone to reply to Tang Haochuan yesterday. That's quite slow of a reaction. It took her so long to notice. Chen Yan muttered to himself and began typing a reply. Chen Jun, what's wrong? I helped you get rid of a simp who was harassing you. Shouldn't you thank me? Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin. Then you can't just say whatever you want. Chen Jun. Okay, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given up on him. I thought you didn't like him, but it seems you still care about him. Chen Yan used a strategy of retreating to advance, directly showcasing the art of tea to its fullest potential. Upon seeing this, Jiang Zhixin immediately panicked, fearing that Chen Yan would misunderstand, and hurriedly said, No, that's not what I meant. I don't like him at all. What I meant was that your reply last night was a bit too explicit. Chen Jun, I understand. In the end, you still care about him and are worried that what I said was too blunt and would hurt him, right? I'm sorry, I won't touch your phone again. After Chen Yan finished speaking, he stopped replying. Jiang Zhixin became even more anxious after seeing this, fearing that the explanation on WeChat would not be clear, so she called directly. Chen Yan hung up immediately after seeing the caller ID. Jiang Zhixin continued to play. Chen Yan hung up again. At this moment, in the Shengtai Times Mountain apartment, Jiang Zhixin almost burst into tears, holding back her tears as she sent a message to Chen Yan. I really didn't mean that. I'll block him right now, okay? Please don't be angry with me anymore. After saying that, Jiang Zhixin also sent a screenshot showing that she had been blocked. Seeing that the time was right, Chen Yan went along with it and said, All right, then I forgive you. Chen Yan quietly shifted the blame onto Jiang Zhixin, who readily accepted it. At the top of the WeChat message bar, Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin kept changing to the other party is typing, and then back to Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin. It was obvious that Jiang Zhixin wanted to say something, but for some reason she wrote it and then deleted it, then wrote it again. A long time passed, but she didn't send any messages. After all, she was only 24 years old, just a recent graduate student, and had never even been in a relationship. When she met the playboy, Chen Yan, she had almost no chance of winning. Chen Yan glanced at the time. It was 12:01 p.m., and the campus beauty pageant had already ended. So I checked the back end and found that Jiang Muyun was still in first place, with a final vote count of 42,003. The second place went to Zhong Shi, with 37,858 votes. Third place, Wan Yusong, 37,210 votes. Fourth place, Lu Wei, 34,991 votes. Around 12:30, the office door was gently pushed open, and a young girl wearing black-rimmed glasses walked in. Although she looked ordinary, she exuded youthful energy and vitality. This is Zheng Jia, the finance manager at Daily Tech. When Chen Yan saw Zheng Jia come in, he greeted her and instructed her. Jia, the competition is over. The prize money for 6th to 10th place will be directly deposited into their back-end accounts. The prize money for 1st to 5th place is larger. Tell them to bring their student ID and national ID to the company tomorrow to collect it. Okay, boss, Zheng Jia replied with a smile. On the other side, girls' dormitory room 704. This small space is now filled with laughter and joy. Her roommates, like a flock of cheerful little sparrows, chirped and chattered as they surrounded Jiang Muyun. Darling, you are simply the pride of our 704. The champion of the Hangzhou Campus Beauty Contest. With your looks and figure, who can compare? Hu Xiaolu was filled with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she gestured with her hands incessantly. That's right, I knew you could do it. We have to celebrate this 200,000 yuan bonus properly. You can't be stingy. He lily-linked arms with Jiang Muyun, a fawning smile on her face, and gently shook her. Jiang Muyun patiently responded to her roommate's teasing and expectations. Okay, the official sent me a private message saying that I should go to number 102 Shulin Street to collect the prize tomorrow. Once I get the money, we'll go out for a big meal. I want to eat at Heideleo. I want to eat at that newly opened green tea restaurant on Tianjie Street. After her roommate's enthusiasm had subsided somewhat, Jiang Muyun made an excuse and quietly went to a quiet corner outside the dormitory building. She took a deep breath, her fingers trembling slightly as she dialed her mother's number. The phone rang, each ring like a hammer blow to her heart. Hello, baby. A mother's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Muyun's eyes instantly reddened. She tried hard to suppress her emotions and said, Mom, I have some really good news to tell you. I won first place in a competition and received a prize of 200,000 yuan. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a surprised exclamation. Really? Nanan is amazing. She's already made so much money right after starting university. Jiang Muyun could no longer hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks. She said in a tearful voice, Mom, you've worked so hard for me. I know you work 2 jobs every day, and you've aged so much these past few years. It breaks my heart to see you like this. Now that I have this bonus, it's enough for my living expenses and tuition for 4 years of university. You're not allowed to work 2 jobs anymore. I'll earn money to support you after I graduate. Zhang's mother choked up on the other end of the phone. Silly child, Mom isn't tired. Keep this money for your wedding. Mom is useless. I don't even have money to buy you a decent dowry. No, I want to make things easier for you. You've sacrificed so much for me these past few years. I'm all grown up now and can share the burden with you, Jiang Muyun said firmly. Hearing her daughter's words, Zhang's mother was filled with relief and emotion. Okay, my little girl has really grown up. Then I'll listen to you and work less in the future. Jiang Muyun hung up the phone and looked up at the sky. The sky was exceptionally blue at that moment, and the sunlight shone on her, as if draping her in a golden glow, making her porcelain doll-like skin even more translucent. 9 a.m. the following morning, Yang Jingquan, that show-off, arrived at the 102 entrepreneurship base early. Chen Yan notified him yesterday that the top 5 winners of the campus beauty pageant would be receiving prize money today. The 102 startup base had already opened, and almost all the employees were already at their workstations. However, they had obviously just arrived, holding steaming breakfasts and chatting and laughing about gossip. Yang Jingquan looked around the door a few times and, not seeing Chen Yan, called his childhood friend. He was a strange person. Even though he knew that the big boss of this company was his childhood friend who had grown up with him, he was still too embarrassed to walk in and look at him openly when Chen Yanren wasn't around. Chen Yan chatted with Lu Shishir until 2 a.m. last night, so he's still snuggled in bed right now. Hearing his phone vibrate under his pillow, he took it out and impatiently pressed the answer button. Hello. Yinzi, it's me. Where are you? I'm already at your company in trance. Yang Jinchuan's deep voice came from the phone. Chen Yan paused for a moment before realizing why he had come, and said sarcastically, Damn, you're here really early. However, after hanging up the phone, Chen Yan reluctantly crawled out of bed. To be honest, the warmth of a warm bed in winter is truly irresistible and hard to give up. When Chen Yan arrived at the entrance of the 102 entrepreneurship base, he found Yang Jingquan standing not far away playing on his phone, so he walked up to him and asked, Why don't you go inside? Why are you standing outside in the cold wind? Ugh, it's kind of awkward for me to go in alone without you, Yang Jingquan replied, scratching the back of his head. What's wrong with you? Chen Yan spat and led him into the 102 entrepreneurship base. When Chen Yan went in, everyone was already at their respective workstations, and the 6 business development managers from the marketing department had already gone out to sweep the streets. Chen Yan pulled up an empty chair and placed it opposite his desk. then gestured for Yang Jingquan to sit down before taking out a piece of white paper and scribbling away. Yes, he's about to start planning the next phase of development. The campus beauty pageant has ended. After distributing all the remaining prize money today, plus last month's staff salaries, server costs, and software maintenance costs, the company has already spent more than 1.3 million yuan. Fortunately, Daily Tech operates on a cash flow model, with profits flowing in every day. After the publicity and exposure from this campus beauty pageant, daily part-time jobs can now be said to have made a name for itself in the Hangzhou University community. Whenever someone wants to earn extra money, their first thought is to check out daily jobs to see what part-time jobs are available nearby. But what should we do next? Besides Hangzhou, Zhejiang Province also has university towns in its hometown of Ningbo and the coastal city of Wenzhou. To expand into that market, we need to open a branch office there, but who should we send? Who has the ability to independently develop a city? Chen Yan thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Helpless, he slumped into his office chair and stared blankly at the ceiling. At that moment, the glass door of the 102 entrepreneurship base was pushed open, and two girls walked in. "Excuse me, is this where I collect the prize money for the campus beauty pageant?" Chapter 31 My Damn Charm. Everyone at the 102 startup base was drawn over by that pleasant voice. The girl who was speaking was about 173 centimeters tall, with smooth and shiny wavy hair. A few strands of hair curled playfully beside her fair and delicate face, making her skin look as smooth and lustrous as mutton-fat jade. Her eyebrows were slender and curved, and her eyes were a deep amber color, clear and bright. Beneath her high, straight nose, her lips were beautifully shaped, and when the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, a row of neat, white teeth would be revealed. She wore a long, off-white wool coat over a light pink fitted sweater, with a small black bow at the neckline, adding a touch of sweetness and playfulness. She wore a dark gray woolen miniskirt that reached just to the mid-thigh, perfectly showcasing her straight and slender legs. Black stockings tightly hugged her legs, gleaming delicately under the light, captivating the eyes of all the male colleagues at the 102 entrepreneurship base. The girl next to her was wearing a thick white down jacket. She wasn't very tall, and her round face had a bit of baby fat, making her look a little adorably naive. "You must be Ruan Yusong?" Zheng Jia recognized the girl who spoke as the third runner-up in this year's campus beauty pageant. Chen Yan examined it carefully and found that it was indeed exactly the same as in the video. This era is so much better, unlike those things in later generations that die in the light of day. In his previous life, Chen Yan had met a female game streamer with over 10 million followers on Douyin. She had a curvaceous figure and fair, radiant skin on camera, and many male fans. I only noticed when we met at an awards ceremony that my skin was dull and sallow. Although I had applied a thick layer of powder to my face, I could still see a lot of acne scars and pimples, and my calves were also a bit thick. Without the filters of the live stream, she wouldn't say she's ugly, but I'd say she's above average in looks. Yet, she's become a goddess streamer in the hearts of countless netizens. "Yes, that's me, this is my roommate." Seeing that someone recognized her, Ruan Yusong quickly nodded in agreement and introduced her roommate. "Please show me your ID card and student ID," Zheng Jia said politely. "Okay." While Zheng Jia was checking her identity information, Chen Yan gave Yang Jingquan, who was sitting opposite her, a wink. "Go for it. Stop messing around," Yang Jingquan replied, blushing after hearing his childhood friend's teasing. His skin was already dark, and now his face was a mix of black and red, making him look somewhat comical. "TCH, look at your pathetic self." Chen Yan spat lightly. "The transfer has been made, miss. The total after tax is 50,000. Have you checked if the money has arrived?" Zheng Jia acted quickly and had already transferred the prize money to Ruan Yusong's account. "Yes, I received it. Thank you." Ruan Yusong's eyes lit up instantly when she saw the text message notification, and she asked with a smile, "Miss, I heard that Daily Part-Time Jobs was founded by a senior student named Chen Yangjun." Upon hearing this, everyone in the office reacted with varying expressions, struggling to suppress the urge to smile. With a puff, Zheng Jia couldn't help but laugh out loud, then looked in Chen Yan's direction and replied, "Ask our boss. Look, that's him." Chen Yan was sitting slumped in his office chair with his legs crossed, looking at Ruan Yusong's legs, which were clad in thin black stockings, with a roguish expression. Seeing Chen Yan staring intently at her, Wan Yusong felt a surge of sweetness and pride, and then walked straight over to him. Senior, I'm Wan Yusong from the Communication University of China. I'm a big fan of yours. Can I add you on WeChat? Wan Yusong went straight to the point. When Yang Jingquan saw Wan Yusong walk within half a meter of him and could smell the faint scent of her perfume with her breath, his face turned a deep purplish red. He lowered his face even further so that Wan Yusong wouldn't notice his embarrassed state. Okay. Chen Yan readily showed his WeChat QR code. Hee. Thank you, senior. Wan Yusong seemed even happier than when she received the 50,000 yuan bonus after adding Chen Yan on WeChat. She skipped away with her roommate. Damn, this girl is gorgeous. Hu Chao exclaimed. She is indeed beautiful, but the boss's personal charm is still irresistible. Kong Zhenbong offered a timely compliment. Hey, stop pretending to be dead, he's gone. Chen Yan kicked Yang Jinchuan's foot and said with exasperation, Sai Yanzi, it seems I'm still not suited for these girls. I just can't handle them. Yang Jingquan sighed softly. Okay. Do you want me to take you back to school? No need. It's good to just look at it. 3 more winners arrived later, some accompanied by their parents and others by their classmates. They were all dressed in exquisite makeup and fashionable clothes, giving all the male colleagues in Class 102 a feast for the eyes. After all, it's not easy to see a campus beauty like that all the time. Zhang Muyun was the last to arrive, around 3 p.m. She took Hu Xiaolu's arm and walked into the 102 entrepreneurship base. Zhang Muyun wore a long black down jacket, paired with blue jeans and canvas shoes. She wore no fancy decorations or designer brands, yet she still shone as brightly as a star. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she entered the room. Zhang, this is where you receive your award. Zheng Jia stood up and waved to her with a smile. Good. Zhang Muyun smiled and nodded in greeting. However, during the award ceremony, she spotted a familiar face, Chen Yan. Last time, Zhang Fifan pulled Chen Yan and a few others to sit behind Zhang Muyun and asked for her WeChat. She had some impression of this guy who looked a bit roguish and handsome. A big question mark appeared in Zhang Muyun's mind. Why is he here? Wasn't he in the same year as me? The seat he was sitting in was clearly the boss's seat. Could it be? Is he a boss who works part-time every day? A completely irrational thought suddenly popped into Zhang Muyun's mind. Zheng Jia was very efficient in transferring money. After verifying the identity information, she transferred the money directly. Jiang, the 200,000 yuan prize money has been transferred. Thank you for your support of our competition. Okay, thank you. Zhang Muyun replied politely. Let's go, Mu. The moment Hu Xiaolu saw the 200,000 yuan deposited into her account, her eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed Zhang Muyun's hand and urged her to leave, as she couldn't wait to go and enjoy a big meal. Wait me a moment. After Zhang Muyun finished speaking, she walked towards Chen Yan. When Yang Jingquan saw Zhang Muyun approaching, his face flushed again. He pretended to look down at his phone, not daring to look directly at her. Zhang Muyun walked to Chen Yan's side and said softly, Classmate, haven't we met before? What's going on? Am I really that handsome? The champion and runner-up of the school beauty pageant both came to chat me up. Harmful. My damn charm. Chapter 32 Marching into Ningbo. Zhang Muyun had no idea that Chen Yan was currently indulging in daydreams. Seeing that Chen Yan didn't react, she unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, mustered up her courage, and gently opened her lips. Can I add you on WeChat? Chen Yan looked up at Zhang Muyun. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation, looking like a flower bud about to bloom in spring. Yang Jingquan, who was sitting opposite him, almost ground his back teeth to powder when he heard this. Why? It's truly a case of some suffering from drought, while others are drowning from floods. All right. Chen Yan took out his WeChat QR code with a helpless expression. Thank you. Zhang Muyun's beautiful eyes curved into crescents with joy. After quickly adding Hu Xiaolu on WeChat, she pulled the bewildered Hu Xiaolu away. After they left, the atmosphere at the 102 entrepreneurship base instantly became lively. Holy crap, the boss is amazing. Even the legendary school beauty is throwing herself at him. I have to say, that girl was really beautiful. Even Zheng Jia, the finance lady, couldn't help but gossip. Boss, if Zhang Muyun were to pursue you, would you agree to date her? Cough, cough. Chen Yan coughed and said seriously, I have face blindness and I'm not interested in beautiful women. The office fell silent again. That sounds so pretentious. Alright, everyone, get back to work and stop thinking about all that nonsense. After Chen Yan finished speaking, he called Yang Jingquan and left the office. On the way back to the University of Technology and Business of Yang Jingquan. Yinzi, why don't these girls add me on WeChat? I'm not bad looking, am I? To be fair, Yang Jingquan is indeed good looking, somewhat resembling a tan Jimmy Lin. Do you want to know why? Chen Yan said calmly, leaning back in the taxi. Why? You lack the confidence and presence that successful men possess. Speak like a human being. I just don't have the money. What should we do then? In that case, I will send someone to Ningbo in a few days to develop the market. You can work with him on the weekends to get some experience. Okay. After seeing Yang Jingquan off, Chen Yan made a phone call to Wang Tai. Wang Tai was talking to a client at the moment when he saw his boss calling him. He was flattered and quickly answered the phone, saying respectfully, "Boss, what are your instructions? Where are you? Send me your location. I'm coming to find you now." "Okay, boss." After receiving the location, Chen Yan headed straight there. About 40 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a garment factory. Wow, this place is really far away. After getting out of the car, Chen Yan looked around at the desolate, godforsaken place and spat. "Boss, over here." Wang Tai happened to come out from inside at that moment and waved to Chen Yan. "How did the talks go?" Chen Yan asked as he stepped forward. Wang Tai replied with a smile. "It's a deal. They're currently in their peak season, and their factory is overwhelmed with staff. They'd like to find 10 part-time workers through our platform." Well done. Chen Yan praised at the opportune moment. Upon hearing Chen Yan's praise, Wang Tai, as if injected with adrenaline, said, "I will work even harder, boss." Chen Yan smiled and slowly began. "Wang Tai, you've been with the company for a while now, and your performance has been consistently good. I have an idea, and I'd like to ask if you'd be willing to take on more responsibility." Upon hearing this, Wang Tai's heart skipped a beat. Was this a promotion for him? He grew up in a poor rural area and dreamed of earning more money to give his family a better life. He suppressed his excitement and nodded quickly, his voice trembling slightly. "Of course I'm willing, boss. I've always hoped to contribute more to the company and look forward to growing continuously in my work." Chen Yan nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Very good. What I value most is your drive and learning ability. I plan to send you to Ningbo to build a team and be in charge of the entire part-time job market in Ningbo. Your base salary will be increased to 10,000, and your commission will be linked to the performance of the entire city. In addition, the company will provide you with a Mercedes-Benz E-Class as an official vehicle for business travel." Upon hearing this, Wang Tai felt a surge of joy. He knew that this was not just a promotion, but also a major test of his abilities. If he can successfully take over Ningbo, Wang Tai can become the boss's trusted general or even his right-hand man. He took a deep breath and said firmly, "Thank you for your trust, boss. I will do my best and live up to your expectations." So, at 6 p.m., Chen Yan gathered the 6 business development managers from Daily Technology for a meal. At the dinner table, Chen Yan announced the personnel appointment in front of everyone. Upon hearing the appointment, the remaining 5 BD's eyes showed shock, envy, jealousy, and regret. But no one stood up to object, because Wang Tai's work attitude and performance were obvious to all. He was not the smartest BD, but he was definitely the hardest working BD. But if Wang Tai can be promoted to city manager in such a short time, why can't I? If I start working as hard as Wang Tai from tomorrow onwards, and improve my performance and attitude, won't I be the next city manager? Thinking about this, everyone felt more at ease and stood up to raise their glasses in blessing Wang Tai. There was only one person at the dinner table, eating his food in a sullen mood. That person was Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's performance was second only to Wang Tai in the company, but he was the kind of talented player who often finished his tasks before 6 o'clock and left work early. Sometimes, after closing a deal with a client in the morning, he could even go to an internet cafe to play games all afternoon. After the dinner, Chen Yan told everyone else to go back and rest, but he kept Zhou Yi behind. Soon, only Chen Yan and Zhou Yi remained in the private room. Being alone in a private room with the big boss made Zhou Yi visibly uneasy. He pinched the flesh on his thighs with both hands, trying his best to appear calm. "Zhou Yi, do you know why I left you alone?" Zhou Yi shook his head. "I don't know." Chen Yan slowly explained. "I know you're not convinced and feel that Wang Tai's abilities are actually far inferior to yours, right?" Zhou Yi was stunned speechless by these sudden words. He hadn't expected that his boss would so accurately capture his inner resentment. "Boss, Zhou hesitated, unsure of what to say. Seeing this, Chen Yan smiled slightly and continued. You are very smart and capable, but the world is full of smart people. Many self-righteous smart people don't achieve much in the end. On the contrary, those honest people who have been working hard in their positions are more likely to be favored by their leaders. Chapter 33 The School Beauties Take the Initiative. Zhou blushed at Chen Yan's words. He didn't know why. Even though the young boss in front of him was younger than him, he always had the aura of a leader who had been in a high position for a long time. Boss, I understand. I will definitely take my work seriously from now on and put my full effort into my business. Zhou said sincerely. Good. I'm relieved that you have this idea. I'd like to send you to Ningbo as well. Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, Zhou raised his head and looked at Chen Yan with a puzzled expression. Don't overthink it. You'll still be working as a BD if you go. Chen Yan thought Zhou might have misunderstood that he was going to assign him a deputy city manager position, so he quickly explained. However, he immediately added, I'm worried that Wang Tai can't handle it alone. You go and help him expand his territory as the BD. When you come back, I will have enough reason to promote you and let you go to the next city as the city manager. One slap and one piece of candy. This management method has existed since ancient times, and in ancient times it was called combining kindness and severity. When applied to the modern workplace, it is particularly effective for superiors to win over subordinates. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's previously dim eyes instantly brightened, and he patted his chest, assuring everyone, Don't worry, boss. I, Zhou Yi, will do my utmost this time, even unto death. If you don't take Ningbo, I'll offer my head in return. Haha, you're too kind, you're too kind. Thus, Wang Tai and Zhou Yi were dispatched to Ningbo to develop the market, while the remaining 4 BD managers remained in Hangzhou. However, Wang Tai and Zhou Yi were not fighting alone on this trip to Ningbo. Chen Yan gave them 5 business development, BD, manager positions, which meant that Wang Tai could hire 5 more employees to help him. In addition, daily part-time jobs has already made a name for itself in Hangzhou, with a very high number of users and retention rate, which is their strong backing and bargaining chip. That evening, after returning to his dormitory, Chen Yan found several unread messages on WeChat. Shower Wan next door. Senior, your name is so unique. Cheningjun. Neighbor Wan. How did your aunt and uncle come up with this name for you? You really live up to your name. This person should be Wan Yusong. She thought she was Senior Cheningjun, but in reality, she should be called Senior Sister. Besides, Cheningjun wasn't her real name, but Chen Yan was too lazy to explain. So he replied, Cheningjun, haha. The 2 words were extremely perfunctory. Chen Yan then opened Jiang Muyun's message. Jiang Muyun. Hello, classmate. My name is Jiang Muyun. What's yours? Cheningjun. Chen Yan. After replying to the message, Chen Yan went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, he looked at his phone. Jiang Muyun hadn't responded, but Wan Yusong had sent another message. Shower Wan next door. What are you planning to do tomorrow, senior? Cheningjun. Buy a car. Neighbor Wan. Buying a car? Cheningjun. Yes, we bought a cheap car to take the employees on business trips. Shower Wan next door. Senior, can I come with you? I don't have class tomorrow, and I'm so bored being alone in the dorm, feeling wronged. Wipe. As expected of someone from an art school, they're so direct. Chen Yan is a simple and kind-hearted male college student who didn't want to upset his senior, so he agreed to her request. Cheningjun, okay. Neighbor Wan, really? What time should we go tomorrow? Cheningjun, around 10 a.m. Neighbor Wan, so it's settled then. Will my senior pick me up at 10 a.m. tomorrow? Shy? Cheningjun, okay. Neighbor Wan, good night, Moon. Cheningjun, good night. On the other side, room 308, female dormitory at Communication University of China. Yu Sang, who are you chatting with so happily? Asked her roommate Kai Meichi. Oh my, could our campus belle, Wan, be in love? It seems so. I think her eyes are practically sparkling with lust. His roommates teased him relentlessly. Thinking of Chen Yingjun, the man she had struck up a conversation with when she accompanied Wan Yusong to the awards ceremony earlier that day, Kai Meichi said, Yusong, you weren't chatting with Chen Yingjun, were you? Who is Chen Yingjun? That's the one. Afraid that Kai Meichi would blab about it all over the school, Wan Yusong climbed off the bed and started fooling around with them. Don't laugh at me. I'm not even in a relationship yet. 10 a.m. the following day. Chen Yan took a taxi to the entrance of the Communication University of China and started sending messages to Wan Yusong. Chen Ingjun, I've arrived at the main gate. Neighbor Wan. Okay, I'm coming down right away. Senior, wait for me. About 10 minutes later, Wan Yusong came out of the school with quick, short steps. Today, she was wearing a tight black knit sweater and her long, wavy hair was draped over her shoulders. Her lower body was clad in black shorts, black stockings, and over-the-knee flat boots, showcasing her round buttocks and firm breasts, projecting a fashionable, sexy, and mature woman style with a prominent bust and buttocks. Wan Yusong is already tall, and with her mature and sophisticated aura, she can easily deter insecure men. However, Chen Yan is eager to pursue her, and the more mature and sophisticated she dresses, the more interested he becomes. Chen Yan got out of the car and waved to her. This way. Wan Yusong smiled and waved, then quickly walked towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan gentlemanly opened the back door of the taxi for her. After Wan Yusong got in, he also got in and sat next to her in the back. On the road, Chen Yan looked at Wan Yusong and asked with concern, "Aren't you cold wearing so little?" Wan Yusong rubbed her hands together and said with a smile, "It's a bit cold. Will you warm me up, senior?" Good heavens. In the dead of winter, a pitiful young girl is shivering from the cold because she doesn't have enough warm clothes. If anyone has a conscience, shouldn't they help her warm up? No problem. Chen Yan took her hands in his, which felt smooth and a little cold to the touch. He then rubbed her hands hard and said in a serious tone, "They are indeed a little cold." Wan Yusong replied in a voice barely audible. Chen Yan unzipped his down jacket, took Wan Yusong's hand, and put it inside his down jacket. "Isn't it much warmer now?" Chen Yan asked. Wan Yusong's cheeks flushed, and a hint of surprise and shyness flashed in her eyes. However, she did not refuse. Instead, she moved closer to Chen Yan and gently rested her head on his shoulder. It's much warmer now." Chen Yan reached out and hugged her, feeling her soft, boneless body and smelling the fragrance of her hair. He felt a surge of warmth rise up in the middle of winter. "Would you like to try another way to keep warm?" "What?" Wan Yusong looked at Chen Yan in confusion. Chen Yan didn't speak, but lowered his head and covered her lips with his. Wan Yusong was taken aback by Chen Yan's boldness and froze for a moment, but quickly relaxed and tried her best to cooperate with him. Chapter 34 BMW 320's Lifelong Rival, Part 1. A romantic atmosphere permeated the back seat of the taxi. The two of them were like two fish breathing in the water, their mouths opening and closing. Chen Yan's hands were also busy. His left arm was around Wan Yusong's shoulder, while his right hand slipped inside her black sweater. As Chen Yan increased the pressure on her hands, Wan Yusong couldn't help but make some soft, cracking sounds. The taxi driver in the front seat was already numb. He secretly slowed down and glanced at the car a few times, sighing inwardly. The world is going to the dogs. The world is going to the dogs. He personally witnessed this extremely beautiful girl graduate from the Communication University of China. What? Are college students these days so open-minded? Chen Yan was busy flirting with girls and had no idea that at that moment, the class group of Class 4 of Economics and Management was having a lively discussion. It all started when Wang Zhen filmed a video and posted it in the group chat. "Student A, where is this?" Wang Zhen. "This area is full of 4S stores. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, Land Rover, and Porsche are all on this street." Student A, Wang Zhen, what are you doing there? Wang Zhen, it wasn't me. I accompanied Huzhani to the test drive. Huzhani, Wang Zhen, why are you saying so much? I haven't bought it yet. My dad asked me to test drive the BMW 3 Series first, and if it's suitable, I'll pay the deposit today. Huzhani, I was bored coming alone, so I invited my roommates over. We can get a free lunch at the BMW 4S store later. I heard the food is quite plentiful. Student B, holy crap, Hu Xiao is planning to pay the deposit today? No wonder he's a rich kid. Student B, Mr. Hu, can you take me for a ride sometime? By Cindy, I'm so envious. You really are a rich second generation. You gave birth to my dream. Qin Wenwen, I'm so envious. No wonder you're a second generation rich kid. You gave birth to my dream. Student A, I'm so envious. No wonder he's a rich kid. You gave birth to my dream. Student C, I'm so envious. No wonder he's a rich kid. You gave birth to my dream. Classmate Ding, I'm so envious. No wonder you're a rich kid. You gave birth to my dream. The praise from his classmates made Hu Zhani's lips unconsciously curl up, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light, a mixture of pride, smugness, and arrogance. Cool. That was awesome. Hu Zhani tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth that had already turned up to the sides of his nose, because his roommates were still around, and he had to put on a confident and composed air as a successful person. So he calmed himself down and started typing. Hu Zhani at classmate B, taking you for a ride is definitely no problem. We're all classmates. It's nothing to worry about. Hu Zhani, but I originally wanted to save the passenger seat for Tingting the first time. Wang Fong at Lu Tingting, Tingting, come out and say something. Young master who invited you to ride in the passenger seat of his car. Lu Tingting, hey, you guys can chat all you want, but don't drag me into this. Student B, Tingting is shy, haha. Hu Zhani and his friends were chatting happily in the group chat when a green taxi pulled up in front of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store next door. A girl dressed in black got out of the car. She had a great figure, and from a distance, she looked to be over 170 centimeters tall. More importantly, she had a beautiful face. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling with desire, as if she had just finished. Wang Zhen was immediately drawn to her. Hey, why does this pretty girl look so familiar? He said to his roommates. Holy crap, isn't that Ruan Yusong? Roommate Yu Yang exclaimed upon recognizing Ruan Yusong. Ruan Yusong, that's the third runner-up in the school beauty pageant. Why is she here? Wang Zhen took out his phone, wanting to take a picture of Ruan Yusong and share the news in the group and on his WeChat moments. He had already thought of the caption. Today, while accompanying his roommate to pick up his BMW, he bumped into Ruan Yusong, the third runner-up in the college beauty pageant. He zoomed in on Ruan Yusong with his camera lens, and just as he was about to press the shutter button, a man got out of the car. He seemed to be with Ruan Yusong. After the man came out, he immediately took Ruan Yusong's hand and complained, Ugh, what a hassle. It took me forever to find change. Mobile payment is so much more convenient. Ruan Yusong took Chen Yan's arm and explained in a sweet, soft voice, Senior, many older people haven't activated WeChat Pay or Alipay. Chen Yan and Ruan Yusong were unaware that several young men were staring at them from the entrance of the BMW 4S store next door. This is Chen Yan? Wang Zhen looked incredulous. Holy crap, the sky is falling. How could he be dating the most beautiful girl in the media college? Yu Yang couldn't accept it. They were all classmates. You were usually quiet and invisible, but then you suddenly threw out a royal flush? Hu Zhani's expression was also unpredictable at this moment. Damn it. I had a hard time even pursuing Lu Tingting, but you, on the other hand, got together with the most beautiful girl in the media school? Compared to her, Lu Tingting is not even a tenth as beautiful as Ruan Yusong. Why should I? This guy is only somewhat handsome, his grades are at the bottom, and he's not even a local from Hangzhou. He'll have a hard time buying a house in the future. Why did you fall for him, Senior? A bold and strange thought suddenly popped into his mind. If I were to pursue Ruan Yusong, would she agree? Agree? In his eyes, he was far superior to Chen Yan. Since Ruan Yusong had taken a liking to him, she might have a change of heart and fall into his arms if she met someone even better than him. Hu Zhani glanced at the large logo at the entrance of the BMW 4S store and secretly vowed, I must win you over today. Wang Zhen had no idea that Hu Zhani had already thought so much. The gossipy man had already sent the photos to the group chat. Wang Zhen, photo. Wang Zhen. Holy crap, I just ran into Chen Yan. He and Ruan Yusong went into the Mercedes-Benz 4S store together. By Cine. Oh my god, Chen Yan knows Ruan Yusong? Wang Fong. I saw them holding hands. Could they be boyfriend and girlfriend? By Cine, it should be. Wow, Chen Yan is so good at hiding things. At Chen Jun. Student A, this is really explosive. If this photo were posted on Tieba, it would definitely go viral. Student B, don't post it yet. Let's ask Chen Yan if he's willing to expose it first at Chen Jun. Zhang Fifan. Zhang Fifan at Chen Jun. What's going on with you, third brother? Chen Yan had muted the class group messages, so he was unaware of the heated speculations circulating in the class about his relationship with Ruan Yusong. At this moment, he and Ruan Yusong had already entered the Mercedes-Benz 4S store showroom. Senior, is this what you meant by casually buying a car for an employee? Ruan Yusong was a little confused. He thought Chen Yan would buy a Toyota, Honda, Hyundai, or a cheaper Geely or BYD. After all, he hasn't even bought a car himself yet. How rich must his family be to buy such nice cars for his employees right away? Ruan Yusong didn't think Chen Yan earned the money himself. These days, a college graduate from a non-elite university can only earn 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month when he finds a job. It's hard to believe that Chen Yan's newly established small company could make so much money. Probably no college student would believe it. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Ruan Yusong. The mental shackles formed by more than 10 years of exam-oriented education are not so easy to break. In fact, many low-end small businesses in real life have shockingly high profits. Yes, if you want a horse to run fast, you have to make sure it's well-fed. Chen Yan remained calm and composed, showing no sign of nervousness whatsoever. At this moment, all the sales staff in the store turned to look at her, and Ruan Yusong subconsciously became nervous. A young male salesman rushed over and politely handed over a business card. "Hello, I am Wang Chun, a sales consultant here. You can call me Xiao Wang." After taking the business card, Chen Yan got straight to the point. "I want to buy a Mercedes-Benz E300 with the hood ornament, black on the outside and brown on the inside, registered under a company name, cash on delivery. Give me your lowest price. If it's right, I'll pay now. If not, I'll go to another store." Ruan Yusong paused for a moment, then looked up at Chen Yan. Even she could tell that he was clearly a seasoned car buyer. Someone who had bought more than 3 cars couldn't have spoken so comprehensively and directly. Moreover, his tone was calm and confident, and Ruan Yusong felt that her senior seemed even more charming. She hugged his arm tightly, and unintentionally, her weapon pressed against Chen Yan's arm. Even the softness of the side was amazing. Hearing these words, Wang Chun was overjoyed. It seemed that this young man was genuinely interested in buying a car, and his sales performance for the month was secure. Some young people come to the store, ask about the size, performance, and 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration. They spend most of the day asking questions and then take a test drive. In the end, they say, "I'll think about it," and go home. In fact, as a car salesperson, you can tell who genuinely wants to buy a car and who is just browsing with just a few pleasantries. This is true in every industry. Anyone who has worked in sales should understand. Wang Chun immediately said respectfully, "Brother, please sit down with your wife. I'll get you some water." Chen Yan nodded, took Ruan Yusong's hand, and sat down. While Wang Chun went to get water, Ruan Yusong leaned close to Chen Yan's ear and whispered, "Senior, why didn't you explain our relationship just now?" Chen Yan smiled and retorted, "Didn't you also not explain?" Just as Ruan Yusong was about to say something, Wang Chun returned with 2 glasses of lemonade. Wang Chun placed the water in front of the 2 men and said, "Brother, this car is a popular model. The discount isn't great if you pay in full, but the discount is much bigger if you finance it." Chen Yan took a sip of hot water and replied, "I'll pay in full. A mortgage is too much trouble." Seeing that Chen Yan had made up his mind, Wang Chun didn't say anything more. "Brother, if it's full payment, the total cost after discounts will be around 500,000. Chen Yan replied with a smile. "Well, how about this, for 180,000? If you can get this price down, I'll pay right now." Wang Chun frowned, feigning a troubled expression. "Brother, this price is outrageous. I've never approved such a low price before. Please wait a moment while I go and ask my superiors." Chen Yan nodded in agreement. After Wang Chun left, Chen Yan smiled and said to Ruan Yusong, "Do you believe he didn't even go to see the leader? He was probably smoking somewhere by himself." Ruan Yusong blinked, puzzled, and asked, "But didn't he just say he was going to ask his boss for price approval?" Chen Yan flicked Ruan Yusong's smooth, full forehead with his finger. "Idiot, he's just making up an excuse." Ruan Yusong winced in pain, pouting and saying aggrievedly, "It hurts." Seeing Ruan Yusong's pitiful and aggrieved expression stirred Chen Yan's heart. However, with so many people around, he couldn't do anything. So, behind the scenes, when no one could see, he used his hand to lift the hem of Ruan Yusong's sweater and slipped his hand inside. Just as he was about to do something to comfort Ruan Yusong, Wang Chun walked over, and he could only pull his hand, which was only halfway in, out again. Ruan Yusong chuckled, looking at Chen Yan with a mocking expression, as if to say, "Go ahead and continue. A good man doesn't argue with a woman." Chen Yan muttered to himself, then turned and asked, "What did you say?" Wang Chun said excitedly, "Brother, the boss approved it. It's a special price only granted to boost sales at the end of the year, so you absolutely can't tell anyone. Life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills." It's as if he actually went. Chen Yan pretended to cooperate and said, Okay, let's get the formalities done." Because it was a full payment, the process was quick. After Chen Yan had the finance manager, Zheng Jia, transfer the payment to the 4S store, the 4S store staff drove the car to the vehicle management office to register it. Because the registration process takes some time, he and Ruan Yusong had a quick meal in the rest area on the second floor of the 4S store. It was just a few ordinary home-style dishes, but in Ruan Yusong's eyes, it was more prestigious than a Michelin-starred restaurant. Because this is a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Although Michelin restaurants are expensive, 2,000 yuan is enough for a meal. But if you want to eat at a Mercedes-Benz 4S store, you'd have to spend at least several 100,000 yuan. So Ruan Yusong took out her phone and first took a picture of the food, then found a good angle to take a selfie, in which the Mercedes-Benz three-pointed star logo was just visible. Chen Yan was enjoying his meal. He hadn't eaten breakfast and was quite hungry. Ruan Yusong then quickly edited her photos with her phone, posted the two pictures on her WeChat Moments, and captioned them, "Just here to freeload lunch." After posting on her WeChat Moments, Ruan Yusong immediately received several private messages from male friends, all subtly trying to find out who she had dinner with. "Yusong, where are you? Looking at your photos on WeChat Moments. Are you having dinner with someone? It's not a guy, is it? Yusong, you're eating at a Mercedes dealership? Which dealership? My dad has a Mercedes S-Class. Maybe he bought it from the same dealership? Yuzhen, are you buying the car yourself or just accompanying someone else to look at cars?" However, Ruan Yusong did not reply, fearing that Chen Yan would be unhappy if he saw her chatting with other boys. Just after lunch, Wang Chun ran over and said, "Brother, all the paperwork for your car is done. I've also given you 2 free maintenance services. Just come to me next time you need your car serviced." "Okay, we'll be going now." After saying that, Chen Yan took Ruan Yusong's hand and walked downstairs. "Okay, bro, I'll give you a ride. My car is parked at the door." Meanwhile, the group chat for Class 4 of Economics and Management exploded with messages again. Just now, Hu Zhani swiped his card and paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan to buy a BMW 320 Li. Hu Zhani sent the photo of the invoice directly to the group chat. Hu Zhani successfully bought a BMW 320 Li at the age of 18. Wang Zhen promptly stepped in to play the straight man. "Brother Zhan is awesome. From now on, you can drive us to class. Student A, Hu Xiao is awesome. Student B, Hu Xiao is awesome. Student C, Hu Xiao is awesome." Chapter 35 BMW 320's Lifelong Rival, Part 2. Hu Zhani felt incredibly pleased as he watched his classmates flatter him, because everyone's attention had finally shifted from Chen Yan and Ruan Yusong's relationship back to him. He suddenly felt like he was invincible again, and he and his roommate walked out of the BMW 4S store with great pride and high spirits. On the way, he even whistled at the pretty sales ladies they encountered. He couldn't wait to go back to school and receive the envious and amazed looks from his classmates. Just as Hu Zhani and the others were waiting for a taxi in front of the BMW 4S store, Chen Yan came out with Ruan Yusong in his hand, followed by a Mercedes-Benz salesperson. "Hello." Wang Zhen waved and greeted Chen Yan warmly as he walked over. Chen Yan was taken aback when he saw his classmates and replied with a smile, "What are you doing here?" "We're here to help Hu Zhani buy a car. He just ordered a BMW 320 and has already paid the deposit," Wang Zhen explained. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhani's face flashed with a smug look. He cleared his throat and pretended to complain, saying, "This BMW dealership is a real ripoff. The decorations and optional extras alone cost me tens of thousands more." He specifically emphasized the words, tens of thousands, clearly wanting to take this opportunity to show off. After Hu Zhani finished speaking, he looked at Ruan Yusong with great anticipation, thinking that she would look at him with admiration. However, Ruan Yusong only glanced at him indifferently before turning her attention back to Chen Yan. Hu Zhani felt a strong sense of frustration. He had thought that his BMW would attract Ruan Yusong's attention and even make her admire him. However, Ruan Yusong's indifferent gaze was a slap in the face to him. "Oh shit, I'm speechless. What's so great about this guy? Would you rather take a taxi with him than sit in the passenger seat of my BMW?" Hu Zhani looked down on Chen Yan, but he didn't show it on his face. He still said politely, "You guys need to take a taxi back to school, right? Why don't you just wait here?" "Oh, no need. We'll drive back." Chen Yan waved his hand, declining Hu Zhani's invitation. "Driving? You drove here?" Wang Zhen asked with a puzzled look, having personally witnessed Chen Yan and the others getting out of the taxi. At this moment, salesman Wang Chun pointed to a new car with elegant and smooth body lines not far ahead and said, "Brother, Your car is over there. Both keys are in the armrest box. I just bought a car too, so we'll be going now. See you at school. Chen Yan gave an explanation and then led Ruan Yusong toward his car, leaving Huzhani and the others looking at each other, bewildered. What did he just say? Huzhani almost thought he had misheard, so he couldn't help but ask another question. Salesman Wang Chun explained patiently with a smile. Brother Chen just bought a Mercedes-Benz E300 from our store in full. A Mercedes-Benz E300? Wow, that must cost at least 500,000 yuan. Yu Yang exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with envy. Wang Zhun immediately took out his phone and photographed Chen Yan and Ruan Yusong getting into the car, then posted the picture to the class group, eager to share this earth-shattering scoop. Wang Zhun, photo. Wang Zhun. Holy crap. Chen Yan, you're really something else. You bought a Mercedes E300 outright, without saying a word. At Jun. By Cine, what? Are all the people in our class this rich? Lu Tingting, how much does this car cost? It looks really nice. Wang Zhun, this car costs 500,000 yuan. It's 200,000 yuan more expensive than the BMW 3 Series that Zhang Ge bought. Wang Zhun, if we hadn't happened to run into him, we wouldn't have known that Chen Yan had bought such an expensive car. Wang Fong, my God, Chen Yan's family must own a mine. Zhang Fifan, third brother, why didn't you tell the brothers about buying a car? When Zhang Fifan saw that Chen Yan did not reply, he made a phone call directly. Chen Yan had barely left the 4S store when he saw Zhang Fifan calling. He turned on the speakerphone and immediately pressed the answer button. What's up, Fifan? Third brother, you're so unfair. Why didn't you tell the brothers you bought a car? Also, what's going on between you and that Ruan Yusong? How come you're hugging each other? I've never heard you mention it before. You two wouldn't have already. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Fifan bombarded the call with a barrage of questions. Stop. Chen Yan quickly interrupted him. I've got the speakers on. Who knows what he'll say? How did you know I bought a car and was with Ruan Yusong? Chen Yan asked, voicing his doubts. It was mentioned in the class group chat. Wang Zhun even posted photos of the two of you. The evidence is irrefutable. Okay, I'll go check the group chat first. Wait, third brother, you still haven't told us how you met Ruan Yusong? We'll talk about it when I get back. After Chen Yan finished speaking, he hung up the phone, pulled over, glanced at Ruan Yusong, and said, I'm sorry, my classmates may have misunderstood our relationship. I'll explain in the group chat later. Ruan Yusong didn't seem to care at all. She was leaning back in the soft chair, looking for the perfect angle to take a selfie. Hearing Chen Yan's words, she put down her phone, took his arm, and said, It's okay, it's just a misunderstanding. My first kiss was taken by my senior. He wouldn't just abandon me, would he? After saying that, she gently bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with grievance and expectation. Good heavens. First kiss. I thought you seemed very natural when you kissed this morning. You weren't talking about your first kiss this month, were you? Chen Yan felt helpless, but said aloud, How could that be, baby? After comforting Ruan Yusong, Chen Yan opened the class group chat. There were 99 plus unread messages, and new messages kept popping up from the bottom. After glancing at it briefly, Chen Yan understood the cause and effect, and then began typing. Chen Jun, I just saw the message, sorry. Chen Jun, I just bought a car casually. I don't want to attract too much attention. After all, I'm still a student, so I want to keep a low profile. Besides, it's not for me to drive. By Cine. Wow, young Master Chen has finally shown up. Wang Fong. Mr. Chen is too modest. If it's not for yourself, then it must be for your family? Student A. So, Chen Yan, are you and Ruan Yusong a couple? Student B. Yeah, I don't care about cars, but I love hearing this kind of gossip. Chuckles. Student C. We were just discussing how you two met and how far your relationship has progressed. Curious. Chen Jun. She and I are just ordinary friends. Don't overthink it. Student A. Can ordinary friends hold hands? Smiling. Student B. It's normal for some girls to hold hands with their male best friends. The class group chat was still buzzing with discussion, but Chen Yan had already left. He had explained everything he needed to, and whether you believed him or not was up to you. Chapter 36 BMW 320's Lifelong Rival, Part 2. On the other side, Huzhani and his group of 4 are on their way back to school. He looked at the messages in the class group chat, his face grim, because he felt like a clown at that moment. Chen Yan bought a 500,000 yuan car without making a fuss. But looking at myself, I bought a 300,000 yuan car and have been talking about it since the beginning of the semester. In comparison, I felt as ignorant as a frog in a well, while Chen Yan seemed as mysterious and powerful as the moon in the sky. However, he had completely resigned himself to his fate, because he had finally managed to persuade his family to buy him this 300,000 yuan BMW 3 Series, and he really didn't dare to dream of a 500,000 yuan E-Class. I thought that buying a car would make me look cool in front of my teachers and classmates, but now, Chen Yan has stolen all the limelight. Besides, he has such a beautiful girlfriend who's a campus belle. Hu Zhani didn't believe Chen Yan's claim of being ordinary friends. Wan Yusong's gaze towards Chen Yan was almost dripping with longing. It was definitely not as simple as just being ordinary friends. Well, he let out a soft sigh. A complete defeat. Utter defeat. Meanwhile, Chen Yan had already driven his car to a secluded path behind the dormitory building of the Communication University of China. Then I'll leave you here. After Chen Yan finished speaking, he gentlemanly helped Wan Yusong unbuckle her seatbelt. Wan Yusong tilted her head slightly, a playful smile playing on her lips, and asked softly, "Will you miss me, senior?" Chen Yan blurted out, as if out of habit, "Of course." The moment she finished speaking, Wan Yusong suddenly leaned forward, her eyes gently closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Chen Yan felt a sudden heat before his eyes as her soft lips gently pressed against his. The sudden kiss left Chen Yan's mind blank for a moment. Then, he involuntarily reached out and gently wrapped his arms around Wan Yusong's waist, pulling her closer to him. Wan Yusong's hands slowly climbed up Chen Yan's neck, her fingers gently inserting into his hair. The air inside the car seemed to freeze at that moment, leaving only the sound of their intertwined breaths and their lingering, passionate kiss. Wan Yusong seemed to forget the passage of time and everything around her, closing her eyes tightly and immersing herself in this incredibly harmonious intimacy. Suddenly, his chest felt loose, as if something had jumped out. It turned out that the strap behind his back had been untied by Chen Yan at some point. She instinctively wanted to resist, but at that moment her body was limp and she couldn't muster any strength, so she could only let Chen Yan do whatever he wanted. After an unknown amount of time, Wan Yusong's cheeks were flushed crimson. She slowly pulled away from Chen Yan's lips, her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and embarrassment. Chen Yan gazed at her, his eyes filled with desire. He slowly raised his hand and gently wiped away the trace of lingering smoke from the corner of Wan Yusong's mouth with his thumb. "Ugh, turn around." Wan Yusong suddenly snapped. "Why?" Chen Yan asked, puzzled. "What do you think? Isn't this all you're doing?" Wan Yusong pouted and said angrily. Chen Yan instantly realized what she was going to do. "Cut. They've already handled it, but they still won't let you see it." Mean. However, he still cooperated and turned around so that Wan Yusong could fasten her bra buttons again. "Okay, turn around now. Go upstairs quickly, don't catch a cold," Chen Yan said gently. Wan Yusong nodded gently, opened the car door, and got out. After walking a few steps, she turned back to look at Chen Yan in the car, and then quickly walked towards the dormitory building. Chen Yan sat in the car, watching her receding figure until it completely disappeared at the entrance of the building, before he started the car and drove away. After dropping Wan Yusong off at her dorm, Chen Yan drove directly to the 102 entrepreneurship base. On his way back from the 4S store, he had already told Wang Tai and Zhou Yi to meet at 102 later. Because it's Monday, everyone at Daily Tech is off except for the customer service staff. However, knowing that they were about to go to another place to expand their territory, Wang Tai and Zhou Yi rushed to the company without saying a word after receiving the call. So when Chen Yan arrived, Wang Tai and Zhou Yi were already waiting at the company. Chen Yan parked the car directly in front of the company and called them out. As soon as Wang Tai and Zhou Yi came out, they saw the Mercedes-Benz E-Class. The black paint shone with a soft yet dazzling light in the sunlight. The streamlined body and the elegant yet powerful design revealed understated luxury in every detail. "Here, this is the official car provided for you. You'll use it for business meetings from now on," Chen Yan said with a smile. "A man is a boy until he dies. Men of all ages have a deep-seated passion for cars." Upon hearing this, Wang Tai and Zhou Yi both revealed an irrepressible excitement on their faces. The two approached the car, looking it over from left to right, like a child who had finally received a long-awaited toy. Chen Yan opened the car door and asked, "Want to get in and take a spin?" "Okay," Wang Tai said excitedly. On Shualin Street, A brand new Mercedes-Benz E-Class was speeding along. Wang Tai was driving, Chen Yan was in the passenger seat, and Zhou Yi was in the back, looking at every interior detail of the car with great interest. "There's no time to lose, you should set off tomorrow," Chen Yan said to Wang Tai and Zhou Yi. "No problem, I'll follow the boss's orders." Wang Tai was full of fighting spirit at this moment, and couldn't wait to drive his Mercedes-Benz to talk to a few big clients. "In addition, I will send someone with you. He is a local from Ningbo and is familiar with the area. He can help with things like renting an office." "Okay, boss." Wang Tai nodded in response. The person Chen Yan was referring to was Yang Jingquan. Yesterday, he had promised his childhood friend that he would go with Wang Tai to explore the market and learn something. Chen Yan is a decisive person. He sent Yang Jingquan a WeChat message. "Old Jin, you're going to Ningbo with my company's employees for a week tomorrow." Yang Jingquan replied immediately. "I have class tomorrow," shrugs helplessly. Chun Ingjun, "Just ask for leave, isn't that enough? Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Yang Jingquan, Okay, what time do we meet tomorrow? I'll be there on time." When Chen Yan started his business in his previous life, Yang Jingquan gave his childhood friend unreserved support and lent him all his savings. Therefore, in this life, Chen Yan deliberately wanted to cultivate Yang Jingquan. Now that he had been reborn, he certainly couldn't limit himself to a small part-time job. As the company's business expanded, he would need someone he knew well to help manage the company. After confirming the time with Yang Jingquan, Chen Yan, Wang Tai, and Zhou Yi returned to the company for a meeting, mainly to discuss the promotion model of daily part-time job in Ningbo. Chapter 37 Teacher Jiang, soaked in a jar of jealousy. Room 308, female dormitory, Communication University of China. Wan Yusong returned to her dormitory, feeling the muddy forest after the rain, opened her wardrobe, blushed, and went to the bathroom to change into a pair of shorts. "You naughty senior." Wan Yusong muttered something under her breath. After changing into clean underwear, she took out her phone. She clicked on Chen Yan's profile picture and started typing, but soon deleted every word she had just typed. Wan Yusong probably felt that if she, as a girl, was too proactive, she would not be cherished by the other party in the end. So she suppressed the urge to talk to Chen Yan and tried to shift her attention to the other fish in the pond. On the way back with Chen Yan, she took some beautiful photos in the passenger seat and posted them on her WeChat moments. Now, many people with adorable smiles have sent her WeChat messages. Just now, while she was with Chen Yan, Wan Yusong didn't dare to look at her phone at all, in case Chen Yan saw it. She picked up her phone and looked at it, then irritably rubbed her hair. "More than a dozen boys sent me messages. Don't you have classes today, senior? You sang Who Are You With? Covers face. Where are we playing here?" Laughing and crying. "Is the person driving your boyfriend?" Laughing and crying. "You sang, I have a Porsche Cayenne. Can I take you for a drive?" Strangeness. For some reason, Wan Yusong couldn't muster any interest in the fish in the pond, even though some of the boys were quite handsome and came from well-off families. The scene shifts to the other side, the 102 startup base. Regarding how to promote daily part-time jobs in Ningbo, I would like to hear your opinions first. Chen Yan stood in front of a writing board and asked, "I think we can replicate a campus beauty pageant. After all, this competition has already been successful in Hangzhou, and it will definitely take off in Ningbo as well," Zhou Yi said. Chen Yan shook his head. Holding a campus beauty pageant in Ningbo will definitely be a losing proposition. We can't connect with enough local college students, so holding a competition of this scale won't make a splash. It'll just be a waste of the prize money. How about we follow your initial approach, boss, and use cheap used electric bikes as a gimmick to get them to add us on WeChat, and then guide the audience to our private domain for operation? After thinking for a moment, Wang Tai came up with a solution. This method can indeed be replicated. Chen Yan nodded in agreement. However, I used this method back then because the daily part-time job platform didn't exist yet. Now that there's a ready-made platform, asking them to add me on WeChat is a bit like taking off your pants to fart. It's redundant. Chen Yan cleared his throat and continued. In the mobile internet era, the most valuable things are time and market share. I'm prepared to lose money on this trip to Ningbo. Once you get there, recruit business development managers as soon as possible and take them to meet clients. I will put 50 flyer distributing part-time jobs on the homepage of Daily Jobs. There are also many daily jobs users in Ningbo, so recruiting dozens of part-time workers shouldn't be difficult. Wang Tai, You're in charge of keeping an eye on the part-time workers' attitudes. Make sure every flyer reaches the local college students and increases the visibility of daily part-time jobs. As he finished speaking, Chen Yan's voice gradually rose in pitch. In short, this trip to Ningbo is one where you're going to endure hardship, using the most traditional methods to race against time, treating every day like a battle, understand? The last sentence echoed in Office 102, as resounding as a bell. Clear. Wang Tai and Zhou Yi straightened their backs, their eyes revealing a firm determination. After the meeting, Chen Yan went straight back to his dorm room, where all three of his roommates were. As soon as he entered the room, he sensed that something was off about the atmosphere. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on him like searchlights. Ahem. Why are you all staring at me like that? Chen Yan felt a little uneasy under the stare, and his steps involuntarily faltered. Zhang Fifan was the first to strike. He jumped off the bed, walked up to Chen Yan, circled him, and scrutinized him like a criminal. Third brother, confess honestly, how did you meet Wan Yusong? And what's the situation with that Mercedes? Wang Rixing added. Chen Yan knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he could only sigh helplessly. All right, I'll lay it all out. I wanted to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was... Third brother, stop rambling and get to the point. Li Wenxin ruthlessly interrupted Chen Yan. I am the founder of Daily Part-Time Jobs. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar in 303. Li Wenxin nearly dropped the milk tea in his hand. Zhang Fifan's mouth formed an O shape, and Wang Rixing's pen stopped in midair. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. 10 minutes later, the roommates in room 303 had gradually digested this unbelievable news. Looking back and carefully considering Chen Yan's daily life and work, one realizes that everything was traceable. After figuring it out, an indescribable sense of pride followed. A faint, pretentious feeling slowly lingered in everyone's heart. My roommate, with whom I spend every day, is actually the boss of Daily Part-Time Job, and also the initiator of the campus beauty contest. As his roommate and best friend, doesn't that give him something to brag about? Hey, Yin Yan, holy crap, do you know who organized the campus beauty pageant you participated in a few days ago? Wang Rixing couldn't wait to share this big scoop with his girlfriend. Third brother, is Wan Yusong your girlfriend? Zhang Fifan continued to gossip. No, that's not true. We only met yesterday. She probably likes me because I'm handsome, Chen Yan said narcissistically. TSK. Third brother, it has to be you. You can even win over a top-tier girl like Wan Yusong. Don't talk nonsense. I'm completely innocent with her. Hey, could you talk to Wan Yusong about having a social event with our dorm? I heard the girls in media studies are all pretty. Li Wenxin walked over and put his arm around Chen Yan's shoulder to discuss it. Li Wenxin comes from a well-off family, and he is not envious at all of Chen Yan buying a car or starting a company. But seeing Chen Yan and Wan Yusong holding hands and hugging, he became really anxious and wanted to use Chen Yan as a connection to find himself a girlfriend from an art school. Old Li's suggestion is good. Third brother, you're eating so well now. You can't forget your brothers. Zhang Fifan seconded. Sure, no problem. In his previous life, Chen Yan had always had a good relationship with his roommates. Even after graduation, they agreed to get together once a year. Now that he had the opportunity to help them, Chen Yan naturally wouldn't refuse. By the way, I'll handle the networking, but don't spread the word yet about me being the founder of Daily Part-Time Jobs. Chen Yan gave instructions. Zhang Fifan patted his chest and assured him. No problem, we understand. Huh? What do you guys know? Third brother, you're probably planning to wait until some clueless person looks down on you, and then suddenly reveal your identity and slap them in the face, right? That's a really clever trick of pretending to be weak to catch a tiger. Chen Yan was stunned. He really didn't expect Zhang Fifan to come up with such a reason. But it's good. It saves him the trouble of explaining. Chen Yan silently lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and patted him on the shoulder. You're the one who understands me best. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Yan had just sat down to discuss the matchmaking event with Wan Yusong when Jiang Zhixin sent him a message. Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin. I heard you want to buy a car today? Chen Jun. Yes, teacher Jiang is really well informed. Chuckles. Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin. I only found out from the class group chat. Smiles. Chen Jun. Oh. Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin. Don't you have classes this morning? Smiling. Chen Jun. I don't have classes. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin, no classes? Are you sure? Chen Yangjun, confirmed. Chen Yan lies without even blinking. Actually, he wasn't sure if he had classes in the morning, but he dared to give Jiang Jixin such a confident answer. Because university counselors are generally quite laid back, rarely get involved in anything, and certainly don't have time to memorize course schedules. Teacher Jiang was no exception. Every time Chen Yan went to her office, she was playing Candy Crush. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. I looked at your class schedule, and you have classes in the morning, namely advanced mathematics and English, which have the highest failure rates. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. I could turn a blind eye to your skipping classes before because you were starting a business, but what about now? Buying a car is also a reason for skipping classes? Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. The final exams are next month. Are you confident you can pass? Something seems off about Teacher Jiang today. He speaks in a machine gun-like, aggressive manner. Everything was fine yesterday. Chen Yan frankly said, I'm not sure. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. So you still dare to skip class? I think I need to call your parents and tell them about your studies. Holy crap. If I heard correctly, is this a threat? Teacher Jiang, what you're doing is very dangerous. Believe it or not, I'll scumbag you. Chen Yan is fearless and roguish when he's out in the world. But everything in the world has its counter, and the person he fears most is his own mother, He Wan. This is a psychological shadow formed since childhood. When he was a child, he was naughty and made mistakes. Other mothers would just pretend to hit him, but He Wan would actually hit him with a feather duster. However, He Wan has not hit Chen Yan since he went to high school, but the conditioned reflex formed since childhood is still there. So when Jiang Jixin mentioned Chen's mother, he could only temporarily behave himself and apologize. Chen Yangjun, Teacher Jiang, let's talk this out. Don't call the parents over such a small matter. Smiling. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Okay, but you have to promise me one thing. Chen Yangjun, what's up? Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Take some time this weekend and bring your advanced mathematics and English textbooks to my apartment. No, to the library, and I'll give you some extra lessons. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Otherwise, I'm afraid your failure rate at the end of the semester will be too high, which will affect my performance and delay my evaluation for excellence. Chen Yan couldn't help but curl his lip upon seeing this. Honestly, if you want to see me, just say so. This is affecting your performance review. So he typed a reply. Chen Yangjun. Okay, then let's meet downstairs at the library at 10 a.m. on Saturday. Chen Yan immediately set a time for the tutoring session, and then followed up by saying, Teacher Jiang, I have a small request. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. You say it. Chen Yangjun. When you tutor me, can you wear business attire? Chen Yan made a request that sounded a bit strange. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Business attire? What are you planning to do? Chen Yangjun. Nothing much. It just feels more formal, which can improve learning efficiency. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Is there really such a saying? Confused. Jiang Jixin still felt something was off, but considering they were in the library, she figured he wouldn't dare to act recklessly, so she gave an ambiguous answer. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Then I'll think about it and decide whether to wear it or not based on my mood. Chen Yangjun. Ajk. Chen Yan's lips curled up. If Teacher Jiang said that, it should be a sure thing. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. By the way, what's your relationship with the girl you held hands with today? Harmful. So, after all this time, you were waiting for me here. Haiwang Qinyan finally figured out why Teacher Jiang was acting strangely today. Chen Yangjun. Teacher Jiang, you know all this? Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. I'm not blind. Aren't there photos in the class group? Chen Yangjun. Oh, that's my cousin. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Cousin? Chen Yangjun. Yes, if you don't believe me, call my parents. Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. Oh, okay. I thought you had a girlfriend. Smiles. Chen Yangjun. How could that be? I don't have time for dating. Chen Yan chuckled and skipped the topic, then chatted with Jiang Jixin about random things for a while before ending the conversation under the pretext of having dinner. Phew, Chen Yan took a deep breath. Women are such a hassle. After saying that, he opened his chat window with Ruan Yusong. Chen Yangjun, are you there? A popular saying on the internet goes, if someone says, are you there? They're bound to be a clown. It really depends on the person. As long as the other person likes you, just ask if they're there and you'll win them over. Ruan Yusong replied instantly. Shower Ruan next door. What's wrong, senior? Chen Yangjun. My roommate wants to invite everyone in your dorm to dinner so you can get to know each other. Neighbor Ruan, will you come? Chen Yangjun. Of course, all 4 of us guys in the dorm will come. Neighbor Ruan. Sure, no problem. When? Upon hearing that Chen Yan was also there, Ruan Yusong made a decision for her roommates without hesitation. Chen Ingjun, wait a moment, let me ask. Wen Xin, Ruan Yusong, said there are no problems in their dorm and asked us when we're going to eat. Chen Yan turned to look at Li Wenxin. Really? Then how about tomorrow night? Li Wenxin said, suppressing his excitement. Zhang Fifan and Wang Rixing, who were standing to the side, were also very excited. Although Wang Rixing already had a girlfriend, he was still looking forward to the social event tomorrow night. Even if he didn't have a chance, he would still be happy to get to know her better. Chen Yan gave an okay sign and continued to ask Ruan Yusong, is tomorrow night okay? Shower Ruan from next door. I'll ask my roommates if they're free. 10 minutes later, Ruan Yusong sent a message. Shower Ruan next door. No problem. They're willing. Chen Ingjun. Oh, right? Honey, there's something I need to tell you. Neighbor Ruan. What's up? Questioning. Chen Ingjun. Actually, my name is Chen Yan. I'm a freshman, 2 years younger than you. Covers face. Chen Yan realized that he couldn't hide this from the social gathering tomorrow, so it would be better to just be honest and not let her think that he was intentionally lying to her. Shower Ruan next door. Why didn't you say that yesterday? Angry. I've been calling you senior for so long. Chen Ingjun. You misunderstood it yourself yesterday, so I was too lazy to explain. Neighbor Ruan. You bad guy. Chapter 38 Dormitory Get-Together, Part 1. When Ruan Yusong learned that Chen Yan was a junior rather than a senior, she wasn't angry at all. In fact, Chen Yan felt that she seemed even more excited. After explaining to her, Chen Yan went to eat with his roommates. Li Wenxin was very happy today and insisted on treating everyone, taking the entire 303 dormitory out for hot pot. He was so excited about having dinner with the senior female students majoring in media studies the next night that he said no one should try to take his place for dinner. Chen Yan was happy to freeload 2 dinners because he only had about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan in his pocket. Although it was enough to cover all the expenses in college, he felt like something was missing when a man didn't have money. After dinner, the members of dormitory 303 returned to their rooms and went about their own business. Zhang Fifan was copying homework, Wang Rixing was having a long phone conversation with his girlfriend, and Li Wenxin was playing games while wearing a face mask. Chen Yan finished washing up early and went back to bed. He took out his phone and browsed the latest news, thinking about the major events that would happen in the next 2 years, and occasionally checking the news about Ruan Yusong and Lu Shishir. At 10:30 p.m., the other 3 people in the dormitory also climbed into bed and turned off the lights. Because the next day there was not only an 8 a.m. meeting, but also a dormitory get-together, and no one wanted to go with panda eyes. The next morning at 8 a.m., Chen Yan and his roommates went to class. However, this time, his appearance caused a small commotion. Hey, Mr. Chen's here. Wang Zhun was the first to greet them, his tone carrying a hint of teasing and ingratiation. Haha, what brings young Master Chen to class today? Another student followed closely behind, his words full of friendliness. The girls were shy, and apart from Baisini and a few other class leaders who were often active in the group chat and greeted Chen Yan, the rest of the girls just curiously looked at this classmate who was rarely seen. It seems that everyone's attitude towards Chen Yan changed overnight. When you are only slightly better off than your friend in terms of material conditions, he may feel unbalanced or even jealous. But if you are far superior to him and the two of you are not on the same level at all, then he will not only not be jealous, but will also respect you and try to please you. As the saying goes, you won't be jealous of the money of the Hangzhou or Shenzhen Ma, but you will be jealous of your friends from the same village who are doing better than you. That's human nature. Chen Yan was taken aback by everyone's enthusiasm, and then a slightly embarrassed but polite smile appeared on his face. He didn't refute anything, but just smiled and greeted his classmates. After all, in the eyes of his classmates, he is now a rich second generation who quietly spent 500,000 yuan to buy a Mercedes-Benz in full. Keep in mind that 500,000 yuan over 13 years is enough for a down payment on a house. However, during the break after the first class, Chen Yan slipped away through the back door of the classroom. Because there are 2 things at Daily Tech that require his personal presence today. The first thing was Wang Tai and Zhou Yi's departure for Ningbo. When Chen Yan arrived at the company, Wang Tai and Zhou Yi were already there, and even Yang Jingquan had arrived earlier than him. He was sitting at Chen Yan's workstation eating breakfast. After visiting 102 a few times, Yang Jingquan became familiar with the staff there, and now he doesn't feel awkward eating breakfast alone. Good morning, boss. Wang Tai and Zhou Yi greeted Chen Yan with smiles when they saw him. Chen Yan nodded in acknowledgement, then walked to the box next to the printer, took out a stack of flyers, and handed them to Wang Tai and Zhou Yi. The flyer features the logo and slogan for daily part-time jobs. Enrich your resume and hone your skills. Easy part-time work. Earn extra income anytime, anywhere. I've printed 20,000 copies here for now. Take them over first, and we'll print more after we've distributed them all, Chen Yan instructed. Okay, boss. Chen Yan gently patted them on the shoulder one by one, his eyes filled with trust and entrustment. Okay, that's all. Let's set off as soon as possible. I'll be here waiting for your triumphant return. Yes, boss. The two answered solemnly. After Wang Tai finished speaking, he moved the box containing the leaflets and the luggage of the group into the trunk. Yang Jingquan then came out and looked at the Mercedes parked at the door, saying, Wow, Yinzi, is this your new car? It's so cool. I can borrow it to drive to school and show off sometime. Chen Yan ignored his childhood friend's words and pushed him into the back seat. All right, let's set off early. It's still a 2-hour drive. Okay. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai and Zhou Yi got into the driver's and passenger's seats respectively. And so, the Mercedes-Benz carrying the three of them drove toward the port city of Ningbo. After watching them leave, Chen Yan turned around and went into room 102 to sit at his desk. Boss, the November financial report is ready. Shall I give it to you now? Zheng Jia asked as Chen Yan sat down. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Jia. Chen Yan replied with a smile. This is another important matter today. Zheng Jia has already prepared the financial report for November. After Chen Yan reviews it, a copy will be sent to Pushuan Capital. It's not hard work at all, Zheng Jia said with a smile as she handed the financial report to Chen Yan. In his previous life, Chen Yan graduated from the School of Economics and Management. When he first started his business, he couldn't afford an accountant, so he learned to do the bookkeeping himself. Therefore, reading ordinary financial statements was a piece of cake for him, and he even knew a little about highly professional terms. Chen Yan took the financial report from Zheng Jia and turned to the core data page to look at it carefully. Following the promotion of the campus beauty pageant, the daily turnover of daily part-time job has now stabilized at 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, a 200% increase from the 20,000 yuan daily turnover before the financing. The average gross profit margin is 17%, which means that if the daily turnover is 60,000 yuan, the gross profit for that day will be 10,000 yuan. Of course, gross profit does not represent net profit. It is necessary to deduct personnel salaries, rent, utilities, advertising and promotion costs, and operating costs. Take last month, for example. Because of a one-time expenditure of 600,000 yuan in competition prize money, the net profit for November was definitely negative. However, the capital market doesn't really care about your current net profit. As long as your business scale or market share continues to expand, the company's market value will rise steadily. A prime example is Jindong, which burned through tens of billions of yuan before going public and failed to turn a profit for 3 consecutive years after listing. However, this did not prevent it from becoming an e-commerce giant with a market value of hundreds of billions of yuan. After buying the car, the company currently has less than 2 million yuan left in its accounts. Chen Yan sighed softly. Even though Daily Technology was making money and was still in the business of cash flow, the speed at which it earned money could not keep up with the speed at which it spent it. Time quickly came to 5 p.m. There was only 1 hour left before the agreed-upon dormitory get-together. Chen Yan walked straight back to his dormitory after leaving Office 102. Chapter 39 Dormitory Get-Together, Part 2. Inside Dormitory 303, Li Wenxin's laptop was playing upbeat DJ music, and his roommates were all busy with their own things. Li Wenxin rummaged through the closet for clothes, various tops scattered all over the bed. This one's too flashy. This one's too tacky. Which one should I wear? Zhang Fifan was alone in the bathroom, using a hairdryer to blow-dry his bird's nest-like hairstyle, spraying layer after layer of hairspray until each strand of hair stood upright. Wang Rixing, who already has a girlfriend, was also carefully selecting clothes. Seeing this, Chen Yan couldn't help but tease. Hey Lao Wang, you already have a girlfriend. Why are you dressing up so carefully? Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will get jealous? Wang Rixing chuckled. This is a group activity, representing our dorm's image, so of course we have to dress smartly. Besides, it's a good way to make friends with the senior girls and meet more people. Chen Yan shook his head helplessly and was about to pack up when his phone buzzed. Ruan Yusong had sent him 2 photos. Xiao Ruan next door. Junior, Which outfit do you want to see me wear? Chen Yan glanced at the clothes in the photo. A black JK uniform and a red woolen dress. Simple, yet elegant. Chen Ingjun, a red dress would be more suitable for a social gathering. Neighbor Juan. Okay, see you in a bit, shyly. Chen Ingjun, see you in a bit. It wasn't until 5:30 that the four of them in 303 were ready and took a taxi to the agreed location. The gathering was held on the second floor of the Hilton Hotel in Xiaxia at a Chinese private kitchen. The average cost per person was around 400 yuan. There were a total of 8 people at the gathering, so the meal would cost at least 3,000 yuan. Li Wenxin booked the restaurant. Chen Yan had advised him that it wasn't necessary to book such a nice place, but he wouldn't listen and insisted on making a good impression on the female students. Anyway, this guy's family is rich, so let him be. 15 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of the Hilton Hotel. After Chen Yan and his group entered the private room, they ordered the dishes and then sat down side by side to wait for Wan Yusong and her roommates to arrive. Not long after, the door to the private room was pushed open, and Wan Yusong and the girls from her dormitory arrived. Wan Yusong and her classmates also lived in a standard 4-person dormitory. In addition to Wan Yusong, there were Kai Meiqi, Zhang Jingyao, and Zheng Lanlan. Wan Yusong wore a black wool coat over a red dress, the hem of which reached mid-thigh, revealing a pair of beautiful legs clad in black stockings. She looked youthful and radiant, yet exuded a seductive charm. Kai Meiqi is not tall, with a round face and a bit of baby fat. She is wearing a pink lamb wool coat, going for a cute style. Zhang Jingyao is tall, quiet, and elegant, and her looks would be a 7 out of 10. Zheng Lanlan wore a V-neck strapless top, revealing a deep scar. She had a large bust and hips, a slightly plump figure, and exuded a mature woman's charm. Her looks were also quite good, and in the eyes of many men, she was definitely a top-notch woman. Zhang Fifan, sitting to Chen Yan's right, almost drooled when he saw Zheng Lanlan, staring at her with his small eyes. However, Chen Yan shook his head slightly in his heart. He couldn't appreciate this type of mature woman. Her waist was too thick, her frame was too big, and she even looked a bit muscular. Li Wenxin, also looking excited, leaned closer and whispered, "Damn, the girls at this art school are really something else. Not to mention Wan Yusong. Any one of the other 3 would be the class beauty in our class." When Chen Yan saw them coming over, he stood up and waved to Wan Yusong, asking her to invite her roommate to sit down. However, Wan Yusong glanced at the seating arrangement, pouted, and said unhappily, "This is so boring." The private room had a marble round table with 12 seats, but since only 8 people were seated, the waiter removed 4 chairs, leaving a lot of space between the seats. The 4 members of dormitory 303 were sitting side by side on one side of a round table. What kind of social gathering is this? For guys sitting side by side, and then the 4 of us girls sitting side by side. A social gathering should naturally start with strangers and gradually build acquaintances. Since your roommates already know each other well enough, there's no need for them to sit together. I suggest a mix of male and female students. Wan Yusong's words were reasonable and well-founded, and even Chen Yan felt that what she said made some sense. Wan Yusong's roommates smiled and nodded in agreement with the plan. The boys in dormitory 303 had no problem at all. They couldn't be happier to sit closer to the girls. Ultimately, the proposal was passed unanimously. Wan Yusong ran straight to Li Wenxin's seat and said in a sweet, soft voice, "Junior, can I have this seat? I want to sit with Chen Yan." Li Wenxin couldn't stand her like that, so he quickly stood up and gave his seat to Wan Yusong. Everyone here knows that Wan Yusong and Chen Yan know each other because they were the ones who arranged this social event, so it's perfectly reasonable for her to sit here. But where should the remaining 3 men and 3 women sit? Choosing people directly can be a bit awkward. First, the person you choose might not want to sit with you. Second, the person who wasn't chosen will feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Yan suggested that seating arrangements be determined by drawing lots, which would avoid an awkward situation. In the end, Li Wenxin was chosen to sit with Kai Meiqi. Zhang Fifan and Zheng Lanlan were together, while Wang Rixing was with Zhang Jingya. After the seating was arranged, the waiters began serving the food. A moment of silence fell over the table. The people from the 2 dormitories weren't very familiar with each other and didn't know what to talk about. Seeing this, Chen Yan took the initiative to liven up the atmosphere and said with a smile, "Among the beauties here, who is single and doesn't have a boyfriend?" The girls at the table looked at each other, and Wan Yusong quickly said, Neither Lan Lan nor Meichi have boyfriends. Upon hearing this, Kai Meichi objected. It's not like you have a boyfriend. Not to be outdone, Wan Yusong turned her head to look at Chen Yan. I'll be pregnant soon. Don't you think, Junior? Yes. Chen Yan quickly changed the subject, saying, it's quite a coincidence that the only guy in our dorm with a boyfriend is sitting next to the only girl in your dorm with a boyfriend. Really? What a coincidence. As the hot dishes were served one by one, the atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became lively. How about we play a game, truth or dare? The loser has to accept a punishment or drink alcohol, Li Wenxin said, then asked the waiter to bring 2 bottles of red wine. Sure, no problem. Since everyone was young, they naturally had no objections to Li Wenxin's proposal. On the contrary, they were secretly excited. After the vote was unanimously passed, Li Wenxin placed an empty beer bottle in the middle of the table, and whoever the bottle's opening landed on would be punished. As a result, the first round of punishment fell on Chen Yan. The 3 show-offs in room 303 were thrilled. They had seen photos of Chen Yan and Wan Yusong holding hands. Since it's a game, how can you fully enjoy it if it's not risque? So, Zhang Fifan cheekily asked, third brother, truth or dare? A great adventure, Chen Yan said after a moment of contemplation. That's bold. Then kiss one of the girls here. Chapter 40 Dormitory Social Event, Part 2. Would you like to kiss one of the girls present? The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became ambiguous. All eyes were on Chen Yan and Ruan Yusong, because if Chen Yan were to choose a partner, he could only choose Ruan Yusong. Ruan Yusong herself thought so too. In fact, let alone kissing, she and Chen Yan had already kissed several times, but before, they had always kissed in private, at most with a taxi driver in front of them. Now, with so many people watching, especially my roommate, I'm being watched too. She was a little shy, a faint blush rising on her cheeks, but she showed no sign of refusal. Chen Yan suddenly stood up, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. Wan Yusong felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head slightly. I choose to drink. After saying that, Chen Yan picked up the red wine bottle, poured himself half a glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Cut. A collective sigh of disappointment immediately followed. Even Wan Yusong looked somewhat disappointed, raising her beautiful eyes to gaze at Chen Yan with a melancholy expression. Chen Yan felt like he was swallowing a bitter pill, unable to express his suffering. He couldn't very well say, I'm afraid that if we kiss, you'll spread the word everywhere and it will affect my future prospects. After downing his beer in one gulp, he quickly spun the bottle to distract everyone. As luck would have it, the bottleneck turned towards Wan Yusong this time. Wan Yusong gently brushed the strands of hair from her forehead with her slender fingers and said gracefully, I also choose dare. Then how about we do the same punishment as last time and have someone of the opposite sex kiss on the cheek? Kai Meichi suggested when she saw that the punishment was being given to her best friend Wan Yusong. Holy crap, I hope my reputation won't be ruined tonight. Chen Yan's heart tightened, and he turned to look at Wan Yusong. Wan Yusong had already stood up, cupped Chen Yan's face in her hands, and leaned down directly. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath her eyelids. Her cherry lips pouted slightly, with an alluring sheen, and then she gently, very gently pressed her lips against Chen Yan's. In that instant, it was as if time itself had stopped flowing, and the entire world consisted only of the two of them. After the brief touch, Wan Yusong quickly straightened up, her cheeks flushed, but her eyes held a hint of triumphant pleasure. Wow. Oh my god. Wan Yusong's roommates were shocked by this dramatic scene. She's the campus belle and goddess of the media school. Countless boys in the school who are even more handsome than Chen Yan are pursuing her. But she kissed this freshman without even thinking? Even Kai Meichi didn't expect Wan Yusong to be so bold. She had just said it casually. Besides, I said kiss on the cheek, not on the lips. The roommates in room 303 were much calmer. They had seen photos of the two holding hands and were convinced that there was something going on between them. Seeing the two of them kissing in person still made me feel a pang of envy, jealousy, and resentment. My roommate eats way too well. At this moment, the entire room was filled with an ambiguous yet exciting atmosphere. Don't just stand there, keep going. Chen Yan quickly tried to smooth things over, getting up and turning the beer bottle. This time, the bottle opening met Zheng Lanlin's. Zhang Fifan was excited when he saw this, but since the other party was a girl, he couldn't make any excessive demands, even though he wanted to. At this moment, Kai Meichi, who always seemed to thrive on chaos, asked again, Lon Lon, do you choose truth or dare? Tell me the truth. Kai Meichi chuckled mischievously. What style of underwear are you wearing today? Upon hearing this, apart from Chen Yan, the other three reserved but passionate boys in dormitory 303 clearly felt their hearts race. This kind of topic about girls' private matters had a much greater impact on these virgins than the kiss they had just shared. Is it that exciting? No wonder she's a senior at an arts school. They really have a lot of fun. Chen Yan didn't seem to feel anything. This kind of question was actually quite acceptable to him. In his previous life, he and the girls had much more elaborate games, such as punishments involving looking at their underwear or taking off their panties. Zheng Lanlan also felt a little embarrassed, lowered her head, and said softly, Dings. The three flamboyant guys in 303 gasped upon hearing this. Zhang Fifan was already imagining what Zheng Lanlan's plump buttocks would look like after wearing a t-shirt. I don't believe it, let me check. Kai Meichi said as she walked towards Zheng Lanlan. Stop fooling around. The two quickly became entangled in a tangled mess. Zheng Lanlan was already dressed scantily, and this commotion caused a bit of her underwear to be exposed. Zhang Fifan's little eyes lit up when he saw it. Ahem. Ruan Yusong coughed lightly. You two, be careful. This isn't your dorm room, and there are so many junior students watching us. The two only realized what Ruan Yusong meant and returned to their seats to continue the game. This time, the bottle opening was aimed at Li Wenxin. I choose truth, Li Wenxin said promptly. Zheng Lanlan thought for a moment and asked, Is there a girl you like in this private room? As soon as he said that, everyone stared at Li Wenxin curiously, wanting to know how he would respond. Li Wenxin's gaze swept over Ruan Yusong, Zheng Lanlan, and Zhang Jingya, finally settling on Kai Meichi's face. He nodded and said, Have. Wang Rixing pressed for details about who the person was, but Li Wenxin immediately waved his hand and said, You can only ask one question at a time. Keep going. After several more rounds of games, everyone in the private room had drunk quite a bit of red wine. Chen Yan felt he had drunk a bit too much, so he got up and went to the restroom. When he returned, he found Ruan Yusong leaning against the door of the private room alone. The hotel was very warm, and she had already taken off her wool coat, wearing only a thin red dress, with her long legs encased in 0D black stockings underneath. Seeing Chen Yan approach, she gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear with her delicate hand, her movements exuding languid charm. What are you doing standing at the door? Chen Yan asked. Ruan Yusong didn't answer, but instead asked, Why did you choose to drink instead of kissing me? I was just afraid you'd feel embarrassed, since your roommates are watching, Chen Yan said, making up a story. Humph. Ruan Yusong snorted coldly and pulled Chen Yan into the empty private room across the street. Ruan Yusong closed the door to the private room, turned around, and threw herself into Chen Yan's arms. Since neither of them was wearing a coat, Chen Yan instantly felt a soft mass bump against his chest. So, Chen Yan, who was already tipsy from drinking, couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed Ruan Yusong by the buttocks, picked her up, and sat on the sofa next to her, then started kissing her. Chapter 41, An Unsuccessful Start. Ningbo, in Peril. Part 1. On the sofa, Ruan Yusong wrapped her legs around the dogman's waist and kissed him passionately. Chen Yan was even busier, checking the quality of the stockings with his right hand. My left hand is still playing with the little rabbit. No, I mean the big rabbit. 10 minutes later, Ruan Yusong blushed as she got off Chen Yan and straightened her clothes. Hey, why did you tear my stockings? Ruan Yusong complained, pouting. Well, I just wanted to check the quality of these socks, but I didn't expect them to be so fragile. I should give them a bad review. Chen Yan said with a righteous expression. At that moment, a seller on Taobao, thousands of miles away, sneezed. Ouch! I need to wear more clothes. I'm sneezing from the cold. Ruan Yusong rolled her eyes at him and said, Turn around. I want to take off my stockings. Oh, okay. Chen Yan turned around helplessly. Ruan Yusong moved quickly, and in no time she took off her socks and casually threw them into the trash can in the private room. The legs that were originally covered by black stockings were unveiled, revealing a pair of dazzlingly white jade legs. They weren't the kind of thin, bony legs, but rather rounded, straight, and perfectly proportioned. Chen Yan patted Ruan Yusong's bottom, telling her to go back to the private room first, and she obediently did so. Chen Yan returned after 2 minutes, a time difference that aroused no suspicion from anyone. Of course, when Ruan Yusong returned, Kai Meichi noticed that her stockings were missing. She explained that she had accidentally snagged her stockings in the restroom and then threw them away, and no one suspected anything. After the two returned, everyone started eating and playing games until 8 p.m. before taking a taxi back to school. Sitting in the taxi back to their dorm, the boys from room 303 were still chatting away. Li Wenxin, let's go to a karaoke bar and have another get-together another day. This time it went really well. Well, upon hearing this, Wang Rixing turned around from the front row and gossiped. Old Li, which girl have you taken a fancy to? After thinking about it, Li Wenxin figured they were all roommates anyway, so he just said, I like Kai Meichi. Phew, luckily you didn't run into me, Lao Li. I like that Zheng Lan Lan, Zhang Fifan said. Fourth brother, with your small frame, you'll be crushed to death by her, Li Wenxin joked. Huh, I look thin in clothes but muscular when I take them off. You don't understand, Zhang Fifan retorted stubbornly. Third brother, do you think Kai Meichi would be interested in me? Li Wenxin asked, a little unsure. Chen Yan turned his head to look at him. To be fair, Li Wenxin's features were neither handsome nor ugly, and his personality was also good. He was just a bit fat, weighing more than 170 pounds despite being 175 centimeters tall. However, Chen Yan knew that this guy's family had assets of nearly 100 million, and he was also an only child who was devoted to his relationships. Such a man would be a rare find in later generations. It's only because he's still in school and hasn't had the chance to come into contact with those slutty and cheap women that Kai Meichi had the opportunity to take advantage of him. So Chen Yan put his arm around Li Wenxin's shoulder and said, if you want to know if a girl likes you, just invite her to a movie. Oh, how so? Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, the three show-offs from 303 immediately perked up. Chen Yan explained unhurriedly, invite her to watch a movie at 9:30 tomorrow night. By the time the movie ends, it will be almost midnight, and the dorms will have a curfew. That way, she will have to stay at a hotel with you. So, if she's willing to go to a late-night movie with you, it's like she's agreeing to stay at the same hotel with you that night, and 9 times out of 10 she likes you. Brilliant. Third brother, no wonder you're the kind of man who can win over Wan Yusan. Zhang Fifan promptly offered his flattery. However, Li Wenxin was still a little hesitant. We've only met once. Isn't it too fast to ask for a movie date already? What's so fast about it? These days, there are plenty of couples who sleep together right after meeting. Chen Yan reassured her. All right, I'll take the plunge. Li Wenxin gritted his teeth and sent out the invitation. Then, his heart inexplicably started beating faster. Fortunately, Kai Meichi replied to the message shortly afterward. When Li Wenxin opened WeChat, his hands trembled slightly. Ah, holy crap, she agreed. Li Wenxin was so excited that he swayed and shook wildly in the carriage. Hey, young man, calm down. The car is about to overturn, the driver warned. I'm sorry, master. Chen Yan apologized, then restrained Li Wenxin's 170-pound body. Li Wenxin's face flushed red, whether from the after-effects of the red wine or from being too excited. It was hard to tell. Then, he gave Chen Yan a thumbs up. Third brother, you're still the best. Chen Yan smiled slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Zhang Fifan looked on with envy. Old Li, does that mean you'll be saying goodbye to your virginity tomorrow night? Upon hearing this, all 4 members of 303 wore meaningful smiles. Hee hee hee. A lewd laugh echoed through the carriage, and even the driver chuckled awkwardly. After Chen Yan returned to his dormitory, Wan Yusong sent him a message. Neighbor Wan, Junior, my stomach hurts so much. I really want someone to rub it for me. Is she getting horny? Chen Yan muttered to himself, then replied, who do you want to rub for you? Neighbor Wan, you. Chen Jun, I'll go get a room now. Come over here. I'll give you a good massage. Neighbor Wan, okay. Chen Jun, is this really true? Neighbor Wan, you're lying. I've gained 50 pounds. Chen Jun, so I'm really going? Neighbor Wan, okay, go ahead, and buy me some brown sugar while you're at it. Chen Jun, brown sugar? You're not on your period, are you? Xiao Wan next door. Yeah, I told you my stomach hurt. I just got back to the dorm and found out I got my period, feeling wrong. Chen Jun, never mind then. I can't bear to see you running around when you're on your period. Neighbor Wan, you hypocrite. You don't care about me at all. Angry. Chen Jun, how come I don't care about you anymore? Neighbor Wan, when I had my period and my stomach hurt, you didn't comfort me. Chen Jun, drink more hot water. Neighbor Wan, hee hee, just giving me the runaround. Chen Jun, then, take a look at the wound. After a while, Wan Yusong finally realized the meaning of those words, and with a look of disgust, she cursed pervert and stopped talking to Chen Yan. The next day, as dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches and fell on the ground like scattered silver, a truly beautiful sight. Since he didn't have anything important to do today, he decided to go to class with his roommates. Although he was physically in the classroom, his heart was in Ningbo. Wang Tai and his team rented an office yesterday near the Ningbo University town. Today, Wang Tai was in charge of recruiting BD managers. Zhou Yi went out to find clients, and Yang Jingquan acted as a supervisor, watching the part-time workers hand out flyers for daily part-time jobs. There are 200,000 college students in Ningbo. If 50 part-time workers distribute 20,000 flyers a day, it would only take about 10 days to reach all 200,000 students. I just don't know how effective such a primitive method of publicity will be. We can only try it out for a few days and see how it goes. Chapter 42, An Unsuccessful Start. Ningbo in Peril. Part 2. At 10 p.m., only Chen Yan, Wang Rixing, and Zhang Fifan remained in dormitory 303. Li Wenxin had already dressed up and left for the movie theater long ago. They might already be holding hands in the dark theater right now. Wang Rixing was playing video games, while Zhang Fifan was curled up in bed, twisting and turning, seemingly engrossed in something. Chen Yan lay in bed with nothing to do. He had really had some free time these past 2 days. The part-time job market in Hangzhou has basically stabilized and is on a steady upward trend. More and more businesses are actively joining daily part-time jobs to post part-time positions, and the software's user base is gradually expanding from college students to all young people. This is a positive development that occurs after economies of scale are achieved. As for Ningbo, for now, we can only wait patiently and see the initial promotional results before making further plans. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated twice. Wan Yusong sent a message. Neighbor Wan, what are you doing? The girl asked, what are you doing? The subtext is, I miss you. So Chen Yan replied, I'm thinking of you. Shower Wan next door? Humph, that's easy for you to say. Your roommate has already asked Meichi to go to the movies, but you haven't done anything about it. Chen Ingjun, shall we make a date too? Neighbor Wan, what are you meeting up for? Chen Ingjun, sleeping. Neighbor Wan, you rascal, I'm not talking to you anymore. Disdainful look. After Chen Yan exited the chat with Wan Yusong, a headline news item popped up on Tencent News. According to sources, Didi Chuxing has reached a strategic partnership with Tencent and plans to launch a Series C funding round of over $100 million. Chen Yan glanced at his bank card balance again. 55,308 yuan. Sigh, why am I so useless? Other Reborn people must have earned at least several million by now, right? Damn it, with this little money, there are so many things we can't do. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Chen Yan lay alone in bed, wallowing in self-pity, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Chen Yan vaguely heard the sound of the door opening and closing and squinted to look down. Li Wenxin is back. Old Li, why are you back so early? Where's Kai Meichi? Li Wenxin, sporting panda eyes, looked up and said, she's a local from Hangzhou. She went home after watching the movie last night. I couldn't sleep alone in the hotel, so I came back as soon as it was light. Chen Yan was speechless for a moment. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chen Yan didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only pat him on the shoulder and say, it's okay. At least she's willing to go on a date. There's plenty of time. Yeah, I understand. I wasn't expecting to hit a home run right away. I haven't slept all night, so I'll catch up on some sleep first. Li Wenxin had a good attitude. For him, it was already a cause for celebration that a girl he had just met agreed to go to the movies with him. Chen Yan went to bed early last night, and after chatting for a few minutes, he no longer wanted to sleep. He quietly climbed out of bed to wash up. After washing up, he quietly closed the dormitory door, went to the cafeteria to buy a basket of steamed buns and soy milk, and took them to the 102 entrepreneurship base. It was only 7 a.m., and the 102 startup base was deserted. After unlocking the door, Chen Yan couldn't wait to open the computer's backend. Yesterday, 20,000 flyers were distributed in Ningbo. According to Chen Yan's estimate, if 1,000 people register, it will meet the target, and if 1,500 people register, it will be excellent. However, he was stunned when he saw the data. Register now? Yesterday, Ningbo only added 202 new users. You know, yesterday we paid out a full 5,000 yuan just to the part-time staff. The total cost per new user is 25 yuan, not including printing costs. Actually, for major internet companies, this data is already very good and is well within budget. If you could just throw in 2.5 billion and create an app with hundreds of millions of users, wouldn't that be incredibly lucrative? In later generations, the average customer acquisition cost for many apps even exceeded 100 yuan. But for Chen Yan, this data is dismal. No, it should be said to be fatal. First of all, daily tech simply doesn't have that much money to burn. Secondly, if the expansion speed is too slow, given the domestic entrepreneurial environment, a second daily part-time job will soon emerge to compete with you for market share. You take 20 yuan as a commission, and I'll take 10 yuan. What? You're also taking 10 yuan? Then I might as well quit smoking altogether. I could even pay out of my own pocket. Anyway, I have money. I'll seize the market first, and then figure things out slowly. If someone has the financial backing of a major company, you simply can't compete with them. Therefore, if Chen Yan cannot quickly capture the Ningbo market, he will become very passive. If a competitor with the backing of a major company emerges, you're lucky if you get merged or acquired, or you're unlucky if you go bankrupt. It seems that traditional promotional methods are no longer suitable for daily tech's current situation. What should we do? Chen Yan skipped breakfast and smoked as he thought of a solution. Around 8:40, finance staff Zheng Jia and Huang Shanshan arrived at the company together. As soon as the two girls entered, they smelled a pungent odor of smoke. Zheng Jia frowned slightly and looked at the culprit. Boss, why is he here so early? The two girls exchanged a glance, both feeling quite surprised. Chen Yan was leaning back in his chair, staring at the ceiling with a melancholy expression as he puffed out cigarette smoke. The ashtray in front of him was already filled with more than 20 cigarette butts. Zheng Jia ran over and sensibly emptied the cigarette butts from Chen Yan's desk into the trash can, then greeted him. Boss, why are you here so early today? Chen Yan seemed not to hear her words, continuing to stare silently at the ceiling, lost in thought. But a qualified employee should have the ability to put on a solo act when neglected. Then, Zheng Jia glanced at the unopened steamed buns and soy milk on the table and started a conversation. Boss, you like Xilongbao too? I should have bought them with you. The breakfast shop at the intersection gives you a 30% discount if you buy two. The words had barely left his mouth when Chen Yan straightened up abruptly, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, Jia, what did you just say? Zheng Jia was almost startled. I was just talking about Xilongbao, soup dumplings. There's no need to get so worked up. A 30% discount on soup dumplings? Zheng Jia asked nervously. No, it's the sentence before 70% off. Boss, you like Xilongbao too? No, it's the sentence after this one. I should have bought it with you at the cost of our purchases. Right. It's this word, fin. Peen, that's it. Chen Yan slapped his forehead, suddenly feeling enlightened. Because he suddenly remembered a phenomenal software from his previous life, Pink 60. It was listed on NASDAQ in the United States in less than 3 years, with a market value of hundreds of billions of US dollars, and has repeatedly made its founder the richest person in the world. Most importantly, surrounded by two behemoths, Ali and Jin Dong, they actually managed to carve out a bloody path. Wasn't that all thanks to their fighting spirit? Chen Yan's mood instantly improved, and he stood up with a grin, saying, Jia, if you like Xilongbao, I'll give you this one too. No, you're already hard, Zheng Jia said with a hint of disgust. Chen Yan waved his hand and walked out of office 102. Then you can throw it away for me. Zheng Jia looked at Chen Yan's retreating figure, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why did her young boss seem a little eccentric? After leaving the 102 entrepreneurship base, Chen Yan leisurely walked to the cafeteria and ordered another steaming hot breakfast. When he returned to office 102, everyone was already at their workstations. Chen Yan directly called Kong Jinbong into the small meeting room. It's called a meeting room, but it's really just a huge screen separating the outside work area for occasional meetings. Chen Yan stood in front of the writing board and said seriously, Jinbong, I need you to implement this function in the software and put it in a prominent position on the homepage. See how long it will take you to complete it. Chen Yan began to scribble on the writing board. If user A recommends user B to download and register, user A can advance the progress bar for receiving the reward from 50% to 80%, then to 90%, 99%, 99.9%, 99.95%, 99.99%. He can only get the progress bar to 100% when he brings in 50, or even 100 new users. We just kept him hanging on, giving him hope, making him feel like he was just one step away from the prize money. It's similar to the tactics of today's scumbag women. You get the idea? Kong Jinbong asked, puzzled. Boss, if this goes on for too long, won't everyone know it's a scam? Won't that lead to customer complaints? Chen Yan added. So, we need to write a probability program inside. For example, 1 out of 10 people will easily get the reward. That person will become a loyal fan of ours, actively sharing on their social media to promote us, while the remaining 9 people will only feel they haven't recruited enough people and continue to work harder. Kong Jinbong suddenly realized, boss is brilliant, but this move is a bit underhanded. To be honest, Chen Yan also felt that this move was a bit underhanded, but in the early stages of starting a business, you have to rely on such unconventional and underhanded tactics. Otherwise, how can you compete with big companies? So Chen Yan replied, special measures for special times. When we have more money in the future, we can do more benefits to give back to our users. Okay, boss, I'll call the tech team for a meeting now. If we work on it, we should be able to finish it next week. Hey, wait a minute. Just as Kong Jinbong was about to go to organize a meeting, Chen Yan called him back. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Yan finally said with difficulty, let's do it this way. Any new user who registers in Ningbo can withdraw 10 yuan directly after their student ID is verified. Then you get a 10 yuan reward for each new user you bring in, with no upper limit, provided that you pass the student ID verification. Kong Jinbong was dumbfounded and asked, then boss, do we still need to use the function we just had? Chen Yan shook his head. Let's not do it anymore. We want to be a great company with a conscience. At that moment, Kong Jinbong felt that Chen Yan's image had become much taller, as if he was radiating light. The second option is also quite good, but it is definitely not as good as the first one. Moreover, the second option actually costs a lot of money, with the customer acquisition cost per user being 20 yuan. Kong Jinbong believes he could never uphold his moral principles in the face of enormous profits. It turns out our boss has always been such a principled person. I used to only think he had great business talent, but now I realize how admirable he is. With a boss like him, we can definitely go much further. Kong Jinbong thought to himself, boss, if it's just this simple feature, we can work overtime tonight and launch it tomorrow. Okay, let's get on with it. Okay, boss. After Kong Jinbong left, Chen Yan sat in his chair and sighed deeply. Sigh. I'm always too soft-hearted. I keep all my grievances to myself. At 2 a.m. that night, the daily part-time job launched this activity, but it was only for college students in Ningbo. Because college students are a perfect fit for the ideal customer profile of part-time workers. Young, broke, with free time, and physically fit. The following morning at 8 a.m., Ningbo University. The air was filled with the fresh scent unique to the rain as student A and his classmates walked along the road to their morning class at the teaching building. At a traffic light intersection, student A encountered the same person who had handed out flyers the day before. Seeing the person hand him another flyer, student A waved his hand and politely said, "No need, thank you. Daily part-time jobs, register and get paid. No upper limit," said the person handing out flyers. Upon hearing this, student B, who was standing next to student A, asked, "No upper limit? Really?" "Yes, the event is real and effective." So, with a skeptical attitude, he accepted the flyer, which bore 2 eye-catching promotional slogans. No tricks. Register now to receive a minimum bonus of 10 yuan. Invite friends and earn continuously, with no upper limit. Enrich your resume and hone your skills. Easy part-time work. Earn extra income anytime, anywhere. Thank you. I'll try it in a bit. After arriving at the classroom, student B downloaded the Daily Part-Time Job app, then clicked on the activity on the homepage, uploaded a photo of his student ID, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, received a message in the background indicating that 10 yuan had been credited to his account. He was instantly excited. This was just enough for lunch. Then he continued reading the activity rules. He could get an extra 10 yuan just by referring a college student in Ningbo, and the person being referred would also get 10 yuan. Holy crap, here comes my chance to get rich quick. Student B has quite a few friends, and he's already fantasizing about getting rich through this and owning the latest model of fruit machine. So he posted directly on his WeChat Moments. "Hey everyone, I'm currently an agent for a software program. If you spend less than a minute downloading and registering, you can immediately receive a bonus of at least 10 yuan. DM me if you're interested. Many students who were unaware of the situation sent him private messages asking how to operate the system. Of course, there are also many people who don't even care about 10 yuan. However, it just so happens. Those who look down on this 10 yuan are precisely not users of daily part-time jobs. If he doesn't even want to take 10 yuan a minute, how can you expect him to do a part-time job that pays more than 100 yuan a day? Chapter 43. The situation reversed. Chen Yan skipped class again today and stayed in office 102 early in the morning. At 11 a.m., Chen Yan, Kong Zhenbang, and Ruan Xiaohua sat side by side in front of the computer. Kong Zhenbang and Ruan Xiaohua were clearly a little uneasy, while Chen Yan pretended to be calm. Although he proposed the promotion plan, Chen Yan had thought about it carefully and believed that the plan would be fully feasible in 2013. Back then, mobile internet users were simple-minded and had not yet been corrupted by the various tricks and schemes that would follow. If this plan were to be implemented in later generations, probably few people would believe that such a good thing as giving away money upon registration is true, because they have seen too many tricks and plenty of promotions that give away 100 or 200. And what was the result? They start acting like scoundrels after you register, making you meet this or that condition before they can give you the rewards. However, that's true, but it hasn't been verified after all. Therefore, Chen Yan was filled with both anticipation and nervousness regarding the outcome of this promotion. At that very moment, Chen Yan opened the computer's backend. The three of them held their breath almost simultaneously. The last time Kong Zhenbang and Ruan Xiaohua had a similar feeling was probably on the day they checked their college entrance exam results. New registered users, 199. Kong Zhenbang and Ruan Xiaohua exchanged a glance, unsure of what to say. This data is much better than yesterday's, considering that it has almost reached the level of yesterday's entire day in just a few hours. But it's still not impressive enough. The growth rate is still not fast enough. For startup internet companies to survive, it's like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. Capital won't wait for you, and neither will the market. If you can't make it, the next person will. A faint sense of loss lingered in their hearts. But actually, it's completely unnecessary. It's only 11 a.m., and the students have just finished their morning classes and have some free time to play on their phones and go back to their dorms to rest. Most of the flyers were actually stuffed under the doors of various dorm rooms. Chen Yan patted the two men on the shoulder, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but simply telling them to pay attention to the changes in the data. It's going up. It's gone up. It's gone up. As expected, the data started to rise steadily from 11 o'clock, and the rise was getting faster and faster. 205, 238, 289, 390. Until 1 p.m., the data in the middle of the computer screen is frozen at 1019. Holy crap, that's amazing. It's only been half a day. The real peak season should be at night. Kong Zhenbang and Ruan Xiaohua stared at the computer screen, their faces filled with excitement, even forgetting that they hadn't eaten lunch yet. At this moment, Chen Yan said to Zheng Jia, the finance manager, "Jia, check how many red envelope rewards have been used up in the back end." 14,880 yuan, Zheng Jia replied. It seems that of these 1,019 new users, nearly 500 were brought in by the students themselves. At this rate, in a few days there won't be any need for part-time flyer distribution. Students can simply recruit people themselves, which will continuously generate revenue for Ningbo's part-time job market. Otherwise, Chen Yan would really struggle to pay the part-time workers' salaries while simultaneously distributing incentive bonuses to new users. Boss is awesome. Boss is awesome. This wasn't just employees flattering their boss. Kong Zhenbang and Ruan Xiaohua were once again completely impressed by Chen Yan, expressing their heartfelt admiration. "All right, stop flattering me. Let's go eat," Chen Yan said with a smile. It was 10:40 p.m. The number 102 entrepreneurship base on Xuelin Street was brightly lit. Besides Chen Yan, Kong Zhenbang, and Ruan Xiaohua, several other people in the company voluntarily stayed to work overtime, such as Zheng Jia, as well as customer service representatives Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan. Because a surge in registrations inevitably leads to a surge in inquiries. Even Zheng Jia has taken on the role of a customer service representative to ease the pressure on Zhu Lijuan and Huang Shanshan. As of now, Ningbo has added 2,806 new users today. Moreover, tomorrow and the day after are the weekend, and the data will only be higher than today's. Of course, how many of these 2,806 new users are just there to get the 10 yuan bonus? How many will actually become part-time staff on the platform and generate profits for it remains to be seen. Thank you all for your hard work. Let's call it a day. Chen Yan clapped his hands and told everyone to go home after get off work. As the group stepped out of the office, a cold night wind swept over them, like a sharp blade slicing across their cheeks, sending shivers down their spines. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow in the cold night. There were few pedestrians on the street, with only the occasional car whizzing by, kicking up a few fallen leaves. Chen Yan put his hands in his pockets, tightened his coat, said, "Be careful on the road," and jogged towards the dormitory. Just in time for the curfew, he flashed into the dormitory building. The following morning, the entrance to the library of the University of Science and Technology, Jiang Zhixin, the counselor of Class 4 of Economics and Management, stood gracefully under the old locust tree not far from the entrance. The winter sun shines through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that lightly illuminate the bright and flawless face. Jiang Zhixin wore light makeup today, with a champagne apricot shirt underneath a light gray professional skirt and a black wool coat on top. Her simple style exuded an indescribable charm, making her a stunning sight. Almost every student passing by the library can't help but stop and take a few glances before reluctantly continuing on their way. Some shameless boys even stopped moving, taking books borrowed from the library and waiting under the shade of nearby trees, ostensibly reading, but actually stealing glances at Jiang Zhixin. Jiang Zhixin was used to this. She would occasionally glance at the time and see that it was almost 10 o'clock. Why hadn't that guy arrived yet? 9:55. A boy walked toward the library with his hands in his pockets. His eyes flashed, and he saw Jiang Zhixin standing under the locust tree. He approached with a grin, and seeing her pursed lips and sullen expression, he reached out to greet her like a simpleton. "Good morning, Teacher Jiang." "Hello." Jiang Zhixin glanced at him indifferently. "I would like to ask you a question. Go ahead and tell me. Do you have a boyfriend? What do you want to do? I'd like to introduce you to my twin brother. He's a training instructor at Lanxiang Vocational School, and he's just as handsome as me." "Oh, I don't want to date twins. I'm afraid I'll mistake one for another at night." "It's all right. I can go to the mountains and become a monk." "Ahem." Jiang Zhixin coughed lightly, then covered her lips to suppress a laugh. This rascal, he's never serious. Compared to Jiang Zhixin's subtle reaction of wanting to laugh, but covering her mouth to hold it in, the reactions of the boys around her were much bigger. "Holy crap, this guy's got guts. I have a friend who also wanted to chat up Teacher Jiang like that, but unfortunately he's a coward. I just wanted to stay quietly under the tree and admire the goddess. So why did this idiot suddenly appear and make Teacher Jiang laugh?" Hearing the murmurs around them, Jiang Zhixin composed herself and said to Chen Yan, "Let's go into the library." "Okay." Chen Yan grinned, then reached out and grabbed Jiang Zhixin's waist. "What are you doing?" Jiang Zhixin was a little flustered. There were many people watching. "You've been standing under the tree for quite a while. I was worried your legs would go numb." Chen Yan casually made up an excuse. "Nonsense, it's not numb at all." Jiang Zhixin blushed slightly, then took long strides and strode forward. Chapter 44: The Library's Counselor. Chen Yan and Jiang Zhixin entered the library one after the other and found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. However, the absence of people was only temporary when Teacher Jiang was around. Soon, many boys gathered around, and even some girls who seemed quiet started to peek in and join the fun. If looks could kill, Chen Yan would probably be dead dozens or even hundreds of times over by now. Chen Yan genuinely wanted Teacher Jiang to tutor him in advanced mathematics and English, since the final exams were next month, and if his grades were too bad, he might get a beating from Ms. He. But as soon as I sit down, my eyes start to glaze over. The library was well heated, and Jiang Zhixin had already hung her coat on the back of the chair. At this moment, she was wearing a champagne apricot shirt and a light gray professional short skirt. The key point is that when she sat down, the skirt length only reached mid-thigh, revealing a pair of long legs covered in skin-colored stockings. The stockings clung delicately to the lines of her legs, flowing smoothly from her rounded thighs to her slender calves, like a meticulously sculpted work of art. Under the library lights, they shimmered with a faint glow, like a dreamy veil draped over the legs. Chen Yan thought to himself, God has truly been kind to Teacher Jiang, giving her the best of everything. Jiang Zhixin opened the textbooks Chen Yan had brought. They were almost untouched, practically brand new. "Shall we start by reviewing advanced mathematics?" There was no reply for a long time. Jiang Zixin looked up and realized that Chen Yan was staring intently at her legs. She subconsciously tightened her legs and muttered a soft rogue. I should have given in to him and worn this business suit to tutor him. The so-called improvement in learning efficiency is clearly a lie. Hey, can't you focus on your studies? If you fail all your final exams, how are you going to have a good new year? If you fail the makeup exam after the winter break, you'll have to repeat the year, and you might not even graduate. Jiang Zixin tried to influence Chen Yan in the tone of a teacher. Chen Yan reluctantly shifted his gaze from his legs and said perfunctorily, Okay, let's start with advanced mathematics then. Then let's look at this simpler question first. Solve it yourself first, and I'll check it after you're done. Jiang Zixin handed over an A4 sheet of paper with the question written on it. Chen Yan glanced at the question. Proof. Suppose /g, mo, / equals k, then links dash mo f, m, g, m, equals links dash mof, m, k dash kf, mo, equals 0. Wow. Teacher Jiang, you think too highly of me. Let alone solving this problem. I can't even understand the question. Chen Yan looked at Jiang Zixin with a helpless expression. Won't. Chen Yan nodded. I'll teach you, Jiang Zixin said, picking up a pen and starting to write her answer on the paper. Let y equals kx lim, x, y, dash, 0, 0, sign, x caret 3 plus y caret 3, / x caret 2 plus y caret 2, equals links dash 0 sign, x caret 3 plus k caret 3 x caret 3, / x caret 2 plus k caret 2 x caret 2, equals links 0, 3x caret 3 plus 3k caret 3x caret 2, cosine, x caret 3 plus k caret 3x caret 3, / 2x plus 2xk caret 2 equals links dash 0, 3x caret 2, 1 plus k caret 3, cosine, x caret 3 plus x caret 3k caret 3, / 1 plus k caret 2 equals 0. Take a look. Is there anything you don't understand? Chen Yan was speechless for a moment. Could he say that he couldn't even understand the symbols on the screen? How about we learn English first? Chen Yan suggested. That works too, Jiang Zixin said, taking out a brand new English textbook. Take a look at this article, and then write the translation on a piece of white paper. Oh, okay. Many Chinese students who have already learned English more than 10 years are still unable to speak English properly and fluently when they encounter a foreigner. Chen Yan glanced at the article. He understood the meaning of the first sentence, but the further he read, the more it seemed like reading gibberish. I'm tired. Destroy it. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and write. Jiang Zixin tapped the table and urged her in a teacher's tone. Huh, so you're putting on airs, huh? Chen, have taken note. Sooner or later, I'll make you cry and call me Baba. Chen Yan calmly took the pen and began translating on the paper. Seeing that he was obediently doing his homework, Jiang Zixin took out her phone and started playing Temple Run by herself. After the game ended, Chen Yan had finished writing the translation and was sitting with his legs crossed, looking around with an air of nonchalance. So fast, Jiang Zixin picked up the A4 paper and read it. The first sentence was translated quite well. Many Chinese students have been learning English for over 10 years, but they still can't speak fluently when they meet a foreigner. But when she saw the second sentence, her eyelids twitched involuntarily because Chen Yan had written it like this. Ms. Jiang, why don't you be my girlfriend? It'll stop so many people from eyeing you. It's annoying to see them all. Jiang Zixin rolled her eyes at him, snatched the pen from his hand, and wrote, No, underneath. Chen Yan casually pulled a spare pen from his bag and wrote, I'll only ask once, I won't ask again. After Chen Yan finished writing, he threw down his pen and stealthily reached down to place his hand on Jiang Zixin's smooth, jade-like thigh, slowly sliding it from the outside to the inside. This guy is being way too blatant. Jiang Zixin noticed his movements. Her heart suddenly raced. Her upper body involuntarily stretched forward to block the view around her, and her legs unconsciously tightened together. That's good now. Chen Yan's hand was directly trapped between two extremely elastic legs. Fortunately, Jiang Zixin was sitting in a seat against the wall, and the seats they chose were in the corner, so no one should have noticed their little actions under the table. But what if someone walks by? If she accidentally looks down and sees this scene while passing by, how will she ever be able to get along at school again? University counselor and students doing this in broad daylight in the library? Jiang Zixin could already picture the headlines written by unscrupulous media outlets. So she glared at Chen Yan fiercely. But the next second, she almost burst into tears. Because stockings are relatively thin and slippery, from a physics perspective, the smoother the surface of an object, the less friction there is. Although Chen Yan's hand was trapped, it was still able to slide upward smoothly. Just now, this bastard almost touched his underwear. Fortunately, this bastard still had some conscience and stopped at the last moment, withdrawing his hand. Jiang Zixin's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes misted over, and she stared intently at Chen Yan. After a long pause, she picked up her pen and wrote, "Chen Yan, you are such a bastard." Despair. Jiang Zixin had just finished writing this line when the skin on her legs suddenly tightened. Almost the next second, the flesh on Chen Yan's waist suddenly tightened. Pain. And they are happy. I have to attend a faculty meeting this afternoon. You can study in the library. If you have any questions, you can ask me on WeChat. At 11:30, Jiang Zixin walked out of the library with a blush still on her face, stunning the group of boys inside. Chen Yan raised his hand to smell the lingering fragrance on his palm, then lay down on the desk, opened his calculus textbook to cover his face, and quickly fell asleep. Self-study? That doesn't exist. The library's quiet atmosphere is perfect for sleeping. Chen Yan had planned to take a short nap before going to the cafeteria for lunch, but he ended up sleeping until the afternoon. When he woke up, he found that his legs and arms were numb, his stomach was growling with hunger, and he felt uncomfortable all over. After waking up, he had no interest in staying any longer. He packed up his textbooks and left, first going to the cafeteria for a meal, and then to the 102 entrepreneurship base to check today's data. Chapter 45. Arrived at the police station. 2 p.m. 102 startup base. As soon as Chen Yan pushed open the office door, Kong Jinbang stood up and excitedly shouted, "Boss, the number of new registrations in Ningbo has exceeded 2,000 today." Really? Chen Yan was also delighted to hear this. Kong Jinbang nodded excitedly. Absolutely true. The data is right here. As he spoke, he turned the computer screen toward Chen Yan, which clearly displayed the growth curve of software registrations and the exciting number 2002. The surrounding employees also gathered around, and everyone's face was filled with joy. After all, only when the company does well can everyone get promoted and receive a raise. Don't get too excited yet. Next, we need to press our advantage. The technology department will continue to optimize the software to ensure user retention. The marketing department will increase promotional efforts, and the customer service department will closely monitor user feedback and resolve user issues promptly. Chen Yan's words served as a timely warning. Everyone in the office confidently said, "Okay." Only Kong Jinbang looked a little awkward. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Boss, it seems like the marketing department isn't keeping up. I see that all the part-time jobs on the Ningbo City homepage are already full. When new users come in, there aren't enough part-time jobs for them to do, so the retention rate will definitely drop. Okay, I'll call Wang Tai and ask what's going on." Chen Yan received the feedback and was about to call Wang Tai when he received a call from his childhood friend Yang Jingquan. "Yanzi, something terrible has happened. Zhou got into a fight and is now in jail." "What? Wait here. I'm coming right now." Chen Yan hung up the phone and immediately took a taxi to Ningbo. The situation was urgent, and there was simply no time to buy a ticket for the high-speed train. The driver was all smiles when he received this fare. The two places are 140 kilometers apart, and the metered fare would be at least 500 yuan. He would go home right after delivering this fare. On the way, Yang Jingquan talked on, and Chen Yan roughly understood the ins and outs of the incident. The reason is as follows. Upon arriving in Ningbo, Wang Tai and Zhou began recruiting staff and developing their business. They have already recruited 3 business development managers. When Zhou was leading these 3 managers to the market to talk to clients, they were spotted by a local human resources company. The company felt that Zhou was stealing their jobs, so they found 2 thugs wearing gold necklaces and had them follow Zhou and his group around every day. They deliberately created trouble when Zhou was talking to clients, causing Zhou to fail to close a single deal in the past few days. Just today, those 2 thugs smashed a hole in the glass door of Yongqing's office with an iron ball. Zhou couldn't hold back any longer and started pushing and shoving the 2 thugs before they started fighting. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd pulled them apart in time, preventing serious consequences. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. This incident was indeed something Chen Yan had not anticipated. However, the number of registrations for daily part-time jobs is skyrocketing. Without part-time jobs to do, it is inevitable that users will not be retained. That was a complete waste of tens of thousands of dollars a day. Therefore, this matter must be resolved, and it cannot be delayed. Every day of delay will result in huge losses. It was about a 2-hour drive to Ningbo. As Chen Yan watched the scenery rushing past the window, he pondered a way to break the deadlock. 2 hours later, at the Yongcheng police station, when Chen Yan arrived, Yang Jingquan and Wang Tai were waiting at the door. Wang Tai stood there, his posture slightly stiff, his eyes filled with guilt and unease. When Yang Jingquan saw Chen Yan slowly walking over, he felt a great sense of relief, as if he had seen a savior. "Yinzi, you finally come. Where's Zhou Yi? They've been inside for quite a while, and they're still taking a statement." "Yes, it's good that everyone is all right." After Chen Yan finished speaking, he turned to look at Wang Tai. "I'm sorry, boss." Wang Tai lowered his head, his voice low and hoarse, not daring to look Chen Yan in the eye. He knew that he had let his boss down, and as the city manager of Ningbo, he was responsible for what had happened. Chen Yan patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. But if such an unexpected situation occurs in the future, you must report to me immediately." "Okay, boss. I promise I won't let you down next time." In reality, most people do the same thing as Wang Tai. When faced with a problem, they first think of taking responsibility themselves and only seek help from their superiors when they really can't solve it. Otherwise, if you go to your superiors for every little problem, what's the point of having you? However, he underestimated the seriousness of the situation. As the old saying goes, destroying someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. The other party clearly wants to kill you. A moment later, Zhou Yi came out, accompanied by the two thugs. One of them had a head of messy yellow hair, like withered grass after a frost, sticking out wildly on his head. He was wearing a thin black leather jacket, the zipper half-zipped, the collar loosely open, and a gleaming fake gold chain could be vaguely seen around his neck. The chain was dull in color and crudely made, clearly a cheap item from a street stall. The other thug had long hair, which was haphazardly tied back. He wore a loose black leather-studded jacket and a fake gold chain around his neck, which stood out starkly against his dark skin. The two walked along, cursing and swearing. "Damn it, what bad luck. You little brat, don't let me see you again, or Grandpa will strip you naked and throw you into the street." "You," Zhou Yi was about to retort when Chen Yan stopped him. "Zhou Yi, don't bother with them." Zhou Yi was slightly surprised to see Chen Yan. "Boss, what brings you here?" "Here." Chen Yan glanced at Zhou Yi, who had several bloodstains on his face and neck, but it was only a little bleeding and far from meeting the criteria for minor injury. This is why those two thugs were able to come out so easily and brazenly. Breaking a glass door only costs a few hundred yuan in compensation, and you can just apologize and be out of there. You're already in jail. How could I not come? Zhou Yi scratched the back of his head and said in a low voice, "Sorry, boss. It's my fault for being useless." "Hey, you're their boss, right?" The blonde-haired man walked straight over and pointed at Chen Yan, saying, "Let me tell you, that shop is owned by my brother-in-law. You little brat, do you have the guts to steal my business?" Seeing this, Zhou Yi and Wang Tai stepped forward, one on each side, to protect Chen Yan in the middle. Chen Yan put his arm around the two men's shoulders and said, "All right, don't bother with these two bastards. Let's go back to the company." As he spoke, Chen Yan pulled the two men and Yang Jingquan into the Mercedes parked at the door. The blonde-haired guy continued to threaten him behind his back. "Damn it. You dare say that again? So what if you drive a beat-up Mercedes? What are you two doing at the police station entrance? Trying to get back in?" After the police officer on duty came out, the two thugs didn't utter a sound and slunk away. Chapter 46, Setting a Trap and Hiding Lottery. The Mercedes eventually stopped in front of a seafood buffet restaurant. Yang Jingquan asked in confusion, "Yinzi, didn't we say we were going back to the company to discuss countermeasures?" Chen Yan patted his stomach and said, "No rush. Let's fill our stomachs first, and then I'll take you to solve the problem." Wang Tai and Zhou Yi were surprised. "Boss, you've already figured out a way to deal with them?" Chen Yan nodded, but didn't say much. He just urged the others to get out of the car and eat, and not to leave until they had eaten their fill. The seafood buffet restaurant charges 98 yuan per person, but 4 grown men ate way over their money, only choosing the expensive dishes and not the good ones. 10 servings of everything. lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, king crab. No drinks, only bird's nest soup. After a satisfying meal, Chen Yan drove the three of them to a KTV club called Diamond Age. The club's exterior walls feature a special glass curtain wall that reflects colorful neon lights in the night. The four large characters, Diamond Era, on the signboard are surrounded by rings of light strips, shimmering with an ambiguous glow. Inside the Mercedes, Yang Jingquan, Wang Tai, and Zhou Yi looked at each other in bewilderment. Yinzi, what are you doing? We're not those kinds of people, and besides, the company is currently in a. Stop talking nonsense and get out of the car. Before Yang Jingquan could finish speaking, Chen Yan ruthlessly interrupted him. Stepping into the clubhouse, the dazzling crystal chandelier casts a dreamlike light, illuminating the exquisite patterns on the marble floor, while the artwork hanging on the walls exudes an air of affected elegance. Chen Yan remained calm, as if he were a regular customer here. Yang Jingquan said no, but his face was full of excitement. Wang Tai and Zhou Yi were clearly visiting a place like this for the first time as well. They followed Chen Yan cautiously, their eyes showing a hint of unease, unsure of what to do with their hands. The group arrived at the private room. Before Yang Jingquan and the others could even adjust to the slightly dim yet luxurious environment, Chen Yan casually sat down on the sofa and called out to the waiter, "Call a few girls over to sing and drink together." Wang Tai and Zhou Yi sat a little stiffly, their eyes showing a hint of helplessness. They didn't know what the big boss was up to, and they didn't dare to ask too many questions. Yang Jingquan then ran over excitedly and hugged his childhood friend, whispering, "Yinzi, you looked so cool just now. Did you learn it from TV?" Chen Yan. Yang Jingquan grew up with Chen Yan, and they didn't separate until college. He knew that Chen Yan couldn't possibly be a regular here, but he envied his childhood friend for being able to put on such a calm and composed attitude, which seemed to have a subtle air of pretentiousness. A moment later, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and a row of exquisitely made-up and scantily clad girls filed in. They exuded a strong perfume scent that instantly filled the entire private room. The girls walked skillfully towards the group, their faces bearing professional smiles, yet their eyes revealed a seasoned experience. Seeing so many scantily clad beauties, Yang Jingquan became embarrassed again, lowered his head, and took out his phone, pretending to reply to some important message. Chen Yan glanced around casually and chose a girl who wasn't the prettiest, but was dressed the most revealingly. "Boss, you have 4 people here, but you only need 1 girl?" A plump middle-aged woman wearing a fuchsia suit asked. Chen Yan didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. The middle-aged woman immediately put on a disgusted expression. Fine, Ching, you stay. The rest of you come with me." As he spoke, he wiggled his plump buttocks and pushed open the door to leave. The woman named Ching, wearing a slightly see-through black gauze dress, obediently sat down next to Chen Yan, swaying her slender waist, and asked in a high-pitched voice, "What would you like to drink, boss?" Upon closer inspection, Ching's features are not as striking as they appear from afar. Her eyes are narrow and long with slightly drooping corners. Her nose is low and the tip is somewhat rounded. The only feature that can be considered attractive is her mouth, which is neither too thick nor too thin and looks reasonably pleasing. However, she does have a very hot figure. She is about 170 centimeters tall and wears a pair of sky-high heels. You can vaguely see the shape of her breasts when they are exposed. KTV girls generally have high requirements for their figure, but not so high requirements for their appearance, because the lighting in KTV is dim. As long as the facial features are above average, they can generally look good after makeup. As the saying goes, appearance accounts for 30% of a person's looks and 70% of their appearance. Exquisite makeup skills combined with sexy clothing can transform a woman who is originally a 6 into an 8 or even higher. "How much do you charge for escorting?" Chen Yan leaned close and whispered in her ear. Ching was slightly taken aback when she saw the young and handsome man in front of her. She thought to herself, "Aren't you in a bit too much of a hurry? You haven't even ordered any drinks yet." However, having spent half a year in this place and seen countless men of all kinds, she immediately put on a professional smile and gave Chen Yan an okay sign. This gesture doesn't mean okay. The key is the 3 fingers after the O. Chen Yan looked at it and said with a smile, "I'll give you 10,000. How about you do me a favor?" "What kind of help is it, boss?" Ching didn't dare to agree casually. Even though the other party offered 10,000 yuan, she still understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Yan leaned close to her ear. That's it. Tomorrow morning. After listening, Qingqing thought for a while before saying, Boss, this is too much of a sacrifice for me. It will cost at least 20,000. Okay, deal. After paying the tip, Chen Yan led Yang Jingquan and the others away from Diamond H. On the bus, Yang Jingquan asked Chen Yan curiously what kind of help he needed from the girl named Qingqing. Chen Yan just smiled and said to wait and see the show tomorrow. It wasn't that Chen Yan didn't trust them, but this kind of thing wasn't exactly honorable, so naturally the fewer people who knew about it, the better. The next day, as the sun rose higher, the streets began to bustle with activity. At the Daily Tech Ningbo station, Zhou Yi and Wang Tai led the three newly arrived BDs out. Sure enough, they ran into the same two thugs from yesterday downstairs. Zhou Yi and his group ignored the two men with yellow hair and went to the number 11 bus stop that their boss had told them to wait for. The two men with yellow hair naturally followed. The two men with yellow hair walked to the bus stop and were about to start cursing when they noticed a sexy woman standing by the bus stop. In December, she wore a fur coat over a deep V-neck bodycon skirt, her long legs and high heels, their white skin exposed to the air. The blonde-haired man made no attempt to hide the desire in his eyes, staring intently at the woman in front of him and even letting out a flirtatious whistle. Chapter 47. The woman at the bus stop was Qingqing. Wang Tai and Zhou Yi recognized her, but before they left, their boss had specifically instructed them to pretend they didn't know her. After hearing Huang Mao's whistle, Qingqing turned her head to look at him, a shy smile on her face, and walked over. Hey handsome guys, I'm sorry, I forgot my change for the bus. Could you lend me 2 yuan? I'll transfer it to you via WeChat. Qingqing's voice was a little strained, but it immediately struck a chord with the two men with yellow hair. The stylish and sexy woman in front of him actually took the initiative to approach him. Even though it was just to borrow money, isn't this fate? Why didn't she borrow from Wang Tai and his gang of scoundrels? Is this the legendary romantic encounter? Haha, God has really been kind to me. The blonde-haired man was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly took out 2 1-yuan coins from his pocket and handed them over. It's just this little bit of money. No need to pay it back, beautiful lady. Let's add each other on WeChat and become friends. Really? Thank you, brother. After thanking him sweetly, Qingqing exchanged WeChat contacts with Huang Mao and then stood there chatting idly with the two of them. It wasn't until the next bus arrived that Qingqing reluctantly waved goodbye to Huang Mao and his companion. After Qingqing left, the long-haired thug teased the blonde-haired guy. Brother, do you think that woman has her eye on us? Upon hearing this, Huang Mao immediately corrected him. She's got her eye on me. Didn't you notice she chatted with me more? You were just sitting next to me, so you mentioned it casually. After Qingqing left, Wang Tai and his group boarded another bus, with Huang Mao and his companion following closely behind. Just like the past few days, when Wang Tai and his team were talking to a client, 2 men with yellow hair rushed in and started hurling insults, their words constantly involving genitalia. The client, thinking these men were gangsters, immediately invited them out. The 3 new business development managers have been completely demoralized and are wondering if they should quit. After all, the base salary in this industry is only 2,000 yuan, and without performance-based commissions, they can barely make ends meet. Outside the door, 2 groups of people stood facing each other. The blonde-haired man spat out a mouthful of phlegm and walked over provocatively, saying, If you know what's good for you, go back to where you came from. As long as my brother and I are here, you won't be able to close a single deal with a client. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai slumped his head, sighed silently, and said, Let's go back to the company first. This can't go on. Huang Mao laughed loudly as he watched the group of men flee in disarray. Ha! Look at these cowards. They're not even worthy to lick my shoes. Ha! Huang Mao was very happy today. Firstly, because he had a romantic encounter with a beautiful woman and added her on WeChat. And secondly, because he finally got rid of those flies. Double happiness. Let's have a good drink today. Just as he was thinking this, the beautiful woman from the bus stop that morning took the initiative to send him a WeChat message, asking if they were free to have a drink together that evening, and that she would treat them. Holy crap, this is triple celebration. Without saying a word, Huang Mao immediately agreed. Another long-haired thug, however, was more cautious. Bro, could this be a bar scam? I've seen a lot of news reports about it online. Businesses use pretty girls as bait to lure you into their stores to spend money. the kind where a bottle of wine costs thousands. Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired man flew into a rage and slapped his underling on the back of the head. "You motherfucker, a wine tout. The beautiful woman said she'd treat us. Look at your pathetic self." At 8 p.m. that evening, at a barbecue restaurant at the entrance of an alley, Qingqing and the two brothers, Huangmao, sat around a table. The barbecue restaurant had air conditioning on, and the grill in front of her was sizzling with heat, so Qingqing took off her coat and put it behind her. At this moment, her long hair cascaded down her back. Her face was heavily made up, and she wore a thin black bodycon dress with a deep V-neck that made her breasts appear to burst out of her bra, causing the two brothers' eyes to light up. "Brothers, I salute you. I am so grateful for your help today." "Girl, what are you saying? This is nothing to worry about. These two brothers are so handsome and have such great fashion sense. Must they have a lot of girls chasing after them?" After saying that, Qingqing lowered her head shyly. The blonde-haired guy quickly waved his hand. "No way, girl. I'm still single." The long-haired thug next to him chimed in. Me too, me too. Oh my, why can't I find a boyfriend as handsome as you?" Qingqing said, giving Huang Mao a flirtatious wink. At this moment, Huang Mao felt his heart racing and his whole body burning up. He couldn't wait to pounce on Qingqing and ravage her. He suppressed his lustful urges, raised his glass and filled both his and Qingqing's glasses to the brim, saying, "Sister, as the saying goes, those destined to meet will meet even if they are 1,000 miles apart. I feel that our relationship is a destiny ordained by heaven." Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. "Wow, I didn't expect my brother to be so eloquent. Haha, to celebrate our connection, let me toast you again." Okay, after a few rounds of drinks, all three of them had drunk a bit too much. Originally, Qingqing was sitting alone on one side of the table, while the two brothers with yellow hair were sitting on the other side. But at this moment, Huang Mao had already sat down next to Qingqing, the two of them almost touching, making the long-haired thug opposite them look on with envy. Qingqing seemed to have drunk too much. She leaned on Huang Mao's shoulder and blew hot air into his ear. "Brother, I feel so dizzy." After saying that, he collapsed onto the table, unconscious. The two brothers exchanged a glance and then grinned lewdly. "It's as if I said nothing, yet it's as if I said everything." Huang Mao took out 200 yuan bills to pay the bill, then picked up Qingqing and walked towards the nearby budget hotel. The barbecue restaurant owner was used to this. There was a bar not far away, and he would often see this kind of picking up corpses seen on his way home after closing in the early morning. Inside a budget hotel, Qingqing's face was flushed, her long hair was disheveled and spread out on the bed, and her black dress was now lying on the floor. "Brother, can I have some soup after you finish eating the meat?" the long-haired thug asked, looking at the blonde-haired guy who was taking off his clothes. "That won't do. Didn't you see that this girl likes me? She was just lying on top of me. When she wakes up, I'm going to have sex with her." The blonde guy refused outright. How could he bear to only have sex with such a gorgeous girl once? He can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. A hint of disappointment and discouragement flashed in the long-haired thug's eyes, but he dared not refute the blonde-haired man's decision. So, he resorted to pleading. "Brother, please let your little brother have a go, okay? Please, brother." After a moment's thought, Huang Mao said, "Then you have to keep it a secret. You absolutely can't let Qingqing know. Don't worry, brother, your wife is sleeping so soundly, she won't wake up." Before he could finish speaking, the long-haired thug had already climbed onto the bed and started to unbutton Qingqing's bra. Chapter 48, Conclusive Evidence. With a thud, after the long-haired thug removed the black bra, it was ruthlessly thrown onto the stained hotel floor. Freed from their restraints, the two hemispheres leaped out and then tilted to the left and right respectively. This scene made the blonde-haired and long-haired thugs' eyes gleam with greed, and their adrenaline surged. These two brothers have never eaten anything this good in their lives. At this moment, Qingqing turned her head to the side, her long, disheveled hair covering her eyes, and she was only wearing a small mask. She lay on the hotel bed, letting others do as they pleased. The scene cuts to downstairs. Liujiu Express Hotel front desk. The hotel lobby was brightly lit but deserted late at night, except for the receptionist who was idly scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps broke the silence. She looked up sharply and saw 7 or 8 uniformed police officers striding in with stern expressions. The receptionist had never seen anything like this before. Her heart jumped into her throat, and she unconsciously gripped the corner of the table. We are from Shishing Police Station. We just received a report that 2 men carried an unconscious woman into your hotel. They are suspected of raping a woman while intoxicated. Take me to their room immediately." The lead officer solemnly presented his identification. Okay. Upon hearing this, the receptionist frantically searched on the computer, her fingers almost trembling with nervousness. "Got it. It's in room 606. The officers immediately sprang into action, and the receptionist quickly led them toward the elevator. Outside room 606, one of the accompanying police officers had already set up a camera to preserve evidence and reconstruct the scene as accurately as possible. The moment the receptionist took out the spare room key and unlocked the door, several police officers standing in front rushed in and shouted, "Police, don't move." Inside the door, the room had a musty smell. The curtains were drawn, the lights were dim, and men's and women's clothes were scattered haphazardly on the floor. A completely naked woman was lying in the middle of the bed, motionless as if she had lost consciousness. At this moment, the 7 or 8 police officers who were with them had already squeezed into the small, dimly lit room, and what came into view was such an eye-watering scene. The receptionist couldn't bear to look and turned away. The lead officer breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he made it in time. It was a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. If we had arrived just 10 seconds later, it could have been a disaster. The lead officer waved his hand. "Dress that woman, then wake her up. Everyone else, take them all away." The 2 brothers with yellow hair only came to their senses at this moment. When the police broke down the door, the 2 brothers were almost scared to death. The accompanying police officer roughly kicked the 2 men off the bed and yelled, "Get dressed and come back to the police station with us." Another policewoman first covered Ching Ching's body with a blanket, then picked up the women's clothing on the ground and dressed Ching Ching in it. The blonde-haired and long-haired thugs were filled with fear, but the pain from being kicked off the bed made them instantly realize what was happening. Is this because the police station is cracking down on prostitution and illegal publications? In order to implement the National Notice on Combating Prostitution and Sexual Harassment and create a positive social and cultural environment, Ningbo City's Notice on Combating Prostitution and Sexual Harassment launched a special anti-prostitution campaign from early September to the end of December based on the unified work arrangements of the Municipal Party Committee and municipal government. The campaign focused on cracking down on issues such as hotel flyers and street hair salons, addressing the root causes, strengthening the foundation, and cutting off information chains, combining online and offline governance. The 2 men with yellow hair were still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. They still thought they had been arrested for prostitution. That won't do. We're in the eye of the storm right now. If we go in now, we'll be detained for several days. So, the blonde-haired man quickly explained, "Officer, I'm innocent. The girl lying on the bed is my girlfriend. We like each other." The long-haired thug quickly chimed in. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. The woman in bed is my sister-in-law. We all know each other. This is a real misunderstanding, officer." The lead officer glanced at the long-haired thug. "Is she your sister-in-law?" Yes. The long-haired thug nodded hurriedly. "If I'm not mistaken, you were just molesting your sister-in-law?" Upon hearing this, the young police officers in the room all burst out laughing. The blonde guy glared at the long-haired thug. "Damn it, if you don't talk, no one will think you're mute." After saying that, the blonde-haired man quickly pulled up his pants and walked over to the lead officer, saying, "Officer, I really feel bad for Ching Ching, but we truly love each other. And besides, this isn't illegal, is it? This is very straightforward. It means that it was indeed wrong of me to let my brother molest my girlfriend, but you can only condemn me on a moral level. In any case, it's my private matter, and since it didn't break the law, it's not the police's place to interfere." Just then, Ching Ching woke up at the perfect moment. "My head. I feel so dizzy. Where am I? How did I end up in bed? Wow. Why are there so many people?" Ching Ching held her forehead with one hand and propped herself up with the other to sit up. "Madam, do you know them?" "This man says he's your boyfriend," the policewoman asked, pointing at the blonde-haired man. What nonsense are you talking about? I only treated you to dinner to thank you for lending me 2 yuan for the bus fare this morning, and I didn't want to owe you a favor. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? With your pathetic appearance, do you think I would even want you?" "What happened, officer?" "They kept pouring me alcohol, and I accidentally blacked out." The blonde-haired man was stunned. The long-haired thug was also stunned. Is this the same Ching who was coy and unapproachable at the barbecue restaurant just now? Could it be that I drank too much and my soul traveled to another world? All right, with witnesses and physical evidence, you two are suspected of attempted gang rape. Take them all away. After setting the tone for the matter, the lead officer turned and left the room. The room was damp, dirty, and messy, with a disgusting smell permeating the air. He couldn't stand it for even a second longer. After the lead officer left, the only female officer patiently explained to Ching, "Madam, after you drank too much and lost consciousness, these two men tried to do something illegal to you. Fortunately, we arrived in time, and they didn't go any further." "What? You two scumbags, beasts. How am I ever going to face anyone after this?" Wow. Ching was very agitated. While crying, she grabbed the pillow and tissue box next to her and threw them at the two blonde men. "Don't worry, we will uphold justice for you, and the law will not let them get away with it." "Wah, thank you all, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do." "Wah." As Ching cried, she buried her head deeply in her arms. Although her facial expression could not be seen, her violently trembling shoulders betrayed her unbearable pain. Ching, please help me." Huang Mao wanted to say something, but the male police officer next to him slapped him hard across the face. "You beast, go to the police station to say what you have to say." With that, he grabbed the blonde-haired man and dragged him out of the room. Chapter 49. The dust settles. Woo-ah-woo. A sharp alarm pierced the silent sky as 3 police cars, carrying the blonde-haired thug, the long-haired hoodlum, and Ching respectively, drove away from the Liujiu Express Hotel. Huang Mao and his companion were arrested as suspects, while Ching was taken to the police station to give a statement as a party involved. In a parking lot not far from the Liujiu Express Hotel, a black Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan with its daytime running lights on sat quietly in a corner. Chen Yan and Yang Jingquan were smoking in the car. "Yinzi, how long do you think those 2 bastards will be sentenced to?" Yang Jingquan asked from the passenger seat. He had just learned about tonight's plans from Chen Yan. He and Chen Yan had been waiting here ever since Ching took the 2 brothers to the barbecue restaurant, so that they could call the police as soon as possible and minimize Ching's chances of survival. Well, it depends on what happened in the hotel. Completed and attempted crimes have different sentencing standards. If it is a completed crime, it will be at least 3 years or more. If it is an attempted crime, it will be given a lighter sentence, but it will probably be at least 1 year. Chen Yan tossed away his cigarette, but pondered for a moment, and then answered. The smoke, which hadn't yet been dispersed by the wind, slowly swirled around him. Yang Jingquan looked at Chen Yan's profile and inexplicably found him somewhat handsome and manly. Damn it, why? I never thought Yinzi was more handsome than me over the years. But at this moment, I, the charcoal black version of Jimmy Lin, have to admit that your looks surpass mine. You know, for a guy to admit that the other person is more handsome than him is a very high compliment. In reality, this is a typical example of the psychological suggestion effect. To give a simple example, isn't Jack Horse handsome? When he was a poor boy, everyone laughed at him for looking like an alien. But as he became successful and made a fortune, people found him more and more pleasing to the eye. I don't know if Jack Horse's appearance has really changed, or if people's aesthetic standards have changed. Actually, none of that applies. In psychology, this is a kind of idol worship effect. Yang Jingquan was viewing Chen Yan through this lens, but he still didn't quite understand. Yinzi, how did you deduce that those 2 bastards would definitely take Ching to a hotel room after she got drunk? Chen Yan glanced at his childhood friend with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. Is that even a question? This kind of scoundrel doesn't think before he acts. He gets seduced and just uses his lower body to think. Besides, even if it doesn't work out this time, it's just a waste of money for a meal. This is a classic example of an open scheme. Even if someone with ulterior motives uses it against us later, it won't be a big deal. After all, I just asked Ching to get herself as drunk as possible when drinking. As for whether she was truly drunk or faking it, and what happened afterward, can you blame me? Blame yourself for not being able to control your crotch. Yang Jingquan stared blankly at his childhood friend after hearing this. Yinzi, I always feel that you are not the same as before. Since you went to college, you seem to have become a different person. Chen Yan tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel, smiled, but didn't say anything. He didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't very well say that he had traveled back from 12 years in the future, could he? Let's go back to the company. We'll start working overtime tomorrow to catch up on the deadlines. As he spoke, the car key was turned gently, and the black Mercedes slowly drove out of the parking lot. On the other side, Xixing Police Station, interrogation room. A young police officer wearing glasses sat down in front of the blonde-haired man and said sternly, Yin Ming, Huang Mao's real name. According to Article 236 of the criminal law, anyone who rapes a woman by violence, coercion, or other means shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years, but not more than 10 years. Anyone who commits one of the following acts shall be sentenced to imprisonment for not less than 10 years. Committing acts involving multiple people, committing acts in gang rape by 2 or more persons. For attempted crimes, the punishment may be lighter or reduced compared to that for completed crimes. Xue Qingqing was intoxicated at the time, which falls under the category of other legal means. The victim was in a situation where she could not resist. After our bureau interrogated Xue Qingqing, she did not agree to have a relationship with you. Now, you and Yin Dong, the long-haired thug, are being criminally detained in accordance with the law. Tomorrow, all evidence will be transferred to the procuratorate, and the trial will be held at a later date. Yellow-haired jumped up from his chair, gripping the interrogation table tightly with both hands. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and red-rimmed. No, I'm innocent, officer. There's a misunderstanding. Where is Qingqing? I want to see her. I want to confront her. I want to see her. Make her come out. His voice gradually became hoarse, his eyes filled with helplessness and fear, and he screamed frantically in the small interrogation room. However, no one responded to him. The young police officer strode confidently toward the door. With a loud bang, the iron gate slammed shut. The cold, hard clanging sound was like a cruel judgment of fate, completely isolating Huang Mao from the outside world. Huang Mao's body stiffened instantly, his eyes staring blankly at the tightly closed iron gate. The expression on his face gradually changed from initial excitement and despair to numbness and emptiness. The rape case was a public prosecution case, so there was no need to hire a lawyer. Therefore, Qingqing could go home directly after giving her statement. However, instead of going straight home, she took a taxi to a G Hotel on Fenghua Road. Room 201, G Hotel. Thank you, boss. You can come to me again if you need this kind of work next time. Qingqing said with a smile as she took the bulging envelope from the man's hand. I don't want it to happen again, Chen Yan said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Yes, the man who gave the money was Chen Yan. Because this hotel is right across from the Daily Technology Ningbo office, Chen Yan and Yang Jingquan booked a twin room here for the past 2 days. Wang Tai and Zhou Yi, who needed to work in Ningbo for extended periods, naturally couldn't stay in hotels every day, so they rented a house together nearby a long time ago. Qingqing was in a great mood after receiving the money and looked at Chen Yan and Yang Jingquan in the twin room, teasingly saying, Since you're already here, would you two like to have some fun? I'll give you a discount. Wipe. So dedicated. Even at a time like this, they don't forget to promote their main business. These words immediately turned young Jinchuan's dark face red. What kind of wild and inappropriate words were those? Chen Yan smiled and waved his hand, saying he didn't need it, and Qingqing naturally left the room as well. After Qingqing left, Chen Yan and Yang Jingquan each lay on their own beds and scrolled through their phones. After a long pause, Yang Jingquan said, Yinzi, why do you think she does this? Can't she just find a regular job and marry a good man? I guess she has a gambling father, a sick mother, and a younger brother in school to support. So, in that case, she's a pitiful person too. It's more than pitiful, it's almost broken. Chapter 50 The Backyard is about to catch. The next day, the azure sky was crystal clear and the sunlight poured down without reservation, bringing a warm glow that dispelled the gloom and fatigue of the past few days. Chen Yan and Yang Jingquan got up early, had breakfast at the hotel, and then headed to the office building across the street. Daily Tech's Ningbo office is located in this office building. Wang Tai and Zhou Yi were already waiting in the office. Last night, the big boss told them about Huang Mao and his accomplice being arrested, and the two of them were so excited that they barely slept all night. They came to the company as soon as it was light. Although Chen Yan didn't say exactly why the two men with yellow hair were in there, Zhou Yi and the others could probably guess that it was most likely related to the KTV hostess, Qingqing. Hearing the noise at the door, Zhou Yi went out to see what was happening and found Chen Yan there. She immediately showered him with compliments. Boss, you're amazing. You took down those two troublemakers as soon as you arrived, or rather, you broke them in half. Ha ha ha, that was so satisfying. Now that we've even dragged our own brother-in-law into this mess, I doubt that local human resources company will dare to cause us any more trouble, Wang Tai chimed in. All right, stop flattering me. Chen Yan's smile vanished as he entered, replaced by a serious expression. Kong Jinbang sent good news early this morning. The number of new users in Ningbo has exceeded 10,000. Right now, our marketing department is the only one dragging us down in the entire company. Starting today, everyone must be prepared to work overtime every day. Received. Wang Tai and Zhou Yi shouted at the same time. Chen Yan looked around. What about the 3 new BDs? Wang Tai replied. It's only 8:30 now. They haven't come to work yet. Hold. Why didn't you say so sooner? Didn't all my efforts just go to waste? Chen Yan secretly grumbled to himself. Soon after, the 3 new BDs arrived at the company. Chen Yan first asked Wang Tai to share the story of Huang Mao's arrest with the new recruits. Sure enough, the 3 new recruits were pleasantly surprised and excited after hearing it. Fate loves to play tricks on people. Just yesterday, they were planning to quit their jobs, but now their passion and hope have been rekindled. Then, Chen Yan cleared his throat and began to mobilize again. Starting today, I hope everyone will put their full effort into their work. The number of registrations for daily part-time jobs is still skyrocketing. Ironically, our marketing department can't even offer enough part-time positions. I don't want the marketing department to drag the whole company down. In order to win this battle, I'm announcing that everyone's commission will be doubled by the end of this month. Yes, you heard right. Let's say your commission for closing a deal with a store was originally 500, but this month it's all increased to 1,000. Everyone has to make a sale every day. No one is allowed to come back empty-handed. If you have any problems, just post your location in the group, and I'll come over and help you solve them right away. But if you can't even close 1 deal a day, then you'll have to work overtime until midnight. I'll run alongside you, and we'll weather the storm together. Don't worry, I'll definitely be the last one to leave Daily Tech. Everyone, did you hear me clearly? Listen carefully. Everyone in the company was infected by Chen Yan's passion and moved by his determination. Even Yang Jingquan, an outsider, was brainwashed by this inspirational speech, his hands clenched tightly and his eyes shining with fervent light. There's no way around it. Chen Yan's words were just too passionate and inspiring. Everyone present was a passionate young man who wouldn't want to make a contribution and achieve something great. What's more, now the big boss is personally running alongside us. Time waits for no one, so what are we waiting for? Let me get out of here now. I need to close deals. I'm going to lead the marketing department to victory in this turnaround battle. Then, in the following days, the Ningbo branch of Daily Technology entered a state of frenzy, with almost no one voluntarily leaving get off work before 11 p.m., even if they had already met their performance requirements for the day. All employees at the Ningbo branch, including Chen Yan, were frantically recruiting and canvassing for clients. How crazy is it? Even if it's a tiny milk tea shop in some remote corner, less than 6 square meters, they'll still go up and introduce the functions and advantages of the daily part-time job. But you know what? These kinds of small shops are usually managed by the owner himself. What if he has to go out occasionally, but doesn't want to close the shop? That's perfect. You can find a part-time job on Daily Jobs to help out. Basically, I don't care about the quality of the clients. I'll take them all, big or small. Of course, Yang Jingquan also volunteered to stay and help, and asked the counselor for another week's leave. Just kidding. My good brother's company is so busy and urgently needs staff. It's not reasonable for me, the charcoal black version of Jimmy Lin, to leave at this time. However, he couldn't think of a suitable reason to ask for a week in a row, so he simply made up a similar one to the last one. Last time he asked for leave, his excuse was my third uncle's eldest brother passed away, but this time it was my second aunt's cousin's wife passed away. Chen Yan kept his word, personally leading the way to visit clients, and every night he would wait until all the employees had left work before returning to the hotel. In short, he never slept before 2 a.m. during this period. As a result, there were faint signs of a fire starting in the backyard. Sunday, neighbor Juan. Junior, what are you doing? Monday, neighbor Juan. Ignoring me, feeling wronged. Tuesday, neighbor Juan. Angry, blood dripping from a kitchen knife. Wednesday, shower Juan next door. Gigi, you haven't talked to me in so long. That's great. The dorm air conditioner is on too high. I just need your silent treatment. Thursday, neighbor Juan. Hee, if you don't want to talk to me, just say so. Goodbye, wave. Monday, Jiang Yu Zhao Jixin. After the last tutoring session, Are there any questions you don't understand? Tuesday, Jiang Yu Zhao Zhixin. Wednesday, Lu Shishir. Mr. Chen, can you help me see which of these two pairs of underwear looks better? It's not that Chen Yan is so busy that he doesn't even have time to reply to a WeChat message. It's just that he's an extremely focused person, and lately all he's been thinking about is how to boost Ningbo's performance in the shortest amount of time. I push myself to the limit almost every day, and as soon as I get to the hotel at night, I just want to sleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. I really don't have the energy to chat anymore. However, the results are also quite obvious. Daily part-time jobs. Several new tasks pop up on the Ningbo homepage every day, but this is still not enough to cope with the surge in new registered users. So Chen Yan simply recruited 5 more BD managers. Together with the original 3 BDs, Wang Tai and Zhou Yi, the Ningbo branch now has a total of 10 employees, making it a mature team with formidable fighting power and cohesion.